and start whenever you'd like.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining. This is Junior Faculty Development Forum, and we were so excited to do this in person. So sorry that it is on Zoom this year, but hopefully you will get as much out of it as you normally would. We have a really exciting lineup today. We are going to be starting off with a brief lecture on Get Published Now, which I'm going to be doing. And this is basically a lecture on no matter who you are, where you are, what you're doing, how you can get published. We'll have a very short break after that. And then we have Dr. Michael Gisandi, who is going to be giving us a lecture on using social media to promote your career. He's an excellent speaker, so I'm really excited about his talk. And then Dr. Ali Raja is going to give us two discussions. One is negotiating your next position, salary and beyond. Sometimes the salary is fixed, but there's a lot of other things you can negotiate. So he's going to talk to us about that. And then how to establish a narrative for a successful academic career. I think that's kind of why everyone is here, to find out how they can best navigate their career. So we're going to get a lot of pearls of wisdom from him on that. Um, After that, we will have a networking luncheon. The networking luncheon will be informal. We're going to have different leaders join us, and you can kind of speak, you can grab your lunch, you can just socialize. That's kind of what it's meant for, as close to a networking luncheon as we can do on Zoom. In the afternoon, we're going to have an amazing discussion by Dr. Jim Adams on becoming the leader that others will want to follow. He's done this talk several times for us at Junior Faculty Development Forum, and he's also done it other places. And every time the reviews are amazing. So we're really excited about that. Then I'm going to be doing a short talk on successfully managing your most precious asset, which is time. We will have an afternoon break, and then after that, we will have breakout sessions. So the breakout sessions are going to be subject based. And so we will talk about education, we will talk about research. There is a group on operations, a group on leadership, corporate partnership, and then finally information technology. And I know like the hardest thing will be trying to pick which one because they're all amazing speakers and they're all interesting topics, but that's the way it was kind of set up. So those will be breakout sessions and you are free to choose whichever session you want to go to. We are going to wrap up the day with personal pathways in academia. And this is going to be a panel of leaders. For me, I always feel like the personal stories are the most meaningful because you feel like, oh, well, they did it. I could probably do it too. And that will conclude our day. So a long but hopefully rewarding day. Does anybody have anything they want to say before we get started? Okay. Well, I think people will be joining probably, but in the interest of time and out of respect to those who did start on time, I'm going to go ahead and get started with the first talk, which is Get Published Now. So I'm just going to share my screen and get started. Let's see, allow Zoom to share my screen. I thought it was. Bernice, are there any housekeeping rules you want to go over? It's making me restart. Sorry.
Yeah, I would definitely just kind of, obviously we're all remote, so I would just to kind of minimize any background noise. I would definitely, keep yourself muted if possible. We do have the chat feature that you can certainly use, the hand raising feature. But if there's any issues or you have any issues with technical problems, certainly message me directly and we can have those taken care of for you.
All right, I think I'm on. Can everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. And this is meant to be useful to you. It's not meant for me to hear myself. So if you have any questions or you want to make any comments, Bernice, are you okay monitoring the chat for me so that, and I'm happy to be interrupted, so not a problem.
Yes.
And this is a topic near and dear to my heart. I could talk about it all day, but I will stop on time so that we can get to the next speakers. So I'm Lata Ganti, your host for the next hour. And I want to talk about getting published. This talk is dedicated to my dad, and you'll learn shortly why that is. So I wanted to just kind of get a show of hands, and maybe you can put this in the chat because I'm not actually able to see it. But are there people here who have not published anything? And then if you've had 5 or more publications, 10 or more, 20 or more, many of you are, of course, junior faculty, but even with junior faculty, there's a wide range of how many publications you may have had. So just want to get an idea of who's out there. 5 or more, 5 or more, I see. Okay, so it sounds like people have had some experience publishing, just 1, 2, 5 plus, 10 plus, 10 plus. Okay. And those of you who have published, if you have tips, please share them with me so I can improve my talk. All right, so the objectives of this talk are to understand the different types of peer-reviewed publications and how you can use what you're already doing and already working on and make them into publications, right? So list the key next steps. When you're done here, hopefully you can list the next steps of what you will do so you will be able to publish. And if I had any message that's super important, I would say, don't allow yourself or others to get in the way. So just get published now. And the advice I always give my students, but I guess this applies to everybody, is don't put yourself down. There's tons of people who will do that for you for free. So I like to write. I think this started because my parents actually worked for the United Nations. My dad retired as the Assistant Secretary General. And so that meant we moved a lot. And because of moving a lot, my brother and I were always thrown into a new school in a new continent. We never spoke the language. And if anyone here has ever tried to learn another language forcibly, you'll know that you actually understand a lot more than you can say. And so that was the thing for me as well. I felt like I knew what they were saying. I just didn't have the words to say anything. So that is really how I started writing. And you know, as a kid, like there's lots of mean things that happen to you. And you can't talk back because you don't have the words. And so I would start writing things down. And I think this is where my love of writing came from. Very briefly about me, I graduated in 2001. I had already had my first child in residency, and peppered along the way, I had 5 children total. And I guess I only have this here to say that if I can do it, then anyone can do it. So I often hear from people, you know, I want to write, but I've got a lot of stuff going on right now. I can't do it right now. I'll start to write once I'm on vacation, once I get a shift reduction, once I start maternity leave, my absolute favorite, because that is only said by somebody who hasn't had kids yet, but that's what I thought too. Once our new ED is built, because right now it's just so chaotic, I can't possibly concentrate in this environment. Once I get a new boss, because he or she is the reason I'm not writing, and on and on and on. These are my 4 kids way back in the day. They were born between the years 2000 and 2006. And these are the same years I spent going from instructor to associate professor. So, you know, I'm sure most of you on the call will resonate, but the same time that you're trying to go up the academic ladder is also the same time everything else is happening. Maybe you're getting married. Maybe you're trying to think about having a family. Maybe you're moving. It seems like everything is always happening at the same time. And because of that, I will tell you that the best time to write is actually right now because things are going to keep happening. And so those are my kids. And now we will talk about the different types of publications. So real quickly, there are clinical images, case report, review articles, letter to the editor, surveys, practice innovations, systematic reviews, original research. There's a whole spectrum of things you can write. And because a lot of times I hear, especially from educator types, oh, well, I don't do research, so, you know, I can't really write anything. That is not true. So let's talk about clinical images. This is the easiest kind of publication. Why? Because all you need is a great picture and 150 to 200 words, plus or minus 1 or 2 high resolution pictures that tell the story, right? So maybe the hardest part you could say is finding the right journal for your pictures. And, we'll go into like, how do you pick a journal and which one should you submit to and all of that. But at the bottom there, you'll see it says NEJM, go for it. Why is that? Because I have a story. So way back in the day when I was like junior faculty working only nights because I was either constantly pregnant or nursing, it felt like for a decade. Um, I was working a night shift and I walk into the room and I said, oh, hey, I'm your doctor, what can I do for you today? And the guy just said, oh, I have a sore throat. And I said, all right, let me take a look. So he opened his mouth and this is what I saw. And I said, oh, wow. He said, you like it? I said, yeah, you've classic strep. He said, you want to take a picture? And I thought, well, that's kind of weird. But I said, oh, and I was thinking of a, polite, appropriate response because after all, I was at the Mayo Clinic. So I felt like I had to, put back my New Yorkness and then, behave. And so, but right at that time, I got paged. So obviously, this is 2004. So we still had pagers. And I said, excuse me. I went back to my computer, answered the page, and then my email goes up. And my email says, submit your clinical picture to New England Journal of Medicine. And I thought, oh my God, this is for me. They're talking to me. So, the classic in medical school where you learn on your psychiatry rotation where, you think the TV is talking to you and all that. That's exactly what happened to me. So I said, they want my picture. Absolutely. So I go back into the room and I say, do you mind if I take a picture? And he said, no, absolutely. So he opens his mouth nice and wide. I had my Nokia cell phone, flip phone. I opened it up. I take a picture. And this text that you see here, these 150 words, this is verbatim from my medical chart. All I did was like copy paste it. I sent it into New England Journal and it got accepted. So I thought, oh, well, this is pretty simple. All I have to do is take a picture and copy paste my note. And it actually is that simple. We'll talk about a few image tips. So never assume that readers will recognize what you want them to. You absolutely have to label everything because that's the beauty of a clinical image. Obviously, you can only use patient photos with informed consent. Some journals will allow you to black out identifiable features, but be cognizant of the fact that even if the journal is okay with it, your institution may not. So I would just say informed consent for all patient photos, all patient information. It's actually an excellent habit to get into because there is no harm in taking consent from a patient and never writing that up. But it's always difficult if you didn't get consent and you're like, oh man, I should have gotten consent from that patient. It's really hard after the fact. And even if you don't write it, as faculty, you will have students and residents who need to write things or want to write things. And so by getting the consent up front, you've already cleared the first hurdle. Put arrows to highlight the areas of interest. And think about putting a ruler or state the magnification. You know why? Because if you see that on the bottom right hand corner there, you'll see that that is what? A spider looking thing. It's about a centimeter. I don't like bugs, so I don't even like looking at it. But if I had to look at something like that, I can't even look at it right now giving this talk, right? So really important to state the magnification. This is 2 years later. We were getting fancy now, and the finger that you see there, the gloved finger on the top left, that is actually my gloved finger, the closest I'll ever come to modeling. But this was a lady who went to tea with her friend, and the friend said, "Hey, honey, your makeup's all off." And she said, "I'm not wearing makeup." So, they decided to check it out and they decided, looks like maybe something wrong with the eye. And they came to the emergency department. And again, this is verbatim out of my chart. And so the picture and the chart, but now, as we said, we got fancy and we put a little ruler magnification there. All right, so that's clinical images. What about case reports? Case reports are a good early publication. Why? Because there's no study design. You don't need any data analysis. You don't need any statistical help. And a lot of times, case reports don't need to be IRB cleared. Again, some institutions, depending on where you work, they may require IRB clearance. Where I work, we actually have to get every single case report cleared as well. So we're just in the habit of doing that now. There's a lot of comments I can make about case reports. A lot, if you read the journal instructions, they'll say, oh, it should be a classic presentation of an unusual case or an atypical presentation of a common case. Most certainly it should have relevance to a journal specialty. For example, if you're describing an intraoperative case, then that's not that much interest to an emergency medicine journal because, we're not surgeons. But they often will give you tons and tons of instructions. And all that does is it blurs everything. And you think, oh, they're not going to like my case. There are many journals that are specifically dedicated to case reports. So it's actually much easier nowadays to publish case reports than it was. BMJ case reports is only case reports. BMC Journal of Medical Case Reports, only case reports in EM, the list goes on. They have varying levels of charges. So we'll talk about article processing fees in a moment. But everyone always asks, like, how do I know if my case report is good enough? And again, it can be rare, it can be brand new. How often does that happen? They say it should teach a lesson, maybe it increases awareness of a condition, maybe it suggests a proper diagnostic strategy, maybe it demonstrates a more cost-effective way to approach the management of something. Maybe it's an unusual presentation of a relatively common condition or an unusual complication of a disease and its management. There's a lot of things you can say, but I only have one thing to say. And the only thing I want to say is the difference between a case report that got published and a case report that did not get published is the one who is published is the person who actually submitted it. So I always say everybody has a case. No matter what your case is, you can publish it. So here is a little clip from the movie Philadelphia. I hope it comes through.
Like I'm a 6-year-old, okay? The entire street is clear, except for one small area under construction, this huge hole that is clearly marked and blocked off, right? Yes. You decide you must cross the street at this spot, no other. You fall into the hole. Now you want to sue the city for negligence, right? Yes. Do I have a case? Yeah. Yeah, of course you got a case. Great. I want you to go up my sister and I.
So that's it. That is my piece on whether your case report is publication worthy or not. No matter what you have, yes, it's publishable. So go for it. Review articles are the next category we're going to talk about. And often these are commissioned, meaning like you can't just write your own review article and submit it to a journal and expect it will get accepted, because usually the journal editors will have an idea of what types of articles they want to bring in. But there's no harm in writing to a journal editor. So I think we always think like, oh, well, the journal editor is not going to write back to me, because they're like important people. But that's not the case, actually. I remember I wrote to the journal editor of JAMA one time many years ago because there was a call for stroke papers, and that's my area of research. And I was surprised that she wrote back to me within 10 minutes, and she said, oh, this is a really interesting idea that you have, and it's not usually something that we write, but can you tell me more about it? And I was so thrilled to get a personal email from her and have that kind of correspondence. I am now a journal editor myself, and I can tell you when I get direct queries, I do my absolute best to answer immediately because I know what it's like to be on the other end. So if you have an idea for a review article, you don't have to wait for a call for papers. You can write to the journal editor and ask if your paper is something that they would like to consider. Review articles are excellent if they're in the area of your expertise. So if you're like a PE person and you want to write a review on PE, that's amazing. But if it's not in your area, then writing a review article is like, writing like a college thesis, right? Because you have to do a lot of work to get a good review paper done. So either you're already an expert in the area, or maybe you decide you want to become an expert in the area. And in that case, you could start out doing a review paper, which will give you all the background information to be really good at that. Why is it really useful? Review articles are great for multiple reasons, right? One is it can teach you to be an expert in that area. It can demonstrate your expertise in that area. It can easily be spun into or from a lecture and or a book chapter, right? Because one of the things we want to talk about in this lecture is how you can take the work you're already doing and excel from that. Review articles are also good for another reason, which is that they are highly cited. You know why they're highly cited? Let's say you're writing your research paper and you're a stroke person. What is the first paragraph going to say? It's going to say, stroke is the 5th leading cause of death. 800,000 people get a stroke, of which 600,000 have a first-time stroke, blah, 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 right? You have to reference all those sentences. Where are those references going to come from? They're going to come from review papers. So that's why they're highly cited. What about letter to the editor? So I don't know how many of you still get paper journals, but I still get paper journals. And where do most of the paper journals go? At least in my house, they're in the bathroom, right? And so they are stacked in the bathroom. And every once in a while you pick up a journal and you're like, oh my God, I have to say something about this. That's good. I mean, you can write a letter to the editor and it does count as a publication. The key is you have to get it submitted in a timely fashion. So if you pick up the journal from your bathroom and it is 2 years old and you are so excited and pumped to write a letter to the editor, it's too late. So you have to make sure you're picking up the right issue. And beware of medical politics, right? So you might have something really passionate to say about something, but make sure you're saying it in a constructive and complimentary way versus this is trash because these people, I just learned statistics. These people have not done the right statistical test, and you're going to criticize them because that person could be your next boss. And totally funny story, this actually happened to me. I was actually at SAEM, I don't know, I want to say 2008, it must have been, or 2007. And I was presenting my poster. So I'm just minding my own business, presenting my poster, not bothering anyone. Some dude walks up to me and he tells me, this is trash. I don't even know why SAEM let them in. I have to talk to the people who are reviewing abstracts. And I thought that was a little aggressive. I didn't know this person. I'd never seen him before. I looked his name tag, didn't recognize the name. So I just thought, okay, well, I'm not going to say anything because I don't have anything to say. He went on, said his piece. It was uncomfortable, and he left. 3 months later, I was his boss in the new department. So it happens. Anyway, I never said anything, but I knew he remembered. So letters to the editor are interesting in another way, which is they can be a useful way to get your preliminary work out there. So we wrote an article on stroke, and it was published in Neurology. And some reader who had read our work, it was a paper on blood pressure and stroke. They read our work and immediately fired off a letter to the editor, and it said, we read this great paper by Stead et al., loved it, and we wanted to say that we too have found similar associations between low blood pressure and stroke outcome, right? And then after that, it was all their work. So it really had nothing to do with me or my study. All it said was, we love their study and we want to tell you about our study. So that was great because it got published. And then right after that, the journal invited them to submit a full-length paper on their findings. So that was super clever. What about surveys? Surveys are a good way for clinician educators to publish, and I know there's probably a lot of clinician educators on this call. They're easy because you can incorporate surveys as part of your educational innovation or project, all of the educational things that you do. So, a lot of times from folks who are in education, because I write a lot of promotion letters, and I know one of the things that they find difficult is how to, quote, demonstrate their value to the institution. I mean, it goes without saying that without teachers, we would be nowhere. So our educators are worth their weight in gold. And yet when it comes to promotions, they say, oh, but you haven't published anything. So one of the ways you can publish is to incorporate surveys into things that you are already working on. For example, if you work on any committees for SAEM and ASAP, you can always have as one of the committee objectives a paper that you're going to write. I put SurveyMonkey on here. I don't have any kind of vested interest in SurveyMonkey. I have no disclosures, no affiliations, anything like that. I just put it on there because it's one of the tools that I use. Another one is Qualtrics that we get from our university, so we use that one as well. SurveyMonkey has a lot of really good tools that are free, including response validation, skip logic, links from email, and making sure that there's no duplicates, and to be able to separate the data by the desired strata that you want. The other good thing is if you do pay for the SurveyMonkey, and it's really not that expensive, then you can do more advanced statistics with it as well. But even the free works plenty good. Journals generally look for an 80% response rate. So once I put this bullet point up, I get the, my paper's never going to get published. But think about it, right? Response rate is what? Numerator over denominator, right? So you want to design surveys that are good, and you also want to design surveys where you know you're going to get a reasonable response rate. So I know we're on Zoom and it's not so interactive, but usually at this point I ask the question, what do you think is the response rate? If I survey all of like SAEM ASAP membership, right? I buy the emails and I send out the survey. What is the percentage of responses that I will get back? So if you're pretty lucky, about 12%, right? No journal is going to publish a 12% response rate study. But if I send out a survey to my residents in my residency program and I'm one of their residency faculty, or let's say I'm the residency program director, what do you think my residency survey rate will be? The response rate is going to be 100%, right? So you can control who you are surveying. And so it is worth thinking about that when you are administering your survey. It's difficult actually to design good surveys. When I worked at Mayo, we actually had the Survey Response Center, uh, survey, survey Research Center. And you could walk in and they would design the survey for you. They would do focus groups for you. They would have everything done. I don't work there anymore, sadly, which means like I'm on my own to design the surveys, to figure out who my focus groups are, to make sure the language is written at the level that patients can follow. So we see a lot of patients. If you are serving patients directly, you have to actually aim for a fifth grade English level. Now, we're all well beyond fifth grade. So, how many of us can remember or know what fifth grade was like? And actually, I didn't do fifth grade in English, so I can't even say anything about that. And if I try to think of my children, well, their fifth grade English is a lot better than my patient's fifth grade English. So one of the tools you can use is actually in Microsoft Word, and one of the older editions, you can actually set the language level to grade level. And there are a few other tools that can help you with that as well. They're a little more difficult to get published, but if you pay attention to a few of these tips, you most certainly can get them published. I like to think about emergency medicine. So academic emergency medicine, we kind of have three main areas, right? So all of us practice, right? We all work clinical shifts. Some of us are in education. Some of us are in research. Some of us are in all three. But no matter which area you work in predominantly, there are always things that you can write about. So within the realm of practice, you can talk about quality project outcomes. You can talk about systems issues. Has anyone here ever worked in a hospital that did not have systems issues? No, right? So you definitely have something to say. You can talk about the implementation of a care pathway. So, for example, the new stroke guidelines came out. What did you do about that? The new stroke guidelines say that now for mild stroke, we shouldn't give TPA. What did you do about that in your practice? That could be a paper. What about the new practice guidelines for detecting PE in pregnant ladies? What did you do about that in your practice, right? So it's not that you're inventing the guidelines. All you're saying is you're talking about what did you do with the new guidelines that came out in your shop. So nobody can argue with you on that. Technological tools in practice. Did you find some nifty, cool way, like 1001 uses for duct tape or something that you want to talk about? You could write on that. Or you can talk about evaluation of certain algorithms. So there might be algorithms that come out. What did you do in your practice? On the education side, you can talk about curricular innovations that you put in place in your department or your residency program. You can talk about effectiveness of an educational tool. Maybe you moved completely to a flipped classroom model. Maybe you just started implementing EM foundations. And so how did that go for you? Maybe you have a new hybrid course where it's mostly taught by the residents rather than the faculty. And how did that course go? Like maybe you attach a survey course evaluation to that. Maybe with all of the changes that have been going on in our clinical practice, you want to survey faculty satisfaction and report on that. Work-life balance, burnout, these are always perennial topics. Like people always want to publish on that. Same thing with the residency match. So there are tons of things you can publish on. The reason I spend time on this slide is because one of the frequent things that I get from people is, I really want to publish, I have nothing to write about. So this is my argument about when you say you have nothing to write about, there are lots and lots of things that you can write about. Within the research arena, of course, it's much more defined. And so maybe people think it's a little easier. And then there are things here such as, clinical case control studies, cohort studies, systematic reviews, all of that, which we will get to a little bit later. I also like to talk about how we have our three main areas: practice, education, research, and how other fields intersect with these. So we practice in the emergency department, so you can limit your scope of what you're writing to just your ED practice, your clinical shifts, or you can also kind of tie in health economics, health management, politics, law. So maybe there's a lot of different things. I edit the International Journal of Emergency Medicine, and I just reviewed a paper that I really enjoyed reading, and it was all about registering voters in the emergency department. So it's related to EM, but it's really kind of a social a paper with some maybe political things in there, health economics things in there, a little bit different than just, clinical medicine, but it was a great paper and I loved it. And so I think that one of the unique things about our specialty is we interface not only with other clinical specialties, but we interface with so many aspects of society in general. On the education side, you can talk about traditional education pedagogy, you can talk about psychology, you can talk about sociology. All of these things intersect with education. And on the research side, you can either talk about straightforward research in the emergency department. We did a clinical trial, this is what we found. Or we reviewed a retrospective database on XYZ disease, and this is what we found. Or you can branch out more into health services, biostatistics, epidemiology. So there is so much you can write about. You can say, you know what, I really would like to do something on data, but I'm not a researcher. I don't have access to retrospective data sets, and I don't really know where to get started. You could consider using pre-existing data sets. So there's actually a lot of data out there at your fingertips that you could avail yourselves to. So I'm based in Florida. We have basically the Bureau of Economic and Business Research, and the data that is the figure on the left, and basically, what that has is it has a wealth of information that you may be able to use as background data for your paper. Like they have the Florida estimates of the population. They tell you facts about immigration within the state of Florida. They tell you population projections by age, sex, race, and Hispanic origin. So maybe all of this stuff can be important either to your paper as background, or you can just go in and look at those data sets and write a paper with those. There's the National Center for Health Statistics. There is the vital statistics. There is the Healthy People 2010 data, which, a little bit old now, but these databases all have a wealth of information. There is also the Healthcare Cost and Utilization Project, and each of these links has a ton of data. You can request the data, they will send the files to you, or you can request certain analyses from the data. So some of us like to just get raw data and use it and analyze it ourselves. Some of us may say, I'm interested, but I'm not an expert with data. And so I would like to get the following things looked at. And the agency can help you run some of those analyses. What about practice innovations? There's not a lot of journals that publish practice innovations, but they are becoming more and more common. These are things like, for example, one of my friends, he does a lot of nasotracheal intubations, and he used an ET tube, and on the end of the ET tube, he put that thing that you use at birthday parties. You blow on it and then it comes out. I don't know what it's called. I ask every time I lecture. No one's told me what it's called, but he put that on the end of the nasotracheal tube so that when it goes in, if it was in the airway, then that thing would blow out. And if not, it wasn't. And so it was a cool, simple, cheap innovation that he used, and so it was something that he was able to get published. So I think just finding a journal that does those is always a good way to get started with that. The next category of publications is systematic review with or without a meta-analysis. So a systematic review is basically a well-done review where you have upfront declared what you're going to review. So a regular review is, I want to write something about aortic dissection. I find 10 review papers or 10 papers, and I just write my review on them. That's just a review, and that's okay. You could do that. A systematic review is saying, I'm going to write on aortic dissection, but I'm going to specifically look at the utility of bedside echo for aortic dissection. And I'm going to look at all the literature. So then you have to kind of say what you're going to do. You're going to say, how sensitive is bedside echo maybe versus gold standard for the detection of aortic dissection in the emergency department, right? So that's your question. You have to have a relatively narrow, clinically relevant question. And then you say, I'm going to look at all the literature in the past, 10 years, right? Because we haven't had bedside ultrasound 100 years ago, so there's no point looking that far. So you limit your time frame, you ask your narrow question. You may want to limit it by language unless you're able to translate, all the other languages or get translation help. Majority of them are in English anyway, so you're probably not missing a huge number of studies, but you may. And then you may want to limit it to adults, etc. So once you've made all your limits and you've declared exactly what you're going to do, then you go out and find the papers and you review them. So that's a systematic review. What's a meta-analysis? A meta-analysis is where not only are you doing all the work for the systematic review, but you are obtaining the actual raw data from all of the included studies. So you will probably write to the researchers, or maybe they put enough of their data in their published work, or maybe it's in a supplement. And so you can actually get the raw data, then you will pool all the raw data and do your own analyses with the pooled raw data. So those are super robust, and actually a well done systematic review is great knowledge. I mean, of course, like a gold standard is the Cochrane review, right? And honestly, like if anyone is interested in doing a really robust systematic review, I encourage you to check out the Cochrane collaboration, because they pretty much hold your hand and walk you through the process. And I've done a couple, and it's been an amazing experience. And of course, they're highly cited. You can usually find a template of similar question type to use as a framework. With my students, I run actually a college internship, and I also run a high school internship. And for my high school and college students, that is what I do. I give them a template of a systematic review to work on so that they have something at the end that they can publish. A lot of the major journals, such as Lancet and BMJ, they favor well-done systematic reviews. And as I mentioned, your systematic review may or may not be accompanied by meta-analysis. The last bullet point here says partner with your librarian. Why is that? Because thousands upon thousands of new citations are added to PubMed every single day. So that's one point. The second point is, if your topic is very, very timely, then maybe there's not a lot of papers in PubMed. Maybe most of these things are coming out just in newspapers and blogs and stuff. And so that's called the gray literature, and your librarian will be helpful in finding that information as well. Sometimes systematic review ideas come from everyday practice. So I had a resident who we were doing a medical resuscitation. It was an older patient. It was a difficult tube, but we got it. We're all high-fiving in the trauma bay. And then we find out they're DNI. For me, I mean, I realize the patient is intubated now and they have a low chance of coming off the tube. I also appreciate that it puts the family in a tough spot, because patient just dying is bad. But if you are the one who has to actively pull the tube or withdraw life support, it's a whole other level, right? And it's not that I'm not sympathetic to that, but I kind of was like, oh, well, yeah, I'm sorry, that's too bad. And I kind of moved on from there because I didn't really know what else to do. I mean, at the time, I didn't have any information, so I wasn't going to wait to intubate. But my resident was like, just not himself for the rest of the time. And towards the end of the shift, I said, "Are you doing okay?" I assumed it was something personal. And he was just like really upset about what happened with the tube, and how often does this happen, and what's been done about this. And I said, "Oh, I don't really know any of that, but if you want to do a systematic review on it, you sure can." So that's my comment on ideas come from everyday practice. There are some things which I refer to as standing gigs, which are features in certain journals that occur every month or every quarter. And if you are able to get onto these and write for them, then that's also a wonderful opportunity to do some systematic review abstracts. Okay, so now I'm going to spend a little time on original research, and it applies to educators just as much as anyone else. A lot of excellent research never gets written up. So if you're joining a new department, then be proactive and see if anything in the department needs to get written up. So when I was a resident, I joined the Academic Affairs Committee of ACEP like many, many years ago. And it was really funny to me because I'm sitting there and all I heard during this 1 hour meeting was the lamenting on the part of all these, senior people saying like, oh, we have all this data and it's all been analyzed and we're just waiting for it to get written up. And, it's now going on a year and we haven't gotten it. Does anybody want to volunteer? Anybody volunteer? And nobody said anything. I was too shy to volunteer because I figured if all these more important people weren't volunteering, it would look really, almost insolent on my part to chime in. So I didn't. But they asked so many times. And then finally, the chair of the committee, who was Ron Walls at the time, said to me, you haven't said anything. What about you? And I said, oh my God, yeah, I would totally love to do it. And he was like, great. So then after the meeting, he said, this is what I need. We have kind of a draft. If you could clean it up and stuff, that would be great. If you have any questions, let me know. And I was super excited and super honored. I mean, this guy was like, at Harvard and I couldn't believe like I was getting this opportunity. So I went home and I took care of it. And then within a week, I wrote back and I had the draft. He was super impressed. Okay. And he was just like, yeah, well, you can be the first author on this paper. And I was like, oh my God, I didn't even think I was going to be an author. I just wanted an opportunity to work on it. But they were so glad to have their committee objective done that this was nothing. They were just super happy. I never understood that. I thought, why would they do that? But as I have now gotten older and more senior, and now I have kids and I have 1,000 different responsibilities, I totally understand why they were so grateful, because I am now very grateful when I get junior faculty, residents, medical students, college students, high school students that help me with my work and get it published, because I'm just glad that it's done with. So now I totally get it. So let's say you volunteered and there's not a lot of research maybe going on in your department. There aren't, low-hanging fruit projects that need to be completed. And you decide, well, I guess I'm going to have to create my own clinical data set. What should I do? How should I get started? So, I mean, it doesn't have to be a clinical data set. It can be something different. But let's say you're going to start with a clinical data set. First is you want to define your population. So who do I want to study? Which disease or which symptom? I will tell you it's generally better to go with a disease than a symptom, because a symptom database, a lot of times it's hard to find meaningful correlations. You may have to go through some paperwork at your institution to say that you want to look at this database. That's institution specific. You may have to put in some kind of preliminary request to find out if there are even enough cases for your particular disease. And then the question I often get is, well, how many like charts should I look at, or how many patients should I ask for? And that really depends. And it depends on the frequency of outcome or the rarity of the disease. So, for example, if I want to look at intracranial hemorrhage, and I want to look at intracranial hemorrhage and things that predict, death, that's pretty easy. First of all, death is a hard outcome, right? So people can't argue with that. Second of all, unfortunately, 50% of patients who have intracranial hemorrhage are dead at 30 days. So, but from a research standpoint, that's great, right? Because it means I don't need a whole lot of people in my data set to be able to make some meaningful correlations. On the other hand, if I looked at something like syncope and I said, how many people who come in with syncope die within 30 days? I'm going to need a huge number of people. And I may even with that not find anything, because a lot of syncope is 20-year-olds who pass out and they don't even have anything wrong with them. So I'm confusing the data set with all of those things. You're going to want to look at what are your dependent variables, which are prognostic factors, and your independent variables, which are your outcomes. Even if you don't do your own statistics, you want to at least know some of the terminology to kind of have an understanding of what you want to put in your data set. I put on here hard outcomes are better than soft outcomes, because especially when you're a junior researcher and starting out, it's very hard to argue with the outcome of death, right? So easy to stay with those types of things. It's not a stats lecture, so I'm not going to go into great detail with these things, but the variables you are looking at can be continuous, meaning things like age, temperature, blood pressure. They can be dichotomous or binary, such as, are you a smoker? Are you male or female? Now, these don't have to be binary. They can be categorical, right? Gender could be male, female, and then a bunch of different other categories, or category other. Smoker can be yes, no, former. So depends on how you want to code your variables. People who do pediatric research a lot of times are interested in the ordinal variable of birth order, because where you are in your sibling order makes a difference to certain types of research. Stroke researchers will be familiar with the Rankin score, which is a score from 0 to 6. And the difference, the reason ordinal is important is it's not, the difference between 0 to 1 is not the same as 3 to 4. So there is some meaning to this order. And then there are variables that are just categories. So eye color. Brown eye color is not more or less than blue eye color. Similarly, race, and similarly, insurance status. It's important to make outcomes into numbers because it's much easier to work with numbers when you are running your statistics. So when you're designing your data set, it is worth putting some effort into planning what your data set is going to look at. So for example, if you're asking your patient to rate their level of depression or alcohol abuse, right? Then it's better to use a validated instrument that will give you a number, right? Um, Whenever you are looking at outcomes, if there is a validated score, go ahead and use that. A lot of times people think, oh, for my thing, there's no scale. I can't really do that. But you'd be surprised. I actually have a huge book of all what is, I think it's called health measurement. And it's nothing but a book of all sorts of health measurements. I put MD Calca on the bottom there. Again, I don't have any, disclosures to make on that. It's just a site that I absolutely love. And the reason I love it is it's got a ton of calculators. So if I'm trying to do a project on like GI bleed, I can go in there and there's probably a GI bleed calculator on there for something that I would be able to use. If you're asking something like how easy was it to get follow-up, while the verbatim answers are super important, it is also good if you can categorize them. So perhaps in this situation, you might use something like a Likert scale. It was very easy, easy, neither easy nor difficult, hard, very hard. So you can collect the verbatim as well as maybe make them do a numerical score. When you have dichotomous variables, code them as 0 and 1. You can go either way. I always use 1 for yes, that is just convention, but there's no reason why you can't do it the other way. Just remember how you coded them though. And then for categorical variables such as comorbidities, there are things called comorbidity scores. There's the Charlson Index, there's a propensity score, and it just kind of helps you put into numbers things like past medical history of diabetes, hypertension, and things like that. You can also consider multiple scores. So if you're looking at an ICU cohort, you may want to look at the Apache score and the SOFA score because maybe that will be helpful to you to look at both. As long as you're going into the record or requesting information from the record from somebody else, you might as well get it all. If you take away nothing else about designing a clinical data set, please at least look at this slide for a few minutes. Whenever I start a new project, I always draw my little map. Obviously, I am no artist. That is why it looks so simple. But I start with what I am studying. So if I'm studying acute stroke, right? All my patients come in, they're having a stroke. That's who I'm looking at. I'm going to look at the predictor variables, which will be my independent variables. And then I'm going to look at my outcome variables, which are dependent variables. And I write them out like this because that way I know what I'm doing. The other reason I write them out like this is my lab is pretty large. I've got college and high school students, and everybody wants to have their own project, right? So what I do is by drawing this out, you can see that with one independent variable and one dependent variable, that is like at least one abstract, right? So if you have 5 independent variables and 5 dependent variables, that is 25 potential papers or at least abstracts. So that way I'm able to kind of divide in my lab who is going to be working on what. Notice also that sometimes a variable can be both a predictor and an outcome. So in the case of stroke, for example, NIHSS, which is stroke severity determinant, can be a predictor and it can be an outcome. There are research reporting guidelines. For many of the really good journals, you actually have to use these in order to get published in their journal. And this is actually not even a complete list anymore because every day they have more and more. Specifically for case reports, now they have the CARE guidelines, which is not on this slide. But for every type of paper that you want to write, there is a standard set of guidelines out there that teach you what to do. Why should you use them? 1, because some journals will require it. 2, it's actually a really good way to start writing your paper because most of the time people say, oh, I'm stuck. I don't know what to write. These guidelines will literally walk you through how to write and what to write in what order. So it gives structure to your paper. So in that sense, they're really great. All right. How do you know which journal to choose, right? There's a ton of journals out there. So if I'm just starting out and I have no idea, then a lot of times I will use this JANE, which is Journal and Name Estimator. That's what JANE stands for. That's the link there. I click on it, and then you will basically put in your title. So I might put in something like fibromyalgia. And then it gives me a list of journals where fibromyalgia articles have been published. And it also tells you how many. So one journal might have a very long bar. That means they publish a lot of work on fibromyalgia. One journal might have a very tiny bar, which is maybe, one fibromyalgia article got in, and who knows, maybe it was like a journal editor's nephew. I don't know. So it gives you an idea of where you can look. The reason it's good is most of us tend to publish in the same cohort of journals over and over and over because one, we're used to it. We know how to do the instructions for authors. We may know people on the editorial board, or maybe we've had good luck and we're like, oh, that's my good luck journal. I'm always submitting there first. But this top website is a good place to see where you can diversify. Then there is the option of choosing whether you want to go with an open access journal or a traditional journal. So a traditional journal does not have any fees to publish your article, and an open access journal does. So just to kind of explain it a little bit, I think actually this audience, because you guys are all junior faculty, you probably already know what I'm going to say. But an open access fee or article processing charge is not a fee to publish your work. It is a fee to allow everyone else to read your work. So, for example, like if I write a paper and I'm really proud of it, then I want to make sure everybody reads it and quotes it. But like you've probably had the same experience. If you're writing a paper and you are trying to find references to support your work, if you click on a paper and it has a paywall and it says, oh, to read the rest of this article, either log in, if you have institutional access, or pay $49 for 1 hour or something, right? So what do? What I do is I just find a different paper. I just don't quote them. I don't use that one, even though maybe it would have been a better paper or more relevant paper. I find something else that's free because I can't be bothered to either log in if it's clunky, to do so, or if I'm not anywhere near I can do that, or I'm definitely not going to pay $49 to read an article, right? So that it helps when it's open access that way. The traditional or subscription paid journals, like for example, I'm a member of ASAP. I have subscription to Annals of Emergency Medicine. I'm a member of SAEM. I have subscription to AEM. You can't read those articles unless you're a subscriber or unless it's a free article for whatever reason in that journal. So that is where your work doesn't get as much disseminated. The other thing is acceptance rate. So, if you're a resident or you're a junior faculty and you have some kind of timeline where you want to publish your work, sometimes if you are submitting to a very competitive journal, it may make a few rounds before you find a journal that will take it. And so maybe you decide, you know what, maybe I'm going to go to something that's maybe a little bit easier to get into, but at least I'll be able to publish it in reasonable amount of time. That said, it's really important to look at the time to first decision. Um, one of my papers, and this is for Annals of Emergency Medicine, like no joke, it was like 2 years before they finally published the paper. It went through umpteen revisions. And honestly, like by the time I made the final revision, it was back to the original paper because they made me change it so many times. And but that paper was 2 years in the making, and I probably could have published that work much earlier if I had chosen something different, but I didn't know at the time. You have to make sure the article is within the scope and the target audience. And this point is not so important about diversification, but I always say, like your financial portfolio, kind of good to diversify your publication portfolio as well. We talked already about open access. Here's a listing of acceptance rate, best I could glean. Not all the journals publish their acceptance rate, so I had to kind of look through some of the, other data to get these acceptance rates. You'll see on there neurocritical care, 60%. That's actually no longer true. It was true when I first put this slide together. So funny story. Sometimes new journals are good to get into. I can't remember the year exactly. It must have been maybe 2008. And I was at the Neurocritical Care Society meeting, and I was standing in front of my poster. And some guy comes up to me and he goes, "This is really good work." So I said, "Oh, thank you." He looked older and he looked like he was distinguished. So I figured he was important. And he was like, "No, this is really good work. This has got to get out there." So I said, "Oh, thank you." And he is just like, "Listen, I'm the editor in chief for Neurocritical Care. And I tell you what, you get this article to me, send it to my email. I'll take care of it for you." So I was over the moon because I was like, wow, some important guy wants my paper. So I told my team, I said, we're going back to the hotel room tonight and we're going to finish this paper because, you know, we got somebody who wants to publish our work. And he said it was really good work, really important work. So we've got to share this with the world. So we did that. We submitted it. It got accepted. We were really excited about it. We went on to publish 5 more papers in this journal. And then I said, you know what? We've got a lot of old things that have not gotten accepted and they're just kind of laying in the dust. Let's dust these off and start submitting it to this journal because we've got a good streak with them. Then we got rejected. So then I got upset and I called this guy because I actually found out he worked in my institution. I didn't know him at the time. And I said, hey, you rejected our paper. He goes, yeah, didn't make the cut. I said, what do you mean it didn't make the cut? I said, you published all our papers before. We are the ones who got your journal off the ground. He goes, yeah, thank you so much. Really appreciate that. But now that we're in and we're PubMed indexed and stuff, we don't just take any paper. I was like, wow, really? So that's how it goes. He goes, yeah, that's how it goes. So anyway, that's how we learned that sometimes submitting to a new journal is great because initially new journals are not PubMed indexed and they need to show a track record of publication in order to be PubMed indexed. But once they are, every article is retroactively indexed. So when we submitted to neurocritical care, that paper was actually not even in PubMed. But once they got their PubMed, all the papers went in. So something useful to know, it's not bad to look at a new journal. Here are some stats on time to first decision. And I am still trying to find an angle to my research that will help me get into the Journal of Biological Chemistry because I think 6 days is amazing. And diversify. So remember that your work may be too visionary for a given journal. And this actually happened to us. We talked a lot about how hypotension or low blood pressure in the setting of acute ischemic stroke was detrimental to outcome. Well, when we submitted this to an emergency medicine journal, they said, what are you saying? What's the big deal? Like, so they're hypotensive and you gave them some fluids? Well, we always do that. I get that. I was disappointed that they didn't think it was amazing, but thankfully we submitted to the neurology literature and they thought it was amazing. So your work actually could be too visionary for a given journal. So maybe try a different specialty. Things that may not be of interest to an EM journal may be of great interest to a specialty journal. If you've tried a couple of journals, like with an emergency medicine, for example, don't keep on going to the same because it's actually the same set of reviewers that review for a lot of the journals. I personally have reviewed the same article for AEM, for Annals, for GEM, and AGEM. And finally, I had to say, you know, I've now seen this paper 4 times and they've actually not changed anything. I put a lot of effort into giving suggestions and they didn't make them. So now I'm just going to say reject it. So just be aware that, you know, it's the same set of papers. However, every paper does have its home. New journals tend to be easier to publish in. New journals are usually indexed within 18 months, so you will get the PubMed citation. And then seek out niche journals. So back in the day, we did a project about electrocardiographic intervals in 80-year-olds. So this is when I worked at Mayo, and we had a ton of 80-plus-year-olds who would come to the clinic for their like regular checkup, right? There's nothing wrong with them. They're just coming for checkup. And they were all get EKGs. I said, this is the best place to do this kind of work. So we did it. We wrote up a paper. It was all good. And so I asked my research team of students, I said, I'm thinking we should submit this to the Journal of Geriatric Cardiology. And they said, no, we don't think that's the best journal, blah, blah, blah. So, you know, since it's a democratic team decision, I deferred to the team and we submitted it to like 2 or 3 journals that didn't take it. And then I said, hey, how about that Journal of Geriatric Cardiology? Because it seems really niche. And so we submitted it. And to this day, that is the only paper I've ever gotten published without any review or anything. They just took it. So, so sometimes, you know, good idea to do that. You want to think about timeliness of publication versus impact factor. I would argue that in clinical medicine, emergency medicine, impact factor is not as important for us. I mean, really, I can't speak to every specialty, and certainly outside of medicine, I know impact factor does matter. But I feel that if you are working on something, it's most important to get it out there somewhere, because if you don't, then nobody really knows about your work. All right, I'm actually going to stop here because it's 11 o'clock. The next set of slides have to do with you've submitted your paper, you get rejected, what do you do? All right, so I hope this was helpful. I'm happy to talk to anybody offline or in the chat. Are there any questions? Any questions in the chat or any comments that people want to make?
I don't.
I just
see
want to
any
say thanks so much for that presentation. It was actually really useful for me as I'm kind of starting the process. I'm currently a fellow, and so I'm starting my process, this year. So it's kind of daunting figuring out this whole publication process. So much appreciated.
You're very welcome. And I will put my contact information in the chat. If anybody wants any like one-on-one help, I'm more than happy to help you with whatever I can. All right, I think we have just a few minutes of break and then Dr. Gisandi is going to be talking with us. So I've stopped my share. Dr. Gisandi, are you online already? Bernice, do you know if he's online already?
I do not see him on here. There is someone with an iPhone, but I don't know if that's, I don't think that's him. I don't see him on there. Would you like for me to reach out to him?
Thank you for all the love on the chat. I appreciate it. Reading all the comments now. Does anyone have any tips or anything they'd like to share on the topic of publishing? I'm always looking to, make this talk better and more useful. And while we're waiting for the next speaker, if anybody wants to say anything, I'd love to hear what you have to say.
I guess I would just ask, as someone who reviews a lot of articles, what would you say is kind of the best way to, I mean, I know you talked about the guidelines and kind of go to format it correctly, but beyond that, to kind of get a sense of what the journal is looking for and kind of try to make your paper match that on the front end to have the minimum number of revisions to do afterwards.
Right. I think that right now there are so, one of the things about being a reviewer is that it's free volunteer work and we're already so taxed. So the hardest thing is finding reviewers. And so I would say if you submit your paper to the journal and you're not really getting any traction, one is definitely write to the editor-in-chief. So I get a ton of papers, and I mean, this sounds terrible, but the ones I respond to the fastest are those who write to me and go, oh my God, I submitted my paper. Nothing's been happening. I don't know what's going on. And then I feel really bad. I'm like, oh shoot, I got to like respond to these people, and I get on it. And so there are maybe 50 other papers that need reviewers. But I respond to the one who emailed me first because I feel bad. So that's one thing. Second thing is, I have personally submitted to many journals and nothing happens. And I write to the editor-in-chief and nothing happens. And then sometimes I get, oh, well, we're sorry, we're looking for reviewers. So I say, well, can I suggest some reviewers for you? Because I could help you with that process, And I mean, it's all honor system, right? The people you suggest hopefully are people who are going to, provide reasonably unbiased reviews. But that is kind of how it works. So I would say to be proactive and get on people to do that. And if you have like a core group of colleagues who will be willing to do that for you, then you pay it back. You do that for them as well. Yep.
Awesome.
Yeah, I left. What was the other thing I was going to say is, yeah, so one is, basically to suggest reviewers and to just keep on top of the editor-in-chief. And I think our next lecture is not till 11:15 or 10:15, sorry. I'm on Eastern time. So people can take a break. I'm just going to stay on. So if anybody wants to chat or talk, then I'm here. But if you need a quick bathroom break, then you can do that.
Just quickly, thanks so much for your talk. I was a little bit heartbroken that you actually stopped at "so your paper has been rejected," because that's literally the story of my life. So if anybody
should I keep going? I've got like 10 minutes.
Yeah, I agree. Let's do it. Let's do the bonus section.
All right, let's do bonus. Okay, so let me just share my screen. It's not that many slides actually, so we should be good. I'm always worried that I'm over talking. So here, okay, let me share again. Can you guys see it?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. All right, so you've been rejected. What do you do? So there are many categories of rejection, right? It could be that the rejection, the research is seriously flawed. It could be that there are flaws in the presentation. It could be that you submitted to an inappropriate journal, or there might be more subjective reasons. So let's go through each of these reasons. Dr. Gisandi, welcome. I'm just going to be wrapping up in a couple minutes, and then
you take your time, plenty of time.
All right. So seriously flawed research. I have experienced this too. So when we were looking at stroke and blood pressure outcome, it was me and my fellow, and we were brand new, emergency medicine docs, and we wanted to get into the stroke field. And so we were interested in looking at low blood pressure and stroke outcome. And we put together the variables we thought should be of interest. And we sent it to all our colleagues in emergency medicine and neurology. And we said, please tell us if, we're kind of on point or any kind of, suggestions or anything. So people either didn't respond or they said, oh, it looks really nice, girls. Good job. So, yeah. So we're like, okay. So we put it together. We ordered all these medical records, and it took us many, many, many months of pouring through the records and putting together a data set. We looked at the data set, and then we realized that low blood pressure resulted in poor outcome. We went ahead and submitted it to the neurology journal. And then we get this handwritten letter, like a letter from the guy. His name is Birch Griggs, and he's no longer the editor in chief. But he wrote to us and he said, ladies, I'm so glad that ER doctors are finally getting into the area of stroke research. It's about time. He said, I find it fascinating that you are proposing hypotension rather than hypertension at the time is associated with poor stroke outcomes. However, I don't know how you can make any claims when you have not accounted for stroke severity. And we're like, stroke severity? Because no one said anything about that. He goes on, he says, as you know, stroke severity can be characterized by the NIH stroke scale, which can be calculated retrospectively, gives us a reference. I would be most pleased, he went on to say, if you would please redo your data calculations, taking the NIHSS into account. I stand by, awaiting the new manuscript. We're like, wow, well, okay. So, the best thing about being young is that you don't really know a whole lot of things, and you just kind of go with it. And I'm telling you, that is the beauty of youth. Now that I'm much older, I would have had a lot of things to say about it, and I probably wouldn't have done it. But at the time we said, oh, well, the guy said we have to look this up. So I guess we're going to have to look this up. We looked it up. It took us 336 days to redo all that data by hand and calculate it. And of course, we had to learn how to do the NIHSS in the first place. When we did all of that, we then had to analyze the stats, and we didn't know if it was going to work out or not. Thankfully, it worked out, and the association was even more robust than what we had initially found. So then we sent it back to him, and the article got published. It had an editorial with it. It had a CME with it. And actually, that is the paper that changed the shape of stroke, the curve. The stroke curve used to be that it would be a J-shaped curve where the higher the blood pressure, the worse your outcome. It is because of this paper that it is now a U-shaped curve where both ends of blood pressure result in poor outcome. And like, this is old news. Like, the reason you guys already know this is a 2004 paper, and it has been incorporated already into all of the guidelines. But I get a very special moment of joy every time I read the guidelines and I see our old paper cited there, because we literally would sit on the floor and by hand, code all of these data. So that is one category of rejection you can actually address. If there are flaws in the presentation, such as poor language, poor organizations, problems, get somebody who's really good at English to help you with it, and it will be better. If you submitted it to an inappropriate journal, like sometimes at IGEM, I get like rat studies, and we publish human studies, so I have to like reject the paper, but it's not because it's a bad paper. It's just that it's not a paper for our journal. So sometimes you reject based on that. And then sometimes it has nothing to do with how good or bad your paper is. But I remember one year I received like 7 pneumothorax case reports, like back to back to back. And I was like, how many pneumothorax papers am I going to publish? So I had to reject a few, and I felt bad, but at least I directed them elsewhere. So those are some categories. What if it's seriously flawed research that you cannot salvage? If it's still salvageable, like you said, that's okay. But if it's not, you could resubmit to a non-peer-reviewed journal. And actually, I should remove that bullet point because I feel like that's worthless. You could conduct supplemental research if appropriate. You may be able to see if there's a better hypothesis or purpose of the study. I know purists will shoot me now because they say you're not supposed to do that. But if you've collected the data and there is something to be gleaned from it, I don't personally feel there's an issue with that. You could make it into a methods paper. You could say, well, we weren't able to show much because we didn't have a good enough sample size or something, but maybe this is a hypothesis generating study. It's an interesting concept. You could rewrite it just as a case series, or maybe a literature review with preliminary findings. To the person who asked me this, I think it was Trisha, if you have something that has been rejected and you're really struggling with how to get it fixed, reach out to me and I'll help you. But do learn from your mistakes, right? So this cartoon says, I've got my bandages on to protect me. Try not to make the same mistakes multiple times. Don't be disheartened if your paper gets rejected, because rejections are just the nature of things, right? Even if your paper is good, multiple revisions are not uncommon. But don't wait for more than a month from the time your paper is rejected until you resubmit it, because if you're bored with your paper, so is everybody else going to be. I have a quick, very wordy, but really easy slide on gaming the system. Maybe not an appropriate title, but basically, if you think about how many papers, what is your goal? Do you have a goal of how many papers you want per year? Do you want to have 5 publications a year, 1 publication a year? If you can kind of guesstimate at your personal acceptance rate, like for every paper I submit, every other paper is getting rejected, then my personal acceptance rate is only 50%. If I want to have 1 paper a year, then I have to submit at least 2, because 1 out of 2 is going to get rejected, right? So this is a visual way of demonstrating that you should always have a bunch of papers in the hopper. And it does multiple things. Psychologically, you feel like, oh my God, I got all these papers coming in. And then you might get one rejected, which is disheartening, but then the other one gets accepted, and then it builds you back up and you keep on submitting more things. So how do you get started? You've heard all of this stuff and you say, oh, it sounds like it's doable. What do? You give yourself a deadline and you publicize it. You can engage others, set reminders, make a timeline for yourself, and then find your best time to write. I'm going to talk a little bit about this in the time management talk, but block a time to write. So, people tend to think like, oh, I'm going to need like a whole week off. Well, I don't know about you, but I ain't never getting a week off. If I can get a 2-hour time block to write, I am delighted. And, now with kids, I feel like the only time I can write is super early in the morning. Like, so sometimes I wake up at 3:30 to start writing because I know nobody will bug me then. So, but choose your best time and then just write. Forget the grammar, forget the construction, don't worry about it. Just put words to a paper. One thing I can say is, what is the most high stakes piece of writing you've ever done? For me, it was my medical school admissions essay. So back in the day when I applied, it was still a paper essay, paper MCAS, and you had to write an essay. And I wanted to go to medical school since I was 4 years old. There was no plan B for me. I was like, if I don't get into medical school, I'm just going to die because I don't want to do anything else. Okay. So therefore, that essay was the most high stakes piece of writing in my entire life. And guess how I started it? I said, I was born in Huntsville, Alabama, because I didn't know where to start. And I had always gotten this advice of, oh, you need to just start somewhere. So that was my first sentence. And my thought was I would write the essay, get back to it, revise it, and then maybe, put something else a bit more intelligent. However, it was my good luck sentence, so I left it there. And that's how I started it. So I think the bottom line is just do it. You've got all the words. It's just a matter of putting them in the right order. And that's it. And I'll put my information in the chat, but for whoever wants it, my information is right here. That is my email and my cell phone. I'm actually much better by text and cell than my email because I literally get 300 emails a day. All right. Well, I am really excited about the next talk because I have been wanting to hear this talk for more than a year. So Dr. Gasandi, thank you so much for coming to Junior Faculty Development Forum. I can't wait to hear all the pearls you have to share with us. So I think I stopped sharing. Yes, and you're on. Thank you.
Dr. Ganti, I wish I had gone to the whole talk. I was having, Zoom issues trying to get logged on like, we've done for the last year. But how cool is Zoom that in the time you acknowledged me till I'm talking right now, I just walk my dog. Like there's some benefit to it as well, I think. But thank you so much for having me. And I'm thrilled to be here to talk about one of my favorite topics. But first, to talk about it in the Junior Faculty Development Forum, like how amazing is it to be junior faculty right now? I think about the world in which you live in and the technology and the ease with which papers can be written, they can be disseminated and leveraged, through social media and other portals. And I just think about what my career was like 21 years ago and how it was just a lot harder. So it's an exciting time to be junior faculty. And I'm really, really thrilled to be here with you today to talk about one of my favorite topics is, again, and it's leveraging social media for academic promotion. Now, I could go in a lot of different directions. There's a lot of topics to cover in social media, but I thought that I'd narrow my agenda down to these 4 items. We're going to spend most of the 45 minutes talking about how to build platform and how to disseminate research. And I'm going to share my slide deck with you. In fact, I already did on social media, so you can get my slides when we're done here today, and as a good role model of using social media. And you'll be able to see my slides on teaching and disseminating as a mechanism of public health advocacy. And there's only a few slides at the end about that. I'm going to stop at the point of disseminating your research just to take a couple of questions. And if we have time, I'll cover those last final slides. So that's going to be our plan for today. So I've got 2 disclosures. First, I'm an editor for the International Clinician Educators blog out of the Royal College of Physicians and Surgeons in Canada. I think it's an awesome blog for medical educators. So if you're a clinician educator, please start subscribing to the weekly blog. I do a series called Leadership in Medical Education. I'm also the co-host of Emergency Medicine Match Advice, a podcast on SoundCloud sponsored by Alien. Now, how did I get interested in social media? Here's my first disclosure of social media and tech challenges. You heard I had an issue with my passcode trying to get onto this Zoom. I'm not super techie, but I went to a really great talk at SAEM in 2014, just 7 years ago in Dallas, host as a panel discussion. And Michelle Lynn, who's one of my mentors and friends, was on this panel. It was at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I was a really good conference attendee. I'd gone to like all of the things all day long. I was getting kind of tired, but Michelle was on the panel. It was called From Twitter to Tenure. And I thought, I don't have a Facebook account. In fact, I've never had a Facebook account. So I don't even know how Facebook works. And I'm giving you a talk on social media, but I thought I really want tenure. So I'm going to find out about this Twitter thing. And after this talk, I started my own Twitter account. And I started the Northwestern Emergency Medicine Residency's Twitter account, and they took off from there. And, over 7 years, my career has now included teaching a freshman introductory seminars course. So freshman undergraduates at Stanford can take my course called Does Social Media Make Better Physicians? It's one of my favorite joys of my career, has been teaching this course the last couple of years. It focuses on knowledge translation in medicine in the digital era. And just, this comes from having taken a panel at the last minute as a whim at SAEM 7 years ago. So I owe SAEM so much of my career and socially, and certainly in social media. I owe Michelle Lynn in that panel so much. And now I think about my globally distributed digital community of practice. I'm part of a globally distributed digital community of practice that has given me so many opportunities. I was a siloed medical education researcher at a place with a lot of really great clinician educators, now twice in my career. And now I interact with medical education researchers literally all over the world. I've had invitations to speak at live conferences all over the world. I blog for many medical education and other websites that relate to emergency medicine. All of the opportunities on this screen came from being out there, using my platform as a way to leverage my career and be found, frankly, in the blogosphere or in the Twitter sphere. And this has really advanced and changed my career. And I'll tell you, after looking back, I've been in this game for 21 years. I've been in the social media space for 7. And I looked up, I wanted to tell you this for my talk today. I just crossed 5,000 Twitter followers this week. I went to look to see how many I had. So it took 7 years to get there. So this is a journey. You're not going to join Twitter this morning and then get tenure tomorrow. I mean, I really thought that was going to be, what the panel taught me at SAEM 7 years ago, but alas, it takes a little bit of time. But enjoy the journey along the way. This is the only slide that has nothing to do with social media. I love academic medicine and the friends I've made and the career I've had. And it seems really, really stressful at the beginning. And it is really, really stressful because you have to plan differently, right? Like you've had this very structured life your whole adult life, right? You had 4 years of high school and 4 years of college and 4 years of medical school and, God willing, 4 years of residency. And then you're 4 years out as an attending, you're like, what do I do now? And you have to sort of rethink and recreate that pathway And the pathway can be super fun if you think about how to make it fun. So for me, social media has been that outlet. All right, so let's get back to the agenda. We're going to talk about platform, what it is, and how to build yours. Now, first we have to talk about academic medicine and the professoriate. So I'm at Stanford. This is a beautiful picture of the colonnades at Stanford, one of my favorite places at Stanford University. And, you know, Stanford is an upper out institution. So if I had not been promoted to associate professor, I would be out, right? And there's not that many upper out institutions left around the country, but you may be at one of them. And how do you get promoted in the academic professoriate? Well, at Stanford, it's defined as a regional reputation. And then to get promoted to full professor, you must have a national reputation. So I'm an associate professor. If you add my associate professor years at Northwestern to my Stanford years, I'm now at 11 years associate professor. And the question is, you know, do I have a national reputation? I don't know, maybe I do. Now, there are people at Stanford who are the experts in the little telomere at the end of this one chromosome. And, you know, there's not that many people that study this little telomere at the end of this one chromosome. But in their little sphere, that person is an expert. In fact, probably an international expert in that little telomere at the little end of that chromosome. And that person publishes in the journal of the little telomere at the little end of that chromosome. And because she's a national and if not international expert in that little telomere at the little end of that chromosome, she gets promoted. Well, I live in a very different world. I don't have 10 R01s like everyone at the School of Medicine seems to have it at Stanford. I certainly am not going to get tenure for medical education research. In fact, I feel very, very siloed in my department. There's a lot of great CEs doing research, but I'm in an investigator track and probably one of the very few med ed researchers in an investigator track at the whole university. So, you know, it's tough because I live in a big pond. There's a lot of medical education researchers, if you take us in whole across the country, lots of great CEs doing work. And, you know, how do I become the equivalent of the expert in the little telomere at the little end of that one chromosome? It's a different pond to play in. And I would argue that platform is the way to do that, right? So I need to be known in this big pond for what I do. And I have to create a platform, an audience, and a way of getting my material out to the world in order to be promoted in the academic professoriate. Now, if you're going to take one book, I have several book recommendations, but this is one book I loved. It's called Platform, Getting Noticed in a Noisy World. And man, do I live in a noisy world in terms of med ed research. Michael Hyatt writes this book for folks who want to make money. It's a business book at heart. And his formula for success is here on the screen. I'm giving away the secret sauce here, but it's compelling product plus meaningful platform equals success. And it's written for business folks. And the compelling product is, you know, your ability to go speak at conferences and be the keynote or to write books. And, you know, his platform is email distribution lists. So if you create a weekly newsletter, many of us, you know, probably subscribe to these sorts of things. They come every Friday. They give you some tips on how to be, you know, a wonderful executive or in this case, a junior faculty member. And, you know, over 6 months, you get all this free newsletter. And then at the end of 6 months, he's hawking a book. But now he's got an email listserv of 20 or 30 or 40,000 people who've really enjoyed getting his free material weekly, and they're going to buy his book. So that's his platform. That's his secret to success. In academic medicine, the parallel is very easy. It's compelling scholarship plus dissemination of your expertise. And social media, I would argue, is so much more effective right now at creating dissemination of your expertise. We're leveraging a way to create knowledge translation in the digital era than was the journal of the telomere of that little chromosome. Because that researcher may be speaking to her cohort of people who read the little telomere at the end of that one chromosome's journal, but that's a pretty small group of people. And if I was to publish this exact same content in an obscure medical education journal, I guarantee no one on this call would have ever found that content. However, I published my slides today on Twitter and on slideshare.net, and I'll tell you about that at the end. And my message gets blasted out into the Twitter sphere with many, many, many more hits for this information than had I published in an obscure medical education journal. So we've changed the rubric for the professoriate. It used to be publish or perish. To get up or out, you had to have enough publications and enough presentations at meetings like SAEM, which occurred once a year. That's when you'd see your colleagues. And then you'd publish in journals that maybe they read, Maybe they got overwhelmed by journals like we all do, right? It's medical knowledge doubles every 90 days. How can you keep up, right? Maybe they missed your really groundbreaking article about that little telomere at the end of that little chromosome. And maybe no one hears what you're doing. Today, the rubric is visible or vanish. So are you out there in a digital space? Are you in the blogosphere, in the Twittersphere, whatever it is that you're going to use, TikTok, Instagram? Are you visible? Are you using that platform in a smart, strategic way? Are you thinking about your career and how to go down that pathway with this as one of the tools in your toolbox? If not, do you perish? Do you vanish? Are you muted out by everybody else that's out in your community of expertise? Let me tell you about another couple books and an author I really love. This is Dorie Clark. She's a adjunct business school professor at Duke. And she used to be a low-level staffer for political campaigns, community campaigns in central and western Massachusetts. And she tells in her first book, Reinventing You, that she wanted to be like Michael Hyatt. She wanted to give keynote addresses at big conferences and get paid for it. She wanted to have a newsletter that was weekly that would give you great advice. I highly recommend her newsletter. And then she wanted to write books. She wanted to have different income streams. The books would be passive income. Her speaking gigs are active income, and you need to have a bunch of different income streams later in life, right? Stocks and et cetera. And she thought books would be the way to do it. So she reinvented herself, and then she wrote a book about reinventing herself. She went from one pond to another pond. Then she wrote another book called Stand Out. So once you're in the other pond, how do you become an expert and in that area of competition? So for you as junior faculty in emergency medicine, now you're in a pond, you're in a certain pond. You're in emergency medicine, you're here at SAEM, so you're in an academic emergency medicine. How do you become an expert in the thing that you do within our field? And her third book, Entrepreneurial You, is really cool too. It's how to monetize your expertise, again, through speaking and conferences and what have you. Now, I'm going to tell you, I love Dorie Clark, and I went to her book signing for Entrepreneurial You when it launched. It happened to be, her launch happened to be the day before Feminem started one year. And I went to New York to speak at Feminem, and I got so excited that I happened to land in New York early enough to go to her book signing. She did a comedy act at a comedy club, and it was by ticket only, and I was on her newsletter, so I got a ticket. And very excited to get her to sign my book. I'm a total fanboy. And I'm in line, and there's a publisher behind me. And little known fact about me, I want to write a book. So I get sabbatical at Stanford. At some point, I'm going to use my sabbatical, and I'm going to write my book. And you're supposed to write about things you like in publishing. So I like books like these that are sort of professional development or personal guidance books that you buy at airports. Like, that's what I read. So I want to write a book that ends up in an airport. We'll see if that ever happens. But if I put it out in the universe, that's accountability. So let's see if I do that in 20 years. But anyway, so I'm in line. I tell this publisher, I really want to write a book. And she turns to me and says, well, how many Twitter followers do you have? And at the time I had 2,000 and change. And she scoffed at me, and she's like, well, that's not a big enough platform. She's like, when you have 10,000 Twitter followers, here's my card, call me. Because if you work at Stanford, there's at least 10,000 people in your platform there. There's people who work at Stanford that know Stanford, the student body, they're going to buy your book. Some percentage of them will buy your book. Then if you have 10,000 Twitter followers that you can blast this out to, some percentage of them will buy your book. And those numbers of books will be enough that my publishing house will care about you. But until I can see that you can demonstrate a large enough platform, we'll never publish your book. And I thought, well, that's really interesting. Like, what is my platform? How do I leverage my platform? How do I grow my platform? Should I grow my platform? Like, is this important to me in my career? And as an academic emergency physician who's got to fight the professoriate at a school that it's really hard to fight the professoriate and to get up to professor. So am I going to use my time wisely? These are really hard decisions that you need mentors for to help get you through and guide you through these important professoriate decisions. And I've sought those out. And I would argue that's another take-home point for this entire day in the Junior Faculty Development Forum, is to have the right mentors at the right time for the right reason. So your personal board of directors, where each person on your board can do a little something different for you. If you're going to go to a conference to learn how to write, this is by far the best conference, sorry, SM, that I've attended in the last 10 years. It is such a great conference. It's hosted at Harvard, usually in the spring, late spring, April, May. It's being hosted virtually right around now. It may still be an opportunity to register. So it's a conference for physicians who want to be authors. I would say there was about 400 of us there in Boston 2 years ago before COVID, and they had about 100 book agents, literary agents, and publishing houses and book editors who were there, who would meet with you during breaks, and you learned how to pitch a book. So I got up on stage and I pitched some random idea for a book that I had in front of 500 people, and then instantly got 100 people that work in publishing houses to write down comments, and then they gave me my stack of comments, and they talked all about platform. They talked all about the process of writing books. Now, they leverage that beyond just writing books, but social media posts and other things. And Dr. Raja, who's going to come up on stage right after me, speaks regularly at this conference. By far my favorite conference I've attended. I highly, highly recommend it. And one of the speakers at that conference is this guy, Rusty Shelton, who can help you do a biopsy of your online existence. If you Google yourself, which you should all Google yourself every now and again, what's the top things that come up? What's on page one? And that's really what your brand is. Do you control your brand messaging? And I'll talk about branding in just a second. But this gentleman, Mr. Shelton, will tell you how to create your platform and leverage what you do have as a physician. One of the interesting messages from this Harvard conference is, everyone has platform on this call because you're a physician. You're an expert in something. You have expertise that you can leverage and monetize. And similarly, within the academic professoriate, you will develop expertise, perhaps in that little telomere at the end of that little chromosome. And the idea of leveraging your platform, again, I think is entire parallel within the business field as well as in the professoriate. So I recommend this book as well. All right, I've talked a lot about what platform is. Let's talk about how you as junior faculty can build your platform using social media. That's the topic that I'm talking about today. And I would say that there are 3 ways to do this. The first is to have a consistent online professional brand. The second is to choose the right tool for the job, choose the right platform to reach the right audience. And third is to produce relevant content. And let's unpack all 3 of these things. So the first is your brand. So let me tell you a couple of branding tools or branding concepts that are really important. So your brand your brand identity is what you think about yourself. So I think that I am a medical education researcher who's out there trying to change the world by training the very best physicians that I can train. And my research, my discovery is ways to do that. So that's my brand identity. And my brand image is what other people think about me. And I love this quote by Jeff Bezos: your brand is what other people say about you when you're not in the room. So when I log off in, I don't know, half an hour, I have till 9 o'clock, right? When I log off in 28 minutes, I don't know, what are you going to say about me after I leave? That's my brand identity. And brand experience is how you shift someone's brand identity and what they think about you. So let's take the CEs in this audience and residency programs. So you want your residency program to be known for something. So let's take LA County USC. What are they known for? You can think about that in your head. What do they think they should be known for? And then they had that really cool movie several years back, that documentary that told the entire country what they were about. That was the brand experience. We all watched the movie. If you've never been to LA County USC, doesn't even matter. Now you know what their brand identity, you've created one in your head, and it reflects their brand image. So branding concepts really matter when you're starting to build your platform. You have to think, what is my brand? What is my personal and professional brand? And we all have one. We all have that. So branding is really powerful. In the middle of the night, when you need a cup of coffee, it's starting to slow down. It's like 3:30 in the morning. The ER's just, it's just getting under control. The waiting room's, reasonable at this point. You have to go get a cup of coffee. And you can go to the 24-hour Starbucks in the hospital lobby, or you can go to that machine that gives you the same exact cup of coffee for 65 cents. And I could do a show of hands with Zoom, how many people here would buy the Starbucks coffee? And I will guarantee you, my arm would be up. I believe in the Starbucks company. I believe what they're about. Their brand consistency is the same at every hotel for every conference I've ever attended. I know exactly what I'm going to get when I go to a Starbucks. So that brand is really important to me. And now that I'm outside the demographic of 18 to 39-year-olds, my brand loyalty is built. I fly American Airlines. I stay at Marriott's, I drink Starbucks coffee, I like Diet Coke and Coke Zero over Diet Pepsi. And it's hardened in my life. When marketers think about 18 to 39-year-olds, that's when they create their brand loyalty. I'm well past that, and I certainly have my brands locked down. So you need to create your own personal brand. So here's how I do it. So first, you need to have the same picture of you online everywhere. I call this my black shirt picture. In almost everywhere that you find me online, you'll find the black shirt picture. And if you find examples where I'm not in the black shirt picture, please email me, because I'm going to change it to the black shirt picture. So this is what I kind of look like right now. I updated a couple of years back. I think the black shirt's pretty cool. And it looks different than most people's, because most people have different backgrounds. And you have to have the same picture, because if you saw me in a bunch of different pictures and you didn't know who I was, you're that publishing house who stood in line behind me, you're going to be like, well, does that picture look like that guy? Looks like that guy. And I'm not sure if I really know who this guy is. So you need the same picture over and over again to build the same brand identity in their head. Their brand experience of you, at least in terms of your photograph, needs to be exactly the same. You have to drill it home. So this is an important branding concept. Also, I have a particular line. I just told you what it was, right? My research improves patient care by developing the most effective ways to train physicians. That's what I do. In one sentence, you have to be able to describe at some point in your career what your research does. My research improves patient care by developing the best ways to train physicians. That's what I say if I see a development officer who wants to fund my lab. That's what I say at the beginning of biographies about me. And you'll see that as examples. So here's my Stanford profile. You can go to profiles.stanford.edu. You'll find my profile. This is my picture on my department's website, emed.stanford.edu. Here's my photo on my Twitter account. Look, when I had very few followers, I still have the black photo. Here's my description of my career, my bio, which I think is probably quite similar to the bio that you have available today. This is my bio at the bottom of my editorial page on IceBlog. I have a website called michaelgisondi.com, and I don't really sell anything on it. I totally am using this website as a research experiment to raise my H factor, which we're going to talk about in a few minutes. So I have a 21-year career of a lot of really great papers that nobody reads anymore because I published them back in 2005. So I created a website where I blog about every paper that I wrote a long time ago. And I feel like, well, if I blog it, someone's going to click on it. If you look at my social media analytics for my blog posts, no one looks at a paper since 2005 for a really long time. Then I blog about it, and there's a huge spike in the number of people that read my paper. So that changes my alt metric for the paper, and that drives my ability to get my paper cited again. It gets it back out in the world, and that changes my H factor. So this website is designed only to promote my career, and really specifically to promote my old scholarship. And I use it to promote my co-authors as well. Every co-author and co-investigator is listed on my blog posts to help their careers, which is really important. Hold each other's hands as you go through your careers. So if you go to my website, my research improves patient care by understanding the most effective ways to train physicians. Stay on brand. So Michelle Lynn, who runs Allium, is brilliant at this. So she can stay on brand. She never tweets about something that's not in her brand. And she taught me this. I'm going to give you examples of when I haven't stayed on brand, but I end up really tweeting about three things. I tweet about medical education, I tweet about emergency medicine, and I tweet about everything Stanford. I love the Cardinal. We are the winningest school in college sports. We have the most NCAA championships. I just want you to know that. The tree is by far the best mascot in college sports. The Stanford band is really amazing. And I will tweet till the day I die about the students in my classes who are student athletes and how great they are. I had a women's gymnastics student last quarter in my social media class, and my whole class was all about how she was going to do in the NCAAs. It's one of the things I tweet about. And I think it opens a little bit of the personality that I have as well. And that's okay. When you're creating a brand, you can share with the world a little bit about who you are. You don't want to share everything, but you want to share a little bit about who you are. This is really good practice. And I teach this in my course. And then I broke these rules in 2020. So I have to admit this in public that I was a bad social media person. And I broke my rules for two reasons. One, for COVID, because I thought the entire year, all we had was COVID misinformation and disinformation. And I felt like I had to combat that. And I had platform as a physician during a world pandemic. And that I was going to try to break down misinformation, disinformation. And as I got closer and closer to the election, I felt like there was more and more politically motivated disinformation. And I went completely liberal, blue berserk online as we led up to that. Now, 2021, I'm back to my old ways. But things are much better now. But I am continuing to battle COVID-19 misinformation. I'm running a conference in August on the infodemic, specifically because it bothers me so much that we continue to have COVID vaccine disinformation out there. So that's, again, something that I'm tweeting about, but I consider that part of my brand. One digital branding pitfall is if you post anything about that interesting patient online. Never, ever do this. This is a HIPAA violation. I don't care if you take that CT that was really cool this morning and you take out the name and you take out the date in the university and you switch it from a man to a woman and from a 20-year-old to a 50-year-old. I don't care how well you think that you've disguised this patient. The fact that you, as the treating physician, posted this CT, I guarantee you, if it's enough of a zebra that you posted it online, that patient can find it and know it was them. So just never, ever, ever do it. And I know when I said I post about emergency medicine, you might think, oh, he posts interesting EKGs and CTs. Just don't do it. This is the thing. This and, sexy, racy things. Those are the things that are going to get you fired by posting them online. So you're never going to do the second thing. But this thing is tempting as junior faculty. Do not do it. When I say I post about emergency medicine, I post about interesting articles, and we'll get to that in a second. So tip 2 is to select the correct platform. And there's a lot of platforms out there. I don't even know what all these icons are, honestly. But I think about them as tools. So when you go to screw a screwdriver into the wall, are you going to use a hammer? No, you're going to use a screwdriver. So pick the correct tool for the right job. And that's how I think about platforms. For me, I use Twitter primarily. And there's some arguments for me to switch platforms, which we can talk about if you have questions. But Instagram becoming more and more useful. TikTok docs, for whatever you think about them, physician influencers have influence. So think about who your audience is and why you might want to leverage a particular platform over another. Now, LinkedIn, oh my God, in Silicon Valley, LinkedIn is so important. If you don't have a LinkedIn page with a bio and your pedigree, you might as well not exist in Silicon Valley. I actually don't use LinkedIn a lot. Like when I get on LinkedIn, there's always been a couple of months that I haven't been on it. There's a bazillion messages to me, generally from headhunters, because it's Silicon Valley and that's what they do, or questions from startups that they want to have some Stanford faculty answer. And I just don't find it very useful for me, though I know many very successful and probably SAEM board members use LinkedIn and they leverage it very, very well, but it's just not for me. Instagram, I still post just pictures about my family, mostly my daughter playing volleyball because she's a superstar. But there are doctors who leverage it very well. This is one of my 4th-year residents, Oner Yenigen, who's going to start working at Cedars-Sinai after graduation. And he's a guy who's very handsome, and he posts pictures of himself doing very handsome things, always with these really amazing messages. And he almost profiles daily what his life is like as an emergency medicine resident, the hard days and the good days and the inspirational days. And my gosh, even though every photo is about him, it's about him showing his emotion, and what he writes in his Instagram post is so interesting and revealing. And I have so much respect for him for the way that he uses Instagram to get messages out there about what it is really like to be a trainee in today's modern era. I think it's an awesome Instagram page. And then there are the TikTok docs. And if I'm going to use one group of TikTok docs that I think are very effective right now, it's the TikTok dermatologists. So there's a lot of young people. My daughter loves a couple guys who teach young people how to put makeup on. And they often have a lot of erroneous advice about what to do to your skin to make acne go away. And the TikTok docs who are dermatologists are all about debunking this skin disinformation that can actually hurt your skin and hurt kids, and in some cases cause cancer. The dermatologists are like, don't listen to them. This is how you should treat your skin. It's very effective. And my daughter, she gets both messages. Now, I tell you, I use Twitter. Twitter's pretty good if you're like in your late 20s, maybe early 30s till your 50s. Like that's who the audience is for Twitter. So those are my peers, and that's who I want to know about me for my expertise, because I'm not an expert in the little telomere at the end of that chromosome. I have to speak to my colleagues who are going to be the ones who write letters for my promotion at some point, and they're on Twitter, maybe LinkedIn, but they're not really using Instagram, at least not for academic purposes. And they're certainly in emergency medicine, they're not on TikTok very much. So it's inevitable that I had to start talking about Twitter. So if you don't have a Twitter account, or you do and you don't use it, here's like a 60-second primer on getting started on Twitter. First, you have to download Twitter on your phone. Okay, that's pretty obvious. Second, you have to put a professional headshot. And look, there's my professional headshot. It's the black shirt photo. So get yours, go through a social media branding exercise, and anywhere you want a professional you, it has to be the same picture. Now, my Instagram photo isn't my black shirt photo, and that's a signal like these are personal photos. It's not my professional account. In fact, I could create a second one if I was so motivated. I might do that before my next freshman undergrad class, because they're really into Instagram. Write a very brief description about you. So there's my description down at the bottom. So I'm an emergency physician. I'm a medical education researcher. I'm a vice chair, so I have a leadership role. I work at Stanford. That has platform. I believe in the idea of precision education. I run the Pearl. I'm the principal of the Precision Education and Assessment Research Lab, the Pearl at Stanford. So therefore, hashtag precision education. And of course, hashtag Go Cardinal with the little tree, and then a gay flag, because I do a lot of work in the LGBT community. So you can unpack all of those things. Those are identities that are really important. And somebody is probably going to at least understand what one of those things mean. All of you, the emergency physician, and nothing else. Your description matters on a professional site. Now, if you don't know how Twitter works, then you're going to go to the blog post, Mom, this is how Twitter works. So this is a real blog site. It's amazing. It teaches you how to retweet and like, and what do you do if you have an @ symbol at the beginning? If you have the @ symbol at the beginning of your message, no one actually can read it. So you have to put a .@ or you should always put a word before the @ These are very important Twitter take-home points. So Mom, this is how Twitter works. Then you're going to compose your first tweet, use hashtag #myfirsttweet. Then you're going to follow 10 other medical professionals. So you could follow Dr. Ganti. You for sure should follow Dr. Raja, who's speaking next. Follow me, see what we talk about, just lurk for a while, figure that out. Then you're going to post your clinical pearls and thoughts about research publications, not pictures of EKGs. So you're going to go to next month's AEM, and you're going to read it online because we don't use paper anymore. And you're going to read this really interesting article, and you're going to be on the AEM website, and you're going to see that little button that says share, or there's a Twitter thing. Click on it. And it's very important to click on it from here and not from PubMed. I'm going to explain why. Click on it there, and it's going to make an auto tweet that pops up that you can edit. You can put in the beginning, hey, read this really interesting article of my friend Ali Raja, who just published this paper in AEM. Or you can write, I just learned the following 3 things from this article. 1, 2, 3, and then the article is right there. And all of a sudden you become a curator, like a museum. You're curating content for your colleagues. You may know Jeff Riddell at LA County USC. Anything Jeff Riddell posts online, any paper that he posts, I read. I trust everything Jeff Riddell says about medical education research. I don't know why, but I do. So I belong to a bunch of different medical education journals. I don't read them all. I read what Jeff Riddell posts on Twitter. He is my personal curator. He is my librarian. So if you do this, you'll get known, you'll build platform, you'll leverage social media for your growing expertise in your area of our big pond of emergency physicians. Never post about a patient. Did I say that already? Never post about a patient. All right, so here's some sites that you can follow if you don't know who to follow. You can follow me, and then you can look to see who I follow and follow them. and you'll build your Twitter experience. My final tip for building your platform is a quick one. It's contribute content. And I'm going to share this quote from the head of the ACCME, like ACGME, except for CME. He's the CEO and president, also in Chicago. It's across the street, essentially, from the ACGME. And Dr. McMahon said, now that information is ubiquitous, simple information exchange has no value. It's in its place, shared wisdom, the opportunity to engage with one another, right? This is social media 3.0, and to do so in problem solving and practice relevant ways. Where can we give the best example on Twitter for this? COVID. It was our friends who were suffering in the trenches in New York City who took their phones and took pictures. They broke the posting rules about patients, but took pictures of what the x-rays looked like, right? And they told us to put our patients prone, and they told us that it's unbelievable. I have a 30-year-old with a SAT of 75 and he's doing fine. Those 3 pieces of information were sent around the world by Twitter, not by a medical journal, not by ABC News. And the knowledge translation, the pedagogy that underlies that powerful knowledge translation is huge. That's what my entire course is about at Stanford. So it's the shared wisdom, it's changing practice. So that's what I mean when I keep saying knowledge translation. Knowledge translation is really online, mostly about exchange, but also synthesis and dissemination, application of knowledge to improve health. That's knowledge translation. If you can live in this little narrow area on whatever platform that you choose, you're curating, you're putting out content that's very important. You're a curator. Now, to post things and to be a curator, 3 golden rules. 1, daily posts. No one's going to hear from you unless you put something out into the Twitter sphere. This is how you build platform. Somebody's going to see your tweet retweeted by me and Dr. Raja. He has hundreds of thousands of followers. He's very, very important. You'll hear about him in 8 minutes. I love him. You know, if he retweets your stuff, tons of people will see it, and you're going to begin building followers who find your daily posts interesting because the content you curated for them is meaningful, just like Dr. Jeff Friedel does for me. And then you have to be a good ambassador out there. So for every 5 things you learn on Twitter, you need to put something out there that teaches somebody something. So be a responsible citizen of the internet. There's 90% of the people on Twitter are lurkers. They never ever post anything. There's some that are intermittent contributors. They'll post something every now and again. And then 1% are heavy contributors. And if you want to be the person that uses social media to leverage your career, you need to be in the heavy contribution folks. You have to be in the heavy contributors. That means daily posts. If you're in med ed, here are 2 hashtags to follow that I think are awesome: HMI chat and med ed chat. They occur on Wednesdays and Thursday evenings. You follow these hashtags for an hour. Someone moderates a discussion for an hour using these chats. There's usually 3 or 4 questions, and people who follow these hashtags will answer the questions over the course of an hour all around the world. And it's super cool. And I learned tons of things, especially from folks outside of emergency medicine. So I really love these 2 hashtags. All right, that's platform. Research is going to be real quick, and then we're going to probably stop at the top of the hour so that we can move on, but I'll have my slides for you to see the rest. So out with the old. Here's the old. This is my research team. It includes Dr. Regan at Hopkins, Dr. Branzetti, who's formerly at NYU, and Dr. Hobson at University of Michigan. This is us in Vienna 2 years ago, pre-COVID, speaking at one of my favorite conferences, AME, the Association of Medical Educators in Europe. We were in Vienna. This is a paper that we worked so hard on, a qualitative paper about master adaptive learners. We were so proud to present it at AME. We published it in Medical Teacher, a journal we really like and that we all read, which came out in 2019 and has a whopping 4 citations so far. We spent years on this paper, and 4 people have cited it so far. And the journal's impact factor is 2.6. And just to put in comparison, the Annals of EM is in the 5s. So I have a low impact factor publication with very few citations. Do you think that's the same as the expert on the little telomere at the end of that chromosome? Absolutely not. So this is how we suffer in academic medicine in the publisher perish age. Here's something different. Here's in with the new. I have a podcast on SoundCloud with Michelle, and used to be on YouTube Live. Now it's just on SoundCloud. In the first week that we put up our first 3 episodes, note the date, 2014. I met with Michelle in the day after her panel in Dallas at SAEM in a coffee shop. We came up with the idea. We had 3 episodes come out that week with 2,600 views in 600 cities in 45 countries. Since then, 110,000 people have listened to my podcast. I have all kinds of crazy analytics about it. So when I go up for promotion, you know this is going in my promotion packet. Now, if I wrote this exact same series of papers in an obscure medical education journal, no way would 110,000 people have ever listened to them. Knowledge translation is very different today, and you have to leverage that. Now, we did create a paper. I wrote an academic paper in WestGem about emergency medicine match advice because I wanted to play in both ponds. If I just play in the virtual pond, I'll never get promoted at Stanford. But if I write about it at the same time, I can make more of an academic argument that what I do is actually scholarship. So you got to scream to the world. Disseminating your research means leveraging altmetrics, blogging every time you have a publication, and amplifying others. And I'm going to stop here in the interest of time. I want to answer a question or two if you have it. But the slide deck includes a few slides about altmetrics, what they are, what your H factor is. My H factor is 17. 20 is a darn good academician. 40 puts you in the Institute of Medicine. Chairs live in the 20 to 30 range at most institutions. So, you know, those slides are in the deck. If you would like my slides, you can go to Twitter. I tweeted them out on a website called slideshare.net. If you don't have proprietary information and you use open access, Collective Commons photos, then you can put your slide deck on slideshare.net. I put it there last night before I went to bed, and it already had 22 views. And you know, now that it's on Twitter, I bet it's got 50 or 100. And you know, within a couple of weeks, we'll have several hundred people who have read my slide deck separate from this talk. So that's how you leverage a little bit of those alt metrics. Blog every publication. No one's ever going to find my article unless I write a blog post and post it on Allium or IceBlog or somewhere where people can easily access it. And then I always retweet my friends. Dr. Raja, if he has a cool publication or cool post, I'll always retweet him, not just like him. Liking his post doesn't amplify him. Retweeting him amplifies him. So with that, I'm going to stop. We have time for one question maybe, and I'll be hanging out in the chat. And it's really been an absolute pleasure to be invited. Again, thank you so much, Dr. Ganti. And I'm seeing all these folks in the camera off world here, and that's okay. And you're all going to have amazing careers. So thank you so much for having me. This was really an honor.
Thank you so much. That was amazing. And I just tweeted about your talk. That's why I went off camera for a second.
Oh my God, that's so meta. I love it. That's the best.
Excellent.
All right, look at that, Ali. You got 2 more extra minutes. Dazzle them.
Thank you. That was absolutely amazing. And, you know, putting together this thing was, you know, a lot of emails and everything, but now that the day is here, this is awesome. I got to like get my talk out of the way first. Now I can just chill and enjoy the Junior Faculty Development Forum. So I'm really, really thankful. And thank you to our medical student ambassador. He's also doing a great job tweeting. I just retweeted what you sent. So thank you so much. And Dr. Raja, without any further ado, you're up next.
Thanks, Dr. Ganti. Dr. Gisandi is always such a hard act to follow, as were you. So thanks for such great lead-in presentations this morning. Dr. Gisandi, there are some questions in the chat. As you said, you'd be hanging out in the chat, so please jump in.
I will check them out. I stink at the chat box and the Zoom at the same time.
It does get tricky. In fact, I'm probably not going to be able to manage that. But if anybody needs to ask questions during my couple of talks, feel free to just jump right in, unmute yourselves and jump right in. Dr. Ganti, I have to tell you, I am both honored and I feel like like I should have warned you before you let me speak for the next hour and 15 minutes with 2 back-to-back presentations. For those of you who have listened to Dr. Zandi and Dr. Ganti before this, feel free to take a restroom break at any time. I'm not going to take it personal if your camera shuts off, but I'm going to go ahead and start because I'm really excited about both of these talks. I'm going to talk first about negotiation and how you can maybe negotiate your next position a little bit more effectively. And then I'm going to talk about developing a narrative for a successful academic career. When Dr. Ganti suggested both of those topics, I got really excited. And it's because of the fact that I had some really fantastic mentors talk to me about these same topics many years ago. And quite honestly, I bug them about these topics all the time right now. So a lot of this will be coming from my own personal experience, and it is going to have a lot of built-in time for questions as well. So please feel free to jump right in with questions at any time. All right, so without further ado, and let me actually see if I can pull this off. As all of you know, having been on Zoom for so long, this can get a little tricky, but I've got the right screen shared and I've got the chat box up. Who thought I could pull that off? So just feel free to toss stuff into the chat, even if you don't want to ask it directly verbally. Okay, so let's talk about negotiating your next position, salary and beyond, because I want to emphasize that it's not just about the money. It can be about so many other things as well. And so before we start, I have no financial conflict of interest to report, but I do have an intellectual conflict of interest. But I think it's actually going to be something that we can both benefit from. And that's that one day we may end up negotiating together. And I hope that by going over some of the things that we're going to learn about today and talk about together today, we can both actually start off a few steps ahead of where we might be before. And so we're going to cover 3 main parts of this talk. I'm going to give you a primer on negotiation first. And then I'm going to go into what you can actually negotiate in an academic department. And then if there are questions in the chat, because I know so many people have personal questions about negotiation, I'll go over those in the chat, or I'll go over those verbally at the end of the talk or in the chat later. But then also, if we do run short on time, or if you just don't want to ask your question in front of everybody else, we have some great opportunities later today. Right after this, we're going to have lunch. And for those of you who are able to stick around for lunch, we can have more meaningful conversations with a smaller group of people then as well. This is only a 30-minute talk, but I think we're going to have plenty of time to get through all this. So before we start, what I give a lot of negotiations talks. It's kind of a hobby of mine. I don't bowl, so I teach negotiation. And the fact is that these talks can take hours, if not days. There are some great week-long classes on how to be a better negotiator. So this talk today is really sort of a wine tasting on negotiation, just to get you a little bit excited so that you can go and find a book or a course, and I'll have some recommendations later to actually buy a case if you like the wine. Now, for those of you who don't drink, this could be considered a cheese tasting. If, however, you don't drink and you're lactose intolerant, then I just feel sorry for you. I'm sorry. What I want to start with is the fact that we often think of negotiating as win-lose negotiating. And what that means is this is sort of the classical view of negotiation, where we think of it as a zero-sum game. So to whatever extent one party wins something, the other party must lose it. This is known as distributive negotiation. Think of it as cutting up a pizza. Well, if somebody grabs half the pizza, that's half the pizza that you are not getting. Whatever they get, you don't get. What I want to turn around for you a little bit today is I want to change your view, if it isn't already changed, to think about win-win negotiating as well. I want you to think of negotiation as actually being the possibility for a positive sum approach. It doesn't mean that everybody's going to get everything that they want. In fact, a good negotiation will usually result in nobody getting everything they want, but almost everybody getting something better for them than where they were before. So the belief that we can come to an agreement that will leave all parties better off than they were before. And we'll do that by finding a way to increase the size of the pie. We're not necessarily going to divide it and separate it out. We're actually going to work together to figure out how we can make a bigger pie that's better for all of us. All of us have dealt with negotiators in the past. And I bet if I ask you today to think about your last negotiation, the person with whom you were negotiating is going to fall into one of these 5 classic negotiation types, strategies. I'm going to go over them with you, and I really want to focus on, for the rest of the half hour, on collaboration. But I want you to realize that everything you have discussed or negotiated in the past, this is fun. Dr. Gisandi is putting some great comments in the chat, and I left it up there. And so now I get to read his comments while I'm presenting. Don't leave the chat box up next time. Well, when you negotiate, there are these 5 different categories. And on the y-axis is your concern for and willingness to acknowledge other people's wants and needs. On the x-axis is your own wants and needs. Now, if you actually look at the different types of negotiation, if you don't consider your own needs and you don't consider others' needs, quite honestly, most people do this and just avoid confrontation and negotiation because they see confrontation and negotiation as the same thing. They see that win-lose negotiating that we were talking about a few slides ago. And by avoiding conflict, by avoiding negotiation, you actually lose out on the opportunity to come up with solutions that can be win-wins for everybody. There's the concept of accommodating on the x-axis. If you don't actually consider your own wants and needs and are willing to just give people what they want, then you end up accommodating them. But that not only leads to a personal toll, but if your job as a leader, as you rise up the ranks, if your job as a leader is actually to represent your group and you're negotiating for emergency medicine with the Department of Medicine or Surgery, well, that accommodating attitude doesn't just hurt you, it actually hurts the people you're representing. And it's not fair to them when you've been given the opportunity to represent them. Competing, and when we talk specifically about your negotiations with for your faculty position, remember you're also representing the other parts of your life, whether that's a family or whether that's your hobbies or your other interests or your volunteer activities. You give those up if you don't represent them adequately. The alternative is really high up on the y-axis. When you focus just on our wants and needs, you compete. It becomes about how much you can win, and it doesn't take into account the needs of the other person, in this case, of the department or of the department chair that she is of the department that she's leading. You can compromise. That sort of becomes a, let me win this one, you can win the next one. Or you can actually work together and collaborate. And that's what we're going to talk about for the next 20 minutes or so. In order to truly negotiate well about something that's important, just like everything else in our lives, it takes a little bit of planning. If you can, before you walk into a patient room, you want to try to look something up in the EMR. Before you go and buy a car, you want to see what those cars are selling for. Before you do anything important, you want to do a little bit of building and planning. And so what I've done is I've basically broken down my building of a negotiation into 4 different categories. The first is to plan, and I'll talk about what that means. The second is actually to understand the interests of the other party that's involved. And then after that, we're going to talk about collaborating with them. And then finally, really importantly, we're going to talk about completing the negotiation, which is something that a lot of people often miss at the very end. They're so happy to finally be done with it, to be moving on from negotiation, but they actually forget that finishing it off and completing it is really, really important as well. So when we're first talking about planning, there's a few things to think about. And by planning, I mean, it involves planning out what your questions might be for the other party with whom you're negotiating. In this case, the chair or her vice chair of academic affairs, or whoever it is that you're going to be sitting down and discussing your first position, your first academic position with. Plan the questions that you want to ask them. Think about what's important to you and what your priorities are. Then you want to also prepare answers. Expectedly, they're going to ask you certain things. They're going to ask you what you want to do with your career. They're going to ask you what your niche in academic medicine is, what you might be willing to do, how much time that you might be willing to work. They might be very interested in a number of different things. And if they ask you those expected questions and you don't have answers ready, or you fumble along, or you're not sure, it just shows a lack of preparation. So make sure you prepare your answers as well. The next step is to identify your priorities and think about what you actually want to get out of this. So you know what you're going to ask them. You pretty much know the questions that they're going to ask you, and you have some answers ready. And now you need to figure out what your priorities are. Is it more important to you that you negotiate some research buy down? Or is it more important to you, since you're moving from California to Boston, that you get some help with the move? Is it more important to you that you really get some rock solid mentorship and some sponsors who are going to help your career, because you're not exactly sure where that's going to go? Figure out what's important to you. And then set a negotiation range. So for many of you, you may have already heard of a BATNA, which is called the best alternative to a negotiated agreement. It came from a book by Fisher, Urey, and Patton called Getting to Yes. It's sort of the classic negotiating book that if you go back and ask anybody what book they might recommend, this is the old classic. I'll show you a couple of more current recommendations a little bit later in the day. But the BATNA is your best alternative to a negotiated agreement. It's your walk away. If you can't get this, if you don't end up with this position, or if we're talking about negotiating in general, if you don't end up with this car or this house, what are you going to do next? Well, if this is the only house selling in the town that you have to live in, and there's nothing else coming on the market for months, well, then you're kind of stuck and you really need to be willing to give. But if there are some other great houses out there or some other great positions out there, then knowing what you're going to get if you walk away from this and feeling okay with that is actually a great way to not end up with an agreement that you don't end up happy with. After you've planned and after you have thought about the questions that they might ask, make sure you understand their interests as well. Remember that the senior faculty, the department leaders with whom you're going to be having these negotiations, they have their own department's interests in mind as well. And it's going to be really important to build rapport and trust with them, and then to listen and to ask questions. And oftentimes I get asked, well, what might those questions be? And so let's talk about a few questions that you can ask to actually uncover specific interests that they might have. So first of all, you could ask, what is important to you about this? So if they're asking specific questions about your niche or whether or not you might be willing to do research in this, ask them why that's so important to the department. Ask for the history. Maybe that's the area. When I was a resident at Cincinnati years ago, it was a place known for its cardiovascular and its stroke care. Worldwide, emergency cardiovascular care and emergency stroke care began in Cincinnati. And that was what the department was passionate about. And if I had been negotiating for a position back then, that might have been a great way to join a really amazing group. Alternatively, if they actually seem concerned about something in your CV, or if they seem concerned about something that you said based on their facial expression, ask them why. Don't just leave that and let it go and keep going. Something is triggered in their mind, and it's worth asking them why. Maybe it's a bad experience they had with a junior faculty member later. Maybe they just don't see a way to fit that niche into their department. But find out more. Don't just let those things go, because it's with that understanding that you can change your message, or maybe even potentially decide that it's not the right position for you. Understand that department chairs have a responsibility to their department, their hospital, their med school. And when they ask you if you might do something, understand how it might actually help the department. They might have somebody who's retiring soon who does a very specific thing. And it kind of aligns with what you're doing, but they need somebody in 2 or 3 years who can replace that person. Understand what the needs of the department, both now and in the future, might be. And then ask them, well, if this works out, what are you seeing as my role? What's going to be different for the department when I join? How can I help? And that works both when you're negotiating for your next position, but also when you're negotiating in your positions for something else. If the hospitalists are asking you for something, ask them what their eventual end goal actually is when you give them that something. How is it going to make their lives of their physicians better? So once you've actually uncovered what their interests are, then you can actually start collaborating and talking. You want to state your position. You want to come out and say what it is that you're looking for, whether it is a faculty position or whether after you've gotten that faculty position, you're looking for other ways to get more involved in the department. One interesting thing here is that for many of you who are both on this call and also potentially doing this in the future, you might switch jobs. And when you're switching jobs, it's really important to be introspective and to think about the fact that you're looking to switch jobs for a certain reason. Think about what you want in that next job that's different from your old job, and make sure that you make it clear that that is one of the things that you're looking for. You're looking for, I'm not even going to go to specifics about other jobs, but you're looking for a better mentor. You're looking for more research opportunity. You're looking for more collaborative opportunities outside of the department. You're looking for a larger and more academic group, a group that focuses on cardiac and neurologic care. Whatever it is you're looking for, make it clear that you like your job. It's a very good job, but you're looking for this other opportunity because of this great thing that this department has. Then compare your positions. Talk about where the two of you stand. They've already given you an offer, and they've given you an offer letter, and now you're negotiating that. Compare the positions that you are both in. And this is really important, especially if you're doing this in person or on Zoom. Pause for a second and think. Don't just jump right in with both feet. People's initial gut reactions can sometimes be a little bit too spontaneous. Pause, think, and then respond appropriately. And I emphasize the response appropriately part because emergency medicine is an exceptionally small world. You will end up working with, negotiating with, having a letter of promotion written by whoever you're currently negotiating with it at some point in the future. Remember that this is not a used car sale that's a one-time opportunity or agreement where you're never going to see that used car salesperson ever again. This is somebody who you are going to run into again. And so always respond appropriately. Never seem dismissive, never seem insulted. If they made you a genuine offer and you're working towards a genuine negotiation, don't act as though this is something that you're never going to have to look back on and regret. Always respond professionally and appropriately, and then work towards an agreement. See how you can actually come together and agree on things. Now, hopefully, after you've already completed this negotiation and gotten to a good place, you want to make sure that you close a successful negotiation by clarifying the points of the agreement. Now, I say that because I've seen it fall the other way so many different times. Whether it's in my current job when I'm negotiating with another department about something and we come to a verbal agreement and don't have a follow-up email where we outline what we actually agreed to, or where a junior faculty member will be negotiating with me about something and they'll have heard something that wasn't actually what I said, and then later in the letter, it's not there. A successful negotiation, even one that you feel really good about, you have to clarify the points of agreement with a follow-up email, a follow-up letter, something to make sure that you're all in agreement on everything that happened. Conversely, if you don't have a successful negotiation, plan the next negotiation. If you're at a point where you just aren't getting anywhere today, just thank them for their time. Say, hey, let me go back and think about this. Let me discuss this with my family. Let me discuss this with my mentors. Dr. Gisandi mentioned the personal board of directors, the mentors that you might take this offer back to, and then offer to come back. Remember, you're building a relationship. And this is not something that is just going to end as soon as you sign the contract and join the faculty. You are, over time, going to need something from your chair in the future. And building that relationship with her even before you start is exceptionally important. Now, especially when negotiations don't go well or aren't going well, it's really important to know your own personal response to high-stress negotiations. So when your heart rises during a negotiation, what do you do when your heart rises during a negotiation? That question mark is just ill-placed. First of all, you need to know yourself. The best negotiators know their own triggers. Know what sets you off, whether it's somebody who is just not agreeing to something that seems so very obvious to you, or somebody who is sticking to their guns despite the fact that you think that they should just be doing something completely different, or somebody who appears to be dismissive or isn't making eye contact with you on Zoom and is looking down here the whole time and clearly seems to be focusing on their email instead of talking to you. Know what sets you off and gets your heart rate racing. Well, when that happens, make sure you know what your own response is going to be. I get really annoyed by the no eye contact thing on Zoom. It drives me batty when I can clearly tell that people are typing when I'm trying to have a conversation with them. But I know that people are pulled in 50 million different directions right now. I get it. And so I've learned to just take a deep breath, calm down, maybe even give them a second or two to come back and focus on the screen. And I know that when I stay quiet for a few seconds, most of the time people will come back up and look at the screen, and then I can keep going. But think about what they might do or say that knocks you off balance. Think about what your response is going to be, and that if you do lose your cool, because we all kind of know what we do when we lose our cool. Like I know with my kids that when I kind of start hearing my heartbeat in my head, and it's not slow like this, it's like this when that happens, I know that I'm about to maybe yell at them. And so I try really hard to take a deep breath, use my super calm voice that I use for drunk patients in the emergency department, and get through that, because I know myself, and that when I'm in that situation, I'm pretty good now at responding without actually blowing up. But I wouldn't be able to do that if I hadn't thought through my own personal reaction to frustrations, either in negotiations or in conversations. So we've talked a little bit in this primer on negotiation about collaboration and the fact that best solutions leave everyone a little better off. We've talked about building your negotiation and the fact that you can plan, you can understand their interests, you can collaborate, and then you can remember to complete. And we've talked about knowing yourself and your responses. So now we're going to talk a little bit about what you can negotiate in an academic department. And I love that some of the speakers or some that are joining while I've been talking are actually on now, because I know that they're going to be able to contribute to this if questions come up in the chat. Dr. Gisandi mentioned that amygdala alignment, as taught by Dr. Adams, who's going to be on during lunch and may already be on now, is really important. I saw Dr. Dirks get on as well, and I know that she has negotiated with so many faculty members as chair down at Southwestern. And so she's probably going to have some great points to add as well. So for those senior faculty members who are on, please feel free to start answering questions as they pop up in the chat. I would love to get your insight on that as well. So what can you actually negotiate in an academic department? And I will point out that it's 22 minutes in. I was planning for this one to go about 5 or 10 minutes long, because the second talk is actually a lot shorter. So it'll bleed in over the cutoff, Dr. Ganti, but don't worry, the whole thing went on time. So what can you actually negotiate in an academic department? First of all, I'm going to talk about doing your research and the importance of doing your research. Then I'll talk about keeping an open mind. And then finally, I'll talk about the fact that this is something that you should plan to be a long-term relationship, but that you should be okay with a short one as well, if that's the way it goes. First of all, do your research. Remember that once you've seen one department, you've seen one department. There are so many differences in academic departments. There are departments in which the department chair or his or her designee can really do all of the negotiating and really wrap up the whole package. There are departments that within the department, the chair has designated her own promotions and appointment committee, and they will actually take candidates, negotiate a position with them, and then present it to the chair, who can obviously change it at some point. Then there are departments who actually recruit, and there's a med school promotions and appointment committee that actually recruits and interviews and looks at candidates. And the department chairs themselves don't have as much influence over that. And so know what you're actually getting into and know who is actually making the decision here. Every single department is going to be slightly different in this way. Remember, secondly, that department leaders expect you to negotiate. They want you to negotiate. Remember that when you join their faculty and you start representing them in various leadership roles and represent their interests, the interests of the department, either throughout the hospital or on national committees, they want you to be a strong advocate. And if you are going to be a strong advocate for their department after you join, they expect you to be a strong advocate for yourself even before you join. So don't ever think the department leaders don't want you to negotiate. It is absolutely something that is expected and perfectly fine. You can also learn a lot about department leadership by their negotiation style. Whether or not you're able to successfully negotiate is much less, whether or not you're able to successfully get what you think you want is much less important than the camaraderie, the relationship that you build with whoever you're negotiating with. If they listen to you, if they take into account what you're asking for, if they explain that they can't give you that right now, but here's why. And let me actually tell you why that's not possible and take the time to explain things to you. Well, that's just fine. And that actually says a lot more about somebody than if they either automatically give you everything that you ask, which is odd, or just turn you down unilaterally by just saying no. That may or may not be the style that you want to work with for the next 5, 10, 20 years. You should also remember that after or while you're negotiating, you can actually find out a lot about the department needs during your interviews and come armed with that. So when you're actually interviewing for a position and trying to decide whether or not you'd be a good fit for that department, learn about what the department's needs in the next 5 to 10 years are. If they're really going heavy into telemedicine, think about how that might play into whatever your research needs are. If you are researching stroke, well, how can you work closer with the neurologist and telestroke? If you're looking at trauma, are there ways to link with ambulances before they get there? You can really build out the tele-EMS component if trauma happens to be your area of interest. Think about what the department is doing and use that during the negotiation to make sure that to build a position that takes into account your personal interests as well as the interests of the department. In the middle here, understand that some things may not be initially negotiable. Precedents have lasting consequences. If you come in and say, well, that $3,000 CME budget, that allowance just isn't enough for me, I really need $6,000. Know that if the department chair was to give the newest faculty hire twice as much CME as everybody else, that actually increases your CME budget by 2 for everybody, because precedents have consequences. So understand that some things might not initially be negotiable. When a department brings on new faculty members, a lot of time things are relatively similar for new faculty because whatever changes need to be made might affect other existing faculty or all potential future faculty. Once you're on the faculty, assuming that you have a great relationship with it or even a good relationship with the department chair, and you've started to prove yourself, you can start negotiating for other things. So for example, if you need that increased CME money to get additional training because you want to be a better leader or you want to be a better educator, well, instead of increasing your CME budget, you might be able to get the department chair to actually pay for a course about how to be a better educator. It would accomplish the same goal, but in a different way. And you can do that once you actually know the department chair a little bit better. Finally, make sure that you keep getting advice from your current mentors. These people are key. I already mentioned Dr. Ghazandi's personal board of directors. I had mentors in medical school. I had great mentors in residency. I have fantastic mentors now. Some of them have changed along the way. 1 or 2 have stuck with me or I've stuck with them the entire way. Whoever your mentors are, especially if they're senior faculty in your department, go to them both before and after this negotiation to understand what their perspectives on what you're asking for might be. So I get that we've talked a lot in generalities. And so now you're saying, yes, but Ali, what can I negotiate? That was the title of the whole talk. Well, there's a bunch of different things that you can negotiate. In general, you can always try to negotiate just about everything. You can try to negotiate a salary, and for a lot of places that that may not be possible. All these pop-ups are a little bit distracting. That may not be possible because of the fact that they have X amount for their first year faculty right out of residency. Now, if you're a mid-career faculty member, there's a lot more negotiation that you can do for salary, and that will change if you go to when you go to your second or third job. You can negotiate for research funding or space. If you are coming in and you do basic science research, you have a PhD and you need a wet lab, make sure, in fact, that isn't even an ask, you need to make sure that you have that in place. If you do more clinical research and you need some funding to get your research assistants going for the first year before you transfer over or before you apply to additional grants or transfer over grant funding, make sure that you can get some bridge funding to help you. An incentive payment or bonus is always kind of interesting. Most departments have holdbacks or potentially incentive payments that they give faculty based on various clinical or education or research metrics. As a new faculty member, it's going to be hard to hit all of those metrics your first year in. So it's pretty reasonable to ask that to be given some percentage, if not all of that bonus that first year in a guaranteed format, so you can learn the system before being held to that standard in the future. If you are moving from California to Boston and you need a relocation stipend, ask for it. Protected research or administrative time. Time, somebody mentioned in the comment, Dr. Ganti did, that time is money, and that is absolutely true. Remember that when you're asking for protected research or administrative time, you're also really asking for salary, because time absolutely is money, as she said. But try to justify it. If it's a role that is truly needed and important for the department, there's probably some sort of time that can come with it. If you feel as though you need additional training, if your niche is really, as Dr. Gisandi mentioned, in education, and you feel like you need some additional training or even a degree, whether that's a master's in education or something else, ask for it. You may not be able to get it early, but you could say that, look, right now I'm going to be focused on studying for the boards, and then I'm going to pass my oral boards. But after that, I'd really like to think about a degree. And if everything's still working out in a couple of years, and if I'm doing well and you're doing well, just know that I'm going to come back to you in a couple of years and asking for that degree. Put it in their mind, and they will remember it a couple of years later. You won't be surprising whoever you're negotiating with later. Initial academic appointment is actually a really interesting one, and it relies on understanding the standards of the institution that you're going to. If you published a ton in residency and you think you might deserve a higher academic appointment. For example, here at HMS, you start and you're an instructor for many years, sometimes up to 10 years until you get automatically promoted up to an assistant professor. And so many of our recent residents, but many of our recent fellows have 10, 20 publications coming out of their residency and fellowship. And they come in and they say, well, you know, actually, compared to your assistant professors, I might be able to come in for an assistant professor appointment rather than an eventual promotion. We've been able to push those through over the past couple of years, but the first person who started it actually pushed for that and negotiated for us to try. Student loan repayment. Usually this won't happen as a lump sum, but if you are a faculty member they want, and if they're able to negotiate this either within their department or also with their institution, they might be able to work out a loan repayment process where they pay off little parts of your loan over time that might take 10 years to finally pay off, but it would allow you to pay off your student loans much more easily than you would otherwise. Titles. Titles are free, but they're also really important. And that can be either current titles, if you come in as the associate director from quality after you've done your quality fellowship, or future titles, where you take over as the clinical director. That's probably not going to happen. If you take over as the assistant clinical director when the current clinical director retires and the current assistant clinical director becomes a clinical director in a year. Think about not just titles that you might get now, because there might be no available titles, but also think about the people who are in your area of interest, whose titles you might take on in the next couple of years. It'll give your chair a good transition plan for their eventual retirement, or if they're moving on to something else. And it'll make sure that you understand what your niche is and give you plenty of time to actually learn the ropes. Office space is important, maybe less so now. I think a lot of us have discovered that we don't need the office space that we fought so hard for, or the dedicated assistant we fought so hard for. But if it's still important to you, if you can't work at home, if you've got something at home that's keeping you from work, or if you just find mentally that you work better in an office-like environment, see if you can't negotiate for that as well. And then two things that people don't often negotiate for, but that they should, is coaching and mentorship. And there obviously is going to be some built-in coaching and mentorship within your department, whether that is your department chair or your vice chair of academic affairs, or whoever mentors all of the faculty. But if you actually look at the faculty CVs and find a few people who are exactly who you want to be in a few years, ask for your chair to specifically connect you with them, and maybe even put it in the offer letter that you're going to be meeting regularly with Dr. X because she is the expert on this and you are going to be mentored by or coached by her. That not only allows you the reassurance that this is actually going to happen, but it actually makes sure that the mentor or the coach agrees to do it and makes the conscious decision to plan to spend that time with you. All of those things are negotiated or can be negotiated, but realize that sometimes things just don't work out. But you want to go into this with the attitude that you're going to have a long-term relationship, but it might be a shorter one as well. Remember that recruiting and replacing faculty members is expensive. So when we lose a faculty member, it takes a while to find a new one that fits within the department. And so we really want people to stick around for as long as possible. Chairs want someone who is going to stay and develop into a leader locally within the department and the hospital, but also nationally and internationally as well. You are not, I promise you, that if you go into this negotiation with your future department chair or your next department chair, if you're already in a department, you're not going to get everything you want initially. But if you plan and communicate well with them, you'll likely get most of it eventually. I remember when I've had my first faculty jobs, where I was interviewing with Dr. Zane, who's the chair out at Denver, and Dr. Walls, who was the chair at the Brigham, and is now the chief operating officer for the system. And I asked for all these things, and they smiled at me. And it's the same smile that I might give somebody now, which said, hold your horses, you'll get there eventually. And almost everything that I asked for, I eventually got. But I earned it, and I showed that I could handle it, because quite honestly, I was a wet behind the ears resident who hadn't really proven myself yet. And giving me that much responsibility right off the bat was probably going to be a mistake. So as long as you communicate what you want and what you need, and keep checking in and get on a path that justifies that, then a good chair is going to help you get most of what you need later on eventually. Now, I will say this with a huge caveat, that I do want you to be prepared that some of these relationships are going to be short term. It's worth looking up PubMed ID 1049-9593, which is Simone's maxims. Dr. Simone is a retired hematologist oncologist out in Utah who wrote these maxims back in 1999. He published a book on Amazon about 13 years later, which is sort of an updated version. It starts with the first maxim, which is the best, which is simply that institutions don't love you back. And there are lots of other maxims from there as well. It's well worth a read. I will totally admit that it's absolutely jaded and it seems a little bit bitter at times, but it's a good grounding in reality. It's worth a quick read before your first academic position, or even if you are in your first academic position, thinking about all the various things that are going on at the department and hospital level as well. Finally, I'll end with the fact that I gave you a few books, Getting to Yes, Simone's Maxims, but if you really are going to read 2 books on negotiation, if you're going to read 2 more books on top of those, I'd recommend these 2. The first is by Professor Carter. She's a law professor at the Columbia Law School Mediation Clinic, and it's called Ask for More. It's an amazing book that really gives you very actionable principles that you can implement today, not just when you're negotiating for positions, but also when you're negotiating in your daily life, whether it's with your kids, if you have some, or the car dealer who's trying to sell you a car. As Dr. Sathuraman mentioned, Chris Voss's book is a lot of fun. He is a FBI top hostage negotiator, and he was an FBI negotiator. He bills himself as one of the top hostage negotiators. I'm sure he was fantastic. And it's called Never Split the Difference. There is some great stories in there, but it's also just a great primer on negotiation in general. So that is going to close us out in terms of negotiation and negotiating your next position, looking at the salary and going beyond. And I'm going to go right into my next talk, which is a lot less of me talking and hopefully much more of you asking questions and some of the great leaders who are listening to this right now discussing possible answers as well. So if you have questions, please put them in the chat. I promise we'll come back to them later. But in the meantime, I am actually going to switch sharing this, and I'm going to go to my other presentation, if that works for you, Dr. Gant.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. That was brilliant.
Thank you. And I promise the second one is going to end on time, and we are going to keep you going right on time. Can you just remind me, it's at 12:15 Central Time that we're done, right?
Sorry, I was going to say, so yes, 1:15 Eastern for us.
Perfect.
And
Thank
the
you.
lunch is non-structured. So, I mean, for me, I think it's fine if you go over. We have an hour, I think, for lunch, and it's nothing scheduled.
Oh, I know. Oh, I think, don't we
45
have, I think we have people like Dr. Adams and Dr. Weiler scheduled. Is that right? Am I?
Right, but there are no prepared comments. These are
Okay.
folks who will just be joining us for just some open questions, because I know we had a lot of lectures in the morning, so people have anything they want to talk about. Then the networking lunch is just grab your own lunch. Sorry, we couldn't send it to you through Zoom.
It would have been nice to send lunch through Zoom. All right. So thank you. So now let's actually switch gears. And we're going to switch from negotiations into establishing a narrative for a successful academic career. And Dr. Ganti gave me this title, which I thought was fantastic, because the concept of a successful academic career as a narrative is one that I probably didn't think of for many, many years after I should have. And so this concept that Dr. Ganti is emphasizing, and that she emphasized during her first talk as well, of thinking of this as a story, of telling your story as an academician, is exceptionally important. As with the first talk, I don't have any financial conflicts of interest to report. So before we start talking about a successful academic career, I think it's important to actually talk about priorities. And I mention this just because of the fact that one of my mentors years ago told me about the glass ball analogy, which is a fantastic, the juggling of the glass ball analogy, which is a fantastic analogy for life. I looked it up after that, and it actually turns out that it didn't come from my mentor, and fortunately they didn't claim credit for it, but it came from a graduation address by Brian Dyson, who was the CEO of Coke many years ago. And he talks about the fact that, and I'll actually just read his quote. Imagine life as a game in which you're juggling 5 balls in the air. You name them: work, family, health, friends, and spirit. And you're keeping all of these balls in the air. You'll soon understand that work is a rubber ball. If you drop it, it'll bounce back. But the other 4 balls, family, health, friends, and spirit, are made of glass. If you drop one of these, they will be irrevocably scuffed, marked, nicked, damaged, or even shattered. They will never be the same. I absolutely love this thing. The glass ball is not only more fragile than a rubber ball, but it's also more valuable. And that's what family, health, friends, and spirit are. They're more valuable, they're more important than work. It's important to remember that while we're going to talk about what a successful academic narrative is, if that comes at the expense of those glass balls and you end up breaking one of them, the long-term consequences are going to be much, much worse. So I think this is something that we're all junior faculty at this point. You know this. I'm not speaking to a bunch of college students, but sometimes even senior faculty, we forget this as we get so caught up in work, especially this past year when we've all been busy with COVID, that I think it was worth reminding us at the beginning that these glass balls should not be broken. All right, secondly, before we dive right into a few other things, it's important to remember that if we're talking about building a successful academic narrative, you have to actually define what success is to you. And that can look very different from person to person. Think about what success actually means to you now, and think about what it might mean to you again in 5 to 10 years, because that's what you actually want to aim for. When you do word clouds with success, and I was going to try that, but honestly, my word cloud app failed recently, and I'm not going to put it on live on Zoom again. But when you do word clouds and ask people what they think about when they think of success, they think of happiness, they think of achieving certain goals, they think about being comfortable, they think about finding balance, they think about achieving things, they think about their job, their family, some of them want to be healthy. Whatever success means to you, you need to define that and know it, because that's what you should actually be aiming for. Well, let me talk a little bit specifically about the academic promotions process. And I was recently promoted to professor, and so I went through this over the past couple of years now, and I learned so much during that I wish that I had known when I first started off. So I put together a few slides and a discussion about that. The first thing is, if we're talking about getting promoted in academic medicine, you have to understand the benchmarks against which you're going to be judged. And the only way to know those for your institution is to go and find them. They will be different at one institution compared to another. Absolutely guaranteed. I've written a lot of promotion letters, and the people I see in the list right now, the senior faculty, have written twice as much as I have, three times as much as I have. They will tell you that every time they get a promotions letter from an unknown institution, they have to go back and look at the criteria, because what they might have written for one school is going to look completely different than what another school needs. So go later on today, go and find the promotions handbook for your school. You will find it somewhere online. I'm giving a similar talk to this at Maryland for their research day in a month. And so I just asked for theirs and they sent me theirs. The content, the table of contents looks very similar. The actual content itself, completely different. Not completely, it's generally the same, but the exact verbiage is different, and what they hold their faculty to is different. And so it's important to know what exactly you're aiming for. What you want to do is you want to find whatever the next rank is for you within the promotions handbook, and go to that and actually flip to it and read. As you can see here in the HMS Assistant Professor Manual, they have 12 pages dedicated to the appointment and the promotion process of assistant professor. So if you are trying to become an assistant professor and haven't read through this, you're really operating blind. And you want to make sure that you do this research on your own. You can find it online. If you can't, talk to your vice chair of academic affairs, talk to your chair, have them point you in the right direction. But remember, you don't want to rely on your departmental leadership to guide you through this process once they've started you on it. Now, many of them will, but if they're more passionate about your promotion and they're willing to work harder for your promotion than you are, then it just sets a bad tone to the relationship. They will be passionate about getting you promoted, but you need to be as passionate, if not more passionate. And you need to find out exactly what those criteria are. The other reason to find out what the criteria are is that they might change over time. For example, in addition to the promotions criteria that we have that I just showed you, we also have CV guidelines. And those CV guidelines get updated regularly. You can download a template for us, and many other medical schools, you can just go online, go to your Faculty of Medicine handbook or your promotions criteria and download a template and follow that template for your CV. Things will be updated. So for example, with COVID, HMS and many other medical schools are basically saying, look, if you had to have a presentation scheduled but then canceled, you can still put it on your CV somewhat later. Sorry, you can still put it on your CV even though you didn't give it, because we totally understand that COVID canceled a lot of things. The other great part about having a CV guideline is that you actually get to know what your institution does and doesn't value. So Dr. Gisandi just talked about the fact that he was using all his alt metrics on his CV, and he was using all of the views that he was getting for his SlideShare presentations and his podcast listens and everything, that those were going to work together to help get him promoted. And that's amazing and fantastic. I'm glad that Stanford is already doing that. I can tell you that on the HMS CV, there's no place for podcasts. And if you tweet, there's no place to talk about your Twitter account. And so it's mentioned somewhere in my promotion letter, but that's not where my focus was when I was thinking about promotion. I was thinking about things like my H-index, which HMS cares about a lot. I was thinking about the number of presentations I had given nationally and internationally. I was thinking about my research papers. I was thinking about grants. I wasn't thinking about Twitter, and I wasn't thinking about podcasts, not because of the fact that I don't care about them. I do a lot of podcasting, I do a lot of tweeting, but in my promotions letter, there's no place for that. And in my CV, there's no dedicated place for it. The other thing to do is to actually get as many sample letters and CVs as possible. So your chair has written a number of promotion letters for faculty who are in your shoes. And they have probably a dozen or so letters that from faculty who have said that, yeah, sure, I'd be willing to have my letters shared. The important thing is that these are letters and CVs from people who have successfully gone through the promotions process. And you can use them as a template and roadmap. At the end of the day, today, Dr. Josh Goldstein is actually going to be coming and talking about his personal promotion, his personal research and promotion academic career. I used Dr. Goldstein's letter as a template for my letter when I was drafting it for my chair. I used his CV to look at where he put his emphasis, his time, his commitment to understand what it takes to be promoted to professor. And so when I was writing my letter, drafting my letter, it actually was filled with things a year or two in advance before I actually needed it, because I had seen drafts from other people. So look at the senior faculty in your department. Ask them if they can send you their promotions letter or their CV. Ask your chair, if you don't have anybody yet promoted to professor, ask your chair to actually look around for professors from other departments and ask her if she can actually get you their letters and their CVs so that you can get on that right path. And then start writing your promotion letter, whether your next position is assistant professor, associate professor, or professor. Start writing your letter much earlier than you think you will. Heck, start writing it as soon as you get the samples, because the missing areas that aren't there yet are where you should actually start focusing your energy in terms of your academic career. Same thing with your CV. If you look at your CV and there are set areas on your CV that are currently empty, start thinking about ways to fill them and talk to your chair about what she or he can do to help you fill them. If you need more national presentations, talk to them. If you went to Dr. Dirks and asked her about the fact that you needed more national presentations, given how well connected she is, I have no doubt that she could get you many, many national presentations about the topics in which you're interested. Your chairs are well connected. They know how to make things happen. And if you see blank areas in your CV, they will help you fill them. And again, as I said, get those sample letters, get those CVs as early as possible. So I'm going to talk a little bit about developing your narrative. And Dr. Ganti, when she suggested this talk, wanted me to focus on 4 different areas. And I think these are fantastic. So I'm going to touch on each of them. And then I'm actually going to leave the chat box open and start hoping that people start asking questions. We've got some questions already in the chat that I'll come back to. And then I hope that senior faculty are feeling free to just jump right in, because my belief about how to develop your academic narrative may be very different from Dr. Adams's belief, or Dr. Dirks's belief, or Dr. Gisondi's belief, or Dr. Weiler's belief. So feel free to jump right in and start answering questions as well. So first of all, let's talk a little bit about low-hanging fruit. So low-hanging fruit are projects that help fill your CV, get you publications, start building your H-index, that actually don't require years worth of data collection. Years worth of data. That's what I get for getting 2 topics in a row, by the way. Great for the CV to get 2 talks in a row, horrible for the throat. Low-hanging fruit are projects that don't require you to have years of data collection or millions of dollars of grant funding. These are often projects that your personal board of directors, as Dr. Gisondi calls them, may have ready to go. I have data that I'm just looking for one of my residents to help write. I have papers that are really ready to go in my head, but I just don't have time to write parts of them. As Dr. Ganti mentioned years ago, there are national organizations, SAEMs, various academies and committees often have data that they're looking for somebody to jump in and publish, as she mentioned years ago when she jumped into that ASAP Academic Affairs Committee. AWEM has actually been amazing about this. If you look at the number of patients that the Academy for Women in Academic Emergency Medicine have published lately, you can see that there is a great deal of collaboration and low-hanging fruit that they were able to just pull together and publish as a team and send some great messages about. You'll find data from your mentors, as I mentioned earlier, and when you actually write these papers up, realize that you don't have to have all of the expertise necessary to write that entire paper. If you have a good stats background and you want to just do the analysis and the method section, great. Write that up, make the tables, and that will take a huge load off of your collaborators, your mentors' minds. If you don't have the statistical expertise, offer to do the lit review and write the background. Backgrounds aren't a lot of work to write, but they are a lot of work to make sure you get the appropriate literature cited to build off of. And oftentimes people don't have time to actually do that background writing. So if you have somebody who is able and willing and ready to jump on a paper or let you jump on their paper, offer to write the background, offer to do a lit review. Education. So there are some great ways to use education to build your narrative, but first you need to understand a little bit about what your niche is. There are some great professional development and education programs out there. If you want to be a better educator, Dr. Gisandi mentioned earlier in his talk, the HMI blog. The Harvard Macy Institute doesn't just have a blog, they've got a great year-long course that teaches medical educators how to be better educators. If your path is along is to medical education and that's what you want to do with your life, taking a course like the one at the Harvard Macy Institute is a perfect way to get started. If you're going to be more of an administrator, think about an MBA. But even if you don't do an MBA, there are lots of local and national and international leadership courses that will teach you, much of which is really relevant with an MBA, but don't cost nearly as much in terms of tuition, and also don't take a year or two of your time. If you're interested, the Harvard Writers course that Dr. Gisandi mentioned earlier is really great, but there's also a Harvard Medical School Women's Leadership course that I teach in that is fantastic if you're interested in learning about leadership in a large group of really focused women who want to become leaders in their various medical institutions. Just think about the fact that you can always be learning something new in your educational mission that furthers your narrative. And I mentioned a few courses, but if you've taken a course, or if you know of a course that you really wanted to take, throw it in the chat like I did during Dr. Gisandi's talk. Give us all links and ideas for what we can possibly do next in terms of building our education in the aim of ending up with an even stronger academic narrative. So Dr. Carpenter, I know you're there and you've got some of the best research expertise in emergency medicine. Dr. Ganti, Dr. Gisandi, Dr. Weiler, Dr. Dirks, Dr. Adams, I can't see who else is in the group, but feel free to toss in courses that your faculty have taken or that you yourself have taken or wanted to take. Dr. Ganti also mentioned that I should talk about networking, which is a fantastic way to build your academic narrative and develop it in sometimes very unpredictable ways. The way I got my job actually is that my old chair, Dr. Walls, came and gave a grand rounds talk at Cincinnati, where I was a fourth-year resident. And I approached him afterwards and just started talking about our shared interests. And I asked him if I could apply, and he said yes. They were looking for a couple of faculty members that year, and I applied, and I ended up with everything working out. But if I had been too timid, and quite honestly, I'm a classic introvert. On a Friday night, I would much rather curl up with a good book and a glass of wine than go out to some sort of networking event. But I forced myself to learn how to do that because of the fact that it allows me to build these really great and close relationships with people that I can then continue one-on-one instead of in a crowded room. But when you network, have some clear goals and ideas in mind. There are lots and lots of websites that you can go to now to learn how to be a more effective networker. But there's a few thoughts that I thought I'd mention. The first is, and this is for in-person networking because of the fact that Zoom networking, well, actually, let's talk briefly about Zoom networking. So Zoom networking is absolutely possible. I'm hoping that some of you have some private messages going in the chat that I just can't see. Because when you find yourself in a Zoom with 30 other people and you find a name that you recognize, reach out to them, say hi. Tell them how much you admire their work, or tell them you read their article recently and ask them some question, because quite honestly, many, not this Zoom chat, but many Zoom chats can get, or Zoom videos can get a little bit boring. And if you see somebody DM you in the chat, you're likely to respond right then, rather than if they send you an email that you put off replying to until 2 weeks later when you have time. So if you're in a Zoom situation like this, feel free to start texting or chatting with people on the side in the chat box as well. If, however, you are in person, there's a few other things that you can do. First, and this is really important, I get that when you're a resident, it's really expensive to visit a conference hotel. But you're junior faculty now. You can afford to stay at the conference hotel. And there are so many events that happen at the hotel or right next to the hotel that actually, if you stay at the Airbnb across town, you're going to be missing out on a lot of that. So try to stay at the conference hotels if you can, even if you end up having to room with somebody else. Make sure that you get involved in social media for these conferences. As Dr. Gisandi was mentioning, if you don't have a Twitter account, just follow the instructions that he gave you earlier and that are in his SlideShare slide deck to actually make a Twitter account and start tweeting about SAEM 21. We'll retweet you, those of us who are involved in SAEM and on Twitter, and you'll get noticed, and we'll start having conversations back and forth about your thoughts about the conference. Before the event, before a conference, send a tweet or an email to try to connect with somebody to find time for coffee or a drink. Use your collaborations to start building up your academic narrative by finding ways to help people who aren't local with their work. I remember many years ago, I got involved with the Nexus Research Group by cold emailing Rob Rodriguez out at UCSF and telling him that I was really interested in working with him, sending him just a couple of thoughts about where we could go with our next study. And it's turned into, like, I don't know, 20 papers together over those years, because after that, we met at SAEM, had some coffee, and kept emailing each other back and forth. So collaborations, especially with people who are within your niche, but not necessarily local, can really work to build your narrative as well. Or networking can. Finally, collaborations. And I mentioned these because of the fact that this allows us to really capitalize on one of the true beauties of emergency medicine, which is that we take care of everybody. Every kind of medical illness comes through our door, which means we can collaborate with all sorts of people outside of our Department of Emergency Medicine. Emergency medicine is still a relatively young field, right? I'm going to the Cincinnati alumni thing later this year, and it's the 50th anniversary of the Cincinnati EM residency, which was the first emergency medicine residency. That means that most emergency medicine residencies have been around for much less time than that 50 years, which means that a lot of our research and collaborations have been with people outside of our departments. When you think about emergency cardiovascular care, emergency neurologic care, trauma care, working with our public health experts these days. For me, my main collaborators have been in the Department of Radiology, because I've done a lot of work in terms of imaging. So build your collaborations outside of your department throughout the rest of your hospital and use that to develop your academic career. You might not have a senior mentor in your department. I get that. There's a lot of departments that are very young. There are a few places that are still divisions and not departments. And so look outside of your division or department for expertise and mentorship if you need it, and that'll help develop your narrative too. But also, if you can, take advantage of the fact that you're at an institution within a medical school or even within a university. So don't just work with other physicians, work with other people within your hospital, work with the public health experts, work with the administrators, work with the nurses. Or if you're at a place like Dr. Gisandi just mentioned, like he's out at Stanford, work with people throughout the university. I've worked with people at our business school, at our law school. Collaborate with people outside of your specific area. And you'll find that, especially if they're in academics, they're looking for the exact same things for academic promotion that you are. When I work with people at the business school, if they're at the assistant or associate professor level, they just want to pound out publications as well. And so it actually works in both of our interests to put out publications together. And you will find that if you collaborate, you'll actually end up with a much larger group of people than you would if you just stuck with your own department, and they'll bring you ideas that you would have never thought of yourself. So we've got about 10 minutes or so left. I wanted to build in 10 minutes or so just for questions, because I've talked a lot about how to negotiate for a position or talked about how to build your academic narrative. And if you have questions, please feel free to put them in the chat now. And I don't know if we've allowed people to unmute themselves, but if you just unmute yourself, please go ahead as well. And I also know, looking now at the list of people who are on, that there is just an amazing list of people who are on. So please feel free to answer questions if you see somebody ask something that you know the answer to as well. I see some great questions about, oh, I mentioned H-index and stuff just blows up. Kendall, or Dr. Sethuraman, do you mind talking a little bit about your ORCID account and Scopus versus Google Scholar versus anything else?
Sure.
And I'm totally putting you on the spot. I get that, but you answered a question.
Okay. I know, I spoke up. This is why I always sit in a corner and never talk. I'm actually at my chamber, so I hope everyone can hear me. I only had to learn about the H-index because I did go up for promotion recently, and I had to look it all up. But there are different ways. These are measurements of how impactful your work is. So how often you're cited, how many publications you have, et cetera, et cetera. So it's something to keep your eye on as you move through academics. I would say that knowing what the rules of the game are at your particular institution is really important. I think if you come into a Harvard or a Penn or Stanford, those metrics to get to the next rung in the ladder are going to be different than if you're at pretty much any other place. So you have to know what the rules of the game are. You have to be in your chair's face, your vice chair of faculty development. You have to be in their office, frequently checking in with them to make sure you stay on that path. Otherwise, you're going to get distracted and you're going to get bad advice. And I think many careers have gone off rail when they haven't gotten good advice, even from people that have been at that institution for many years. So that's it. But other than that, I mean, I looked at Scopus and my H-index was like 3. And then I looked at Google Scholar and it was a little bit better. But so some of these bulkier platforms are not going to be as agile as something that's in the private sector.
That's a great point. Thank you so much for that. And the other thing, and Dr. Gatti, I'll stop in 1 second. The other thing, just to build on what you just mentioned, is actually knowing what your institution uses for its H-index source is important. So for example, at our shop, Google Scholar is probably the easiest H-index to use, but it's also sometimes inflated and has erroneous papers that don't belong to that person. And so we actually only use Web of Science, which almost always has a lower H-index than Google Scholar's H-index. And so know what your institution uses. Know that if the cutoff for promotion is 25 and your Google Scholar is 25, but your Web of Science is 22, that you probably won't get there until you do a little bit more publication. And Dr. Ganti, I'm sorry I cut you off.
Oh, not at all. I was just going to ask a question. What advice do you have? I guess this applies mostly to women, but what advice do you have in terms of making sure your publications are tracked across last names? This is something that's come up multiple times in Twitter threads and stuff. And I think you and I were actually on one a few years ago. Any advice for what to do? I mean, I think the best thing is never change your last name, but what if you did?
Absolutely. And that, obviously that's a very personal preference. So I won't jump into the last name discussion, but in terms of how you can actually account for that, that's one of the other reasons, and I have no affiliation with them, why Harvard uses Web of Science is you can actually go through and add publications to your Web of Science H-index and withdraw them. Whereas your Google Scholar, it's a lot harder to do. You can delete stuff, but it's harder to add stuff. And so with Web of Science, you can actually look under 2 or 3 names. Or for example, if sometimes you use your middle initial and sometimes you don't, you can actually search for both and you can add them onto your own personal profile and calculate your H-index. And so if you have one last name for some of your career and a different last name for the rest of your career, or even multiple names, you can look for those publications and add them in.
Oh, that is invaluable advice. Thank you.
I would also say in terms of promotion that there's got to be a lot of places are now adding things like podcasts. I mean, Maryland is so huge with education. I think there are people who may not have had the number of publications, but they've done 800 podcasts about everything under the sun. And so I think now more and more places are counting the media, counting media as a line item and as a place where they have impact. I mean, you do a podcast and thousands of people are listening to it versus your paper that you slaved over for 10 years that maybe 10 people in your little niche subspecialty might read, you know? So I think that's getting more and more recognized. So whenever you do anything, put it on your CV. Even if there's no category, make one up, put it on your CV.
Dr. Siddharaman, that's such a great advice. And I should have said something like that, but you said it so perfectly. So what she said was put it on your CV, and that's something to do every month, right? Every couple of months. Go back through, you will forget what you should put on your CV if you do it once a year. Every month or two, just go back through your talks that you gave, your various things that you did, and figure out a way, as Dr. Siddharaman mentioned, to put it on your CV somewhere. And you know what? Make up an area, as she said, you'll eventually get slapped down for that by your promotions committee, but make up an area, put it on there. And it's better that they tell you to take it off than you potentially could have put it on there and didn't do it in the first place.
Oh, the other thing is some of that stuff can go in like in your portfolios, right? So when you go for promotion, you have to create a teaching portfolio, you have to create various administrative portfolio, a research portfolio. And so some of the stuff that doesn't fit nicely into your institution's pre-packaged CV, you can embellish in your portfolios. And I would start working on those portfolios today. They take a long time, but if you have a outline of stuff written down somewhere, you can fill in the gaps later on when you're ready to go up.
Great point. Portfolio, CV, promotion letter. Just keep those like on your desktop and update them all the time.
I totally agree. Desktop icon that you have to touch the icon once a week with your thoughts about what you did in the last week. But I do mine as a Dropbox icon because it has to be on the cloud. What if you lost your CV? Like you could never replicate all the things, right? So have like 30 copies of it. Trust the cloud, I guess. I don't really know what a cloud is, but it's on the cloud. So hopefully it'll never go away. But Dr. Raja makes a very, very, very good point with that.
All right. Well, thank you, everybody. I really appreciate it. Dr. Ganti, thanks again for the opportunity.
Oh, it's my pleasure. Thank you so much. Those talks were fabulous. Sorry, I had to change location, so I'm actually in the closet now, but it's all private, so it's all good. The next thing that we have on our agenda is our networking lunch. And so everybody can feel free to please grab their lunch, and we're just going to stay on. And if anybody has any questions about any of the morning talks so far, you are more than welcome to ask us questions. I think most of us will be on. And if you have anything you would like to just talk about or chat about, please feel free. This is just an open forum. There's no scheduled programming during this time.
Dr. Raja, can you just address there's some other comments and questions, I think, in the chat. Can we talk about some of those?
Absolutely, please. I'm just getting a bunch of fantastic DMs, and so I think I've missed a bunch of stuff in the chat. Is there one in particular, Dr. Humble, that you
I mean, a couple of interesting. I mean, I was in kind of a similar position. I'm going to kind of a smaller developing academic center, and so there was a question about that looked really good. Kind of, you start as an assistant professor, but then if you want to kind of move up into core faculty or kind of advance within the academic side, how do you do that? And then the other one about kind of joint interest, because I'm EM, IM, so kind of how to develop yourself out from just doing EM to how do you convince your department to let you do the other side of your life as well.
Absolutely. I'm happy to hear some thoughts, and I see that Dr. Ganti and Dr. Zandi are still on, as are some others. So feel free to jump in, everybody. So are you at a new medical school or at a new department? Because those approaches will be pretty different.
So it's Virginia Tech Carilion, which is in Roanoke, Virginia. So they're kind of getting established. They've had a residency for quite a while and have a department that's been pretty well established. But the affiliation with the medical school is relatively new.
Got it. So remember, there's no need to reinvent the wheel when there's already a medical school with which you're affiliated. So there are plenty of people who have been successfully promoted and have developed their academic careers that fit within the Virginia Tech academic sphere. And so the first thing I'd do is I would find people, and I know this seems like cheating, but I would find people in other departments who have done what you want to do, which if that's education, then find the program director in the Department of Internal Medicine. Or if that is something more administrative, find the vice chair of clinical affairs in the Department of Neurology. Find somebody who is doing your role in another department and ask them what they've done to build up their career to get promoted academically. Because remember, you have no real conflict or competition with them. I'd love to think that people in academics are all friendly and everybody gets along, but sometimes if you're in direct competition with somebody, they won't be as forthcoming. But just like everybody on here who is not in any kind of direct conflict with you, those people in other departments who have done what you want to do have no reason not to help you. And in fact, if you can also build some collaborations with them clinically based on this relationship you're developing, you can start publishing together and follow right in their footsteps. Dr. Ganti, Dr. Gisandi, anybody else?
I think it matters if you're, are you in the Virginia Tech Carilion faculty, or are you at a school which is now affiliated with VTC? And I think that's the difference.
So the hospital, the hospital system is affiliated directly with Virginia Tech Carilion. So I'm appointed as an assistant faculty in Virginia Tech Carilion.
But you don't work at Carilion Clinic.
I work at Carilion Clinic, but the Carilion Clinic is the hospital affiliated with Virginia.
Correct. Oh, okay. So that's the, in my mind, that's the primary department for VTC. They have a lot of new, as you know, affiliations with other community hospitals. And I think for those on the call who are in that boat, you have to know whether you are fully part of the School of Medicine, or you're an adjunct or affiliate member of a School of Medicine's department. So depending how snotty your medical school is, you could, mine's quite snotty. You can have full, university appointments. You can have CE appointments. You can staff only. You can have adjunct. You can have affiliate, and they all have different requirements for how you move up the professoriate. They're not all that different, but they have slight differences that are really important. And everybody belongs to that one single chair in the department. So when you don't have those connections naturally built, because you don't work in that department, you don't see that chair that often, you're going to go up for reappointment or promotion in 5 or 6 years, and that person, she's not going to know you because she's not working with you. So that's a really tricky spot to be in, and make sure you're making those connections. You're going to faculty development sessions with the groups, you're going to resident conference, you're seen, you're participating, because 5 years goes by quickly. And then all of a sudden, you need people to write letters who don't know you at all.
Thanks.
Any other questions, thoughts, or comments? So I have a question about building your platform. Can you have a platform that has like more than one thing on it? Like maybe you have a clinical research interest, but then you also have some non-clinical things that you're really passionate about. And how do you bring those two together? You know what I mean? Like, because we're all multifaceted people, right? So, I mean, you could have your platform as a parent, you could have a platform as a clinical researcher, like studying stroke, like for me, or maybe you have a platform that's, like to promote your books or your talks or something. So how do you kind of stay on brand and stay on message?
Let's see if Dr. Gisandi is still on, because he's the brand expert, but he might be gone.
He's gone.
I think you.
Photo. I think he might be gone.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, I'll suggest an answer, and then if anybody else wants to jump in, please feel free. I think you have to make a decision about what your brand is pretty regularly, with the full understanding that it can change. As Dr. Gisandi mentioned, he got full on hardcore Democrat / COVID re-education for a little bit. And that was partly because of his personal beliefs, and also figured out a way to meld that into his professional beliefs, because it just happened that emergency medicine was all about COVID. It might have been a little bit harder if he was some other specialty that didn't have as much to do with COVID. Making those two worlds come together would be tough. But I don't think you can really go wrong with that unless you start becoming insulting or somehow unprofessional. Know that half your promotions committee in most places is going to be a Republican and half of your promotions committee is going to be Democrat. And so if you start becoming unprofessional, just know that eventually you're going to get judged by people who might not agree with the political views that you are espousing. I live in Boston, so I can be as blue as I want. It doesn't really matter. But if I was to go back to my home state of Texas, where I grew up in Houston, I think if people looked at my Twitter account, they might have some problems with promoting me there. And so I just realize the ecosystem in which you're working.
I think that's a great answer. Thank you.
And would you say that outside of the political realm, things are safer? Like, if you're really into outdoorsy things, like it's okay to mix that into your interest?
Yeah, I think it humanizes you. I think it gives you, Brene Brown talks a lot about being a vulnerable leader. And I think that acknowledging the fact that you're human and that you're vulnerable, I think and that you have interests outside of just the professional is important. And so I don't think that and again, somebody might disagree. Somebody might say, oh, there was that whole thing about a year ago on Twitter about how physicians shouldn't post pictures of themselves in swimsuits, which I thought was just idiotic. But clearly, you'll always find a fringe group of people who are going to disagree with what I'm saying now. But I think as long as you keep your personal interests, if they fit somehow within your narrative. So, I don't know that I would post pictures of my cats because my Twitter followers don't really care about my cats. But if I've had a really hard day at work and I just want to talk about how burnt out I feel, I think that is okay. Dr. Ganti, I don't know if you have any thoughts on that.
Yeah, I think that, saying some things about you humanizes you and allows people to connect with you. Like if they know you're a parent, then they might say, oh, she's a mom too, just like me. So I think that's great. But as you said, once you are out in public, so, if somebody's a cat hater and you have cats, then maybe they judge you negatively for that. I think.
Oh, I can tell you've judged me. Oh, man.
Who, me? I didn't. But I'm just saying that, I think Dr. Jasandi said this earlier too, but whatever you put out in the public space, it's fair game for anyone to, be not nice about it. So I guess anytime you put yourself out publicly, there's always that risk. But then again, if you don't put yourself out there, then you're not going to be out there.
Well, let me ask I know we've got actually Dr. Whitworth and Dr. Dickens and Steph. I'm so sorry, Steph, I don't know your last name. You've managed to stay on during lunch. Is there anything that's on your mind that Dr. Ganti or I or Dr. Jasandi, if he jumps back on, can answer?
I guess just to kind of elaborate further on James' question, I'm at a community hospital with affiliation with 2 different medical schools. So I was just assigned assistant professor when I signed on. I didn't have to do anything. I just didn't know going forward if I should pursue advancement at one institution or both, and if I should stagger them or do it at the same time.
Okay, I have a comment regarding that. A lot of times people ask me, so I was at Mayo for the majority of my career, and now I'm in Florida. At Mayo was a traditional medical school, which, had a whole promotions tenure committee and very, very traditional in everything. But it was not tied to our salary. So we made a consultant salary and your salary went up by the number of years you served at the clinic. It had nothing to do with your associate, or assistant or professor. So a lot of people never did anything because they're like, oh, it doesn't matter. They're not really going to pay me anything different anyway. When I was at University of Florida, your salary absolutely was tied to assistant to associate to professor. There was a $50,000 per year difference between assistant and full professor. The salaries are low anyway, but whatever. And then now my practice is in a community hospital, but we have a medical school affiliation. They don't pay us anything and we get nothing for being any particular rank. So there's, quote, no advantage. But the reason I would say to everybody very strongly, wherever you are right now, absolutely go up the promotion system because you don't know what you're going to be doing in a few years. And so like your assistant now, that's awesome. go ahead and put in for associate as soon as you can, because who knows, in a couple of years, they might tap you to be a leader somewhere. And if you're already associate, then you might go up for professor over there. So although some schools, and I know Harvard is one of them, they don't care what you were before, you're only going to be what they deem you to be. The majority of the other institutions will kind of go off of what you were. And so if you were assistant at your last post and you're coming on to a post here, most of the time you will go up the next rank. So in that way, it's really useful, because at your next institution, your associate professor rank might actually come in with more salary or more protected time, or I don't know, a better office or something, right? So even if it doesn't mean anything now, I would definitely do it. And also in the places where it may not mean a whole lot, and I put that in quotation marks, it might actually be easier to do. So like we have 2 tracks. At UCF, if you're a volunteer faculty, it's actually very easy to get promoted to professor. Whereas if you're in the salaried, tenured core, which I'm in, it's a lot harder. And it didn't matter to me because I already came in that way. But for the people who are in the track trying to go up, even though they don't pay us any money, they make it really difficult to go up the track. So if you're in a place where it's kind of relatively easy, I would say go for it, take advantage of it, because it can only help you. And whether to do them both simultaneously or to stagger them, I would say just go ahead and do them simultaneously. They're not really related, and you're not going to do that work twice. So I would definitely do it ASAP, and I would do it together.
If I can add on to that, that happened to me, Dr. Ganti. So, I was at I don't know if Dr. Adams is on the call yet, but I was at Northwestern. You can get a lot for going up. But I always thought in my head, well, what if I end up at a place where, if I trained at Stanford, what if I go back to the West Coast at some time? I'm going to stay on their promotion track and get enough stuff done so that I could make a move if I was going to make a move. And who knew if I was going to, but I didn't want to be stuck 10 years later without, not enough stuff on my CV. Well, I also switched lines when I switched institutions, and it's just like Harvard, it's a school that doesn't care what you were before. And, I was an associate professor for 5 years at Northwestern when I was making the move, and came in, and just before I'm supposed to start, like weeks before my first shift, I get an email asking me to annotate my CV for all middle author publications. And I was like, why? Is my appointment at risk? And, without being too obvious about it, they were like, well, maybe you're an assistant professor, really. And I thought, well, you could have told me that a year ago when we began this dance, right? Because it takes a year to move like that. So, so luckily, I ended up staying at associate professor for hook or by crook. But, not only the switch schools, but the switch lines, you got to really think about, like, what do I have to do now to have options? And, life is about having options, right? It's when you're stuck somewhere that you're going to be unhappy. If you have options, it's nice to always look and then realize the grass is greener at home, and then you don't have to move, right? But sometimes, the grass is greener someplace else. You just have to figure that out. But you need to have the options to be able to move if the grass really is greener. And that's one way to do it, is to just say, I'm going to stay on Harvard's promotion track. It's the hardest in the country. If I can just do what they do, then I have all of the options.
Thanks so much to all of you for doing this and for staying on Zoom during lunch. I think a lot of us as emergency physicians are fortunate to have the opportunity to use Zoom, but not to be overwhelmed with it. I really appreciated Dr. Hanti's point earlier about how everything just rolls together at the same time. And I've actually been thinking about that over the last couple of weeks as we are expecting our second kid and buying a house and trying to build an academic practice. So thank you for bringing that out in your talk.
Congrats.
One question I did have specifically was, as I am transitioning back into academic medicine from the community, I'm noticing that the rules are really, really different than what I kind of grew up with as coming from an ivory tower, super, super basic science background. And there are some really neat changes that have developed in terms of collaboration. And maybe some of this is because I'm at a younger institution that has some strong collaborations with Clemson. I'm wondering if you could kind of talk some about how you're seeing that landscape change towards collaboration, and what your experiences have been figuring out the rules as they currently are, or figuring out the rules as young faculty, because this isn't, the first year that anything has ever changed.
I'm not sure I understand the question completely, but I think one thing I can say as a woman is I always found it easiest to kind of prove myself with publications, because I feel like that's one thing they can't take you down on, right? Nobody can ever take that away from you. They can say, oh, well, she was sleeping all the time, during conference, or they can say, oh, she's never here. She's got like so many kids, or I don't know, whatever. I'm just trying to think of like disparaging kind of comments. But the one thing that they cannot take away from you is if you have a huge publication track record, well, then what are they going to say? Oh, well, she just publishes all the time. Okay, that's fine. I'll take that. And I mean, that was like, for example, like we had a residency roast, and you're always like worried about like what people are going to say about it during that time. But this is a true story. I mean, during the residency roast, they basically had this skit about me, and the skit was how I pumped out a baby, came back, finished the paper, and then also got myself to speak at the stroke conference. And I mean, I literally was like in tears over, oh my God, like, wow, if that's how people are perceiving me, that I'm doing a good job, because it has, in many other situations, just been really hard. I didn't grow up speaking English, and then I moved here for college. I've always moved my whole life, and always felt like I had to be extra good and not stand out. My parents are from India, and so we always grew up being told, like, don't make waves, don't speak up, don't stand out. It's really interesting to me, because I feel like we live much more in a society where diversity is celebrated, but at least I'm old enough where diversity was not celebrated. We always did everything to not stand out, and I would not want to open my lunchbox at school, because then people would know I'm eating different food. I mean, just all sorts of things like that. So I felt that writing was my way to get in to the main game, and it seems to work everywhere, even in places who don't quote value it. So yeah, I'll give you an example. Like, I work for Envision Physician Services now. You would never think that a corporate management group, whatever, would care about publications. Well, they love them. And they actually have assigned a publicist now to me to try to promote all my publications, because for whatever reason, they think it's important. So I think, I don't know in terms of figuring out the rules, but I feel the majority of my life, I've been in the situation where I couldn't exactly figure out what the rules were. But the one thing that has always saved me and helped me land back on my feet. I mean, I tell this to the residents all the time. The older you get, the more stuff happens to you, There's death, there's divorce, there's illness, there's cancer, there's all this stuff that happens to you, and it doesn't get better, it only gets worse. And so the more resilient you are, and the more you have something to fall back on, the better it is. So I think the best advice I can give to you as a young mom who's trying to navigate the system is focus on the publications, focus on the things that will definitely be worth your time. I think that for a lot of women, we get saddled into tasks that don't have a lot of intrinsic value, and to try to steer clear of those things. In my time management talk, I have a couple of examples, but there's a lot of like, oh, could you chair this committee? That's useless, because it's not going to go anywhere. So to just forget it and say no to those things. If you have specific, questions, maybe we can answer them about like the rules, but I wasn't sure exactly what the question was.
Dr. Guthrie, I might have something to add, and maybe it's just because Dr. Declan and I both Cincinnati grads, we're thinking the same things. But one of the interesting things, I can't tell if she's still there or if that's just a picture of her being there, but I think Dr. Declan's still there. Oh, there, she's still there. Okay. One of the really interesting things is that so there's two kinds of publications. There's the ones that you lead, and then the ones that you're somewhat of a middle author on. And one thing that I found out while being promoted is actually the H-index doesn't care. And so if you are the middle author on a 20-person national guideline for the American College of Cardiology that gets cited hundreds of times, that will build up your H-index so much more than being the senior author on 5 publications that get cited by 4 people. So most places will care about senior and primary authorship too, so don't disregard that. But if you have the opportunity to be a middle author on something that has 20 people on it, and your contribution is really representing the field of emergency medicine to the American College of Surgeons, do that, because it's well worth your time, and it's the kind of thing that the H-Index is really built on.
There was some chatter in the chat about diversity. I would say that there's a large, meaningful movement towards having diversity and equity work count. I think AWAM and ADIM do an amazing job at taking their passion, our passion, around these issues and turning them into scholarship. So, for example, I joined AWAM, I don't know, 11 years ago, kind of more like Esther dragging me to a meeting, and then eventually went through, joined their research committee, published a bunch of stuff, became president, and so I think there is a lot of value in taking something you really deeply care about as part of your own personal mission statement and turning it into scholarship. There are many universities that are getting on board with having vice chairs of diversity, having people in the dean's office whose job it is to make sure we represent everyone in our institutions, because everyone is our patients. And so just basically making an argument for that there. So if you are interested in that kind of work, it's important to get involved with national organizations like AWAM or AWEB, ADIM for sure. So those are homes for you. Those are places where you can find like-minded people. There is a comment also about how to say no. There's in fact a AWAM-sponsored didactic happening this afternoon on when to say yes and how to say no. And I think it's going to be recorded, so you can always watch it later while you're in this session.
It's Trisha again. Thanks so much for being available, guys. I have, I guess, a more existential question. I know that COVID sort of changed everything and everyone recently, and people are reevaluating whether they want to be on the academic hamster wheel and if the juice is worth the squeeze. And I'm particularly interested in pipeline, the academic pipeline. And so we see that faculty are trying to figure out, well, I'm busting my tail to get to, I'm not picking on Harvard. I know great people at the Brigham, but, trying to, get an H-index of 386 and pumping out 15 papers and gaming the system to be them. It just takes a lot of work. At the end of the day, to have the residents that you train out earn you and work fewer shifts and live on a beach. So my existential question is, has there been any thought given to how we can make academia a little more palatable so we don't lose our pipeline?
Yeah. Sorry, I don't mean to answer all the questions, but
you should. You're an expert in this. You should totally answer.
Well, I mean, we've written 2 papers on pipelines in academia, especially around gender, but in general, I would say it gets pretty old when you're busting your butt and then 5 years later, somebody tells you, hey, oh, sorry, you need another 10 publications or another 10 national lectures or what have you. But I think being prepared from the beginning, or at least wherever you are in your career right now, and taking making a checklist, taking an account of what you've got going on and where you think you want to go. And sometimes being honest with yourself and saying, hey, this place isn't going to be where I'm going to succeed. And that's okay. That's okay. And you can look somewhere else where you do have people and the institution behind you to empower you to be a successful academic physician. So that I would say start with look at where you are and look at where you want to go, and then plan it out over the next 6 months, 1 year, 3 years, 5 years.
I'd echo that and say that, my first response is say, do the things that you like to do. And that keeps it, it keeps you happy as you go along. In my talk earlier, I had a picture of a path that's on this hike over by my house. And, it's the path and the journey along the way that can make it special, but that's such a trite answer. And I recognize that. So I would say there's sort of more guiding principles, and that's time and autonomy and agency. Like if you can find those three things in your job, then you can determine the kind of work you're going to do and when you're going to do it and according to what schedule. And you can't always find all three without first putting in the sweat equity as a junior faculty and earning over many years the time and the agency and the autonomy. But once you have the trifecta, then it's you finding the projects that you want to do, mentoring the students, importantly, that you want to do. I referenced this conference I'm putting on. All of my co-investigators are undergrads, freshmen and sophomores. I never thought I would do that as an emergency physician, and it's bringing me incredible joy. But I would not have had that opportunity, even a couple of years ago. But it's because I have time and autonomy and agency that I was able to do it. So hopefully there's the trite and less trite there, I think.
I would also think of the concept as sort of along the same lines of work-work balance. So when you're a junior faculty, every medical school needs people to interview. Every medical school, every residency program needs people to interview residents. That's your citizenship, right? Like that's one area that they care about, they look at. But you also have your clinical work, and you might also have some projects starting. And I have this thing that I call work-work balance. People talk about work-life balance, which in my mind is like I've given up on that. But what I do is talk about work-work balance. And what that is that when I get sick of, doing a string of ED shifts, then I have a hyperbaric day coming. So I can be happy in my chamber, where I give people tons of oxygen and decrease their microparticles. Or I sit there and I, do data entry. I was just doing data entry this morning because that's something that has to get done. But I guess my point is that if later today I had to interview a resident or a med student, that would add to that balance. And so there's always something interesting happening. So if I get really frustrated with one part of my job, there's something else that helps me kind of recalibrate.
I think the question was, how do you make academia so unpalatable? I was trying to think about an answer for that.
Sorry, more palatable. I know we lose a lot of people who are interested in academia in residency. There's plenty of data to show that. And how do we make it more palatable so that people don't drop out when they see how much it takes?
I don't know, maybe highlighting people who have found a way to keep with academia, but on their own terms. I don't know. Like similar to Mike, I work with a lot of college students and also high school students. And you wouldn't think that. You think, well, what about the medical student, or what about the residents? And of course I work with the residents, like I'm in the ED, but I would say my favorite group is definitely my college student group, and then my high school student group. And the reason for that is because they are so passionate, and they think everything is cool. Like you could teach ACLS and they're like, oh my God, that was like the coolest thing ever. And I think, I don't know, maybe highlighting various ways where you can keep your academic self fulfilled is maybe something. I also love that, I'm in Southeast Orlando. And so we have a lot of people who would not normally think of going to medical school, but through some of the camps and some of the programs that I run, we have a lot of people who do it. And I guess I love seeing that. So I think that makes academia more palatable.
I would also add, sorry, go ahead. I was going to say, I would also add that academia it's not like a community job. I've done the community job thing, and some of it is just clocking in, clocking out. You don't have the camaraderie necessarily. And it depends if you're a people person, if you want to be around lots of activity, lots of growth and curiosity. And if there are people who are excited about just learning from you, even if it's the smallest thing. So, I mean, you have to really take note of what your priorities are. And if it's not that, and if it's not, you know, being part of teaching and being part of growth of our specialty, then, you know, then it might not be the right place. And that's okay. There's no right or wrong answer except the answer that's right for you, you know. So in terms of getting residents to get interested in academics, I give them that. I have a whole talk about this, about choosing between academics versus community, because I went through all those choices myself. And at the end of the day, you just have to really just know what your core mission and your what you want to be as a professional. And oftentimes they go for the community because of money, frankly, and because of just trying something different, gaining their own wings, and then maybe later coming back into you know, a tertiary care center.
I think the other thing that I might just add to that. So, for example, Dr. Smith, are you the Dr. Smith who's the ultrasound expert down at Emory?
Oh, that's a very kind thing for you to say. I'm faculty at Emory and I teach ultrasound. That's correct.
Perfect. So the reason I bring it up is that, right, ultrasound's a great example of ways to use your platform as an academician, but also as a subspecialty expert to do all the cool things that academics allows you to do, right? So you are at a world famous university and people all over the world who are desperate for ultrasound education, either in person, allowing you to travel all over the world, or now via Zoom and other telemedicine kind of applications, they're thirsty for the knowledge that you have. And I honestly, sometimes at the end of the day, I totally agree with Dr. Sitaraman's way of sort of balancing. She does hyperbarics combined with emergency medicine. You know, my admin work and my research work is a great way to spend the next day after a grueling shift. But you've actually got this great thing in ultrasound that people all over the world are not dying, in some cases dying, but mostly just they're thirsty to learn. And being able to do that and teach not just local college students and medical students, but physicians all over based on that knowledge, I mean, that seems like it would be the kind of thing that, to me, and I'm totally putting myself in your shoes here, and I may be completely wrong, but it seems like that's the kind of thing that would give me a lot of joy and satisfaction after a really rough week of whatever, whether it's writing papers or practicing in the ED or dealing with the hierarchy and the patriarchy, just fighting all of that. Getting to stand on a platform and teach others based on my expertise is sometimes a lot of fun and just a cathartic way to live for a day or two.
Thanks for that. No, I just mean, and this is my last comment. I don't want to monopolize the conversation, but so I do plenty of ultrasound teaching nationally, internationally. My fellowship director, Josh, is out here waving hello. So I take a great joy and enthusiasm in that. And I'm here as one of, you know, almost 40 people who's interested in advancing sort of in the academic sphere. But let's say for the board, as a resident, I was on the board of Annals of EM. And so when I, you know, meet the 60 residents that we have, I say, hey guys, this is a great new opportunity that's coming up. Who wants to, I'm happy to talk this through if anybody's interested in, you know, writing or research, or who wants to co-author this, or who wants to, and the enthusiasm is, and it has also been a really unusual year. But even where I work in other places, people are like, I have, you know, 22 shifts a month to do, and then journal club, and then this, and then that. And I feel the attrition, you know, Dr. Ganti was saying, you know, the college age students are very enthusiastic, and then they get to med school and they're still enthusiastic. Then they get to residency and they're like, I have been checking all the boxes and working super hard. And now is it the right time for me to, you know, keep working as hard? I don't know. But thank you for that recognition. That was kind of you to say. And I am modestly reasonably happy on my path.
That is such a great commentary on life and just how important it is to find the spaces where you can breathe in between all of the busyness. And on a personal level, working in the community and not having extra responsibilities, or not having responsibilities where my paid time is actually only half or a third or a quarter, or take your pick, of the actual work that I put into it. They're totally, totally different. And it does definitely suggest that there should be some openness, that if people spend a couple years or a few years in the community and then they turn around and they say, hey, I have this experience, now I'm ready to come back into academics, that there are valid components to that career track. That was more of a comment than a question.
It was a good one. And for some people that works really well. I think there used to be a misperception that at the beginning of your career, you choose one or the other. And that after that, yeah, if you burn out in academics, you can go work in the community, or if you, but it's really impossible to come back from the community to academics. And now I think we've all gotten a better understanding that, number one, if you choose to go from academic medicine to community medicine, that's a lifestyle choice, or a life choice, not a lifestyle, a life choice, and it doesn't indicate any kind of burnout. But also that it's very possible to come back from a few years of community medicine for whatever reason, whatever personal or professional reasons you had, and rejoin academics. And I think that there are lots of good examples at all of our shops of people who have done that, and you're living proof of that right now.
We're all just huge fans of yours. That's what the chat is showing.
Everybody's being really kind. Thank you.
Does anyone have, I know we're only halfway through the day and you'll have, the whole afternoon as well, but if you have any suggestions for improving Junior Faculty Development Forum, please, you can message me or Bernice, or just put it in the chat. It was suspended. We didn't have it last year because we were going to be virtual, and then this year again we're virtual. But there was some discussion about not having it because some people had kind of said that it wasn't that helpful to them. There were some comments about, oh, it's always the same speakers over again. And so I actually made a conscientious effort to not repeat a lot of speakers. I think very few. The only one I think I repeated was Dr. Adams, and that was due to unanimous.
Absolutely,
feedback.
you should have done.
Right. But I think everybody else is relatively new to the forum. So if you have any comments on it, then I can just take them back to SAEM. It's just, since we have a few minutes, I thought I'd bring it up. If there's any other way that you have suggestions to structure it, that would be great too. I had my idea, I think networking is super important. And my idea for the lunch was to do a game. So while everybody was eating, I was basically going to give everybody 3 Post-it notes or a couple of Post-it notes, and you could write your wish, like anything. It could be, I want to be an over 40 model. I want to learn how to fly, or whatever your wish is. And then you post them on a wall. And then once the whole wall is full and you've had your meal, then everybody walks up to the wall and you pick off whichever sticky you feel, whichever wish you feel you can come true. And so, for example, when we did this in my business school class, somebody had said, oh, I wish I could learn how to fly. Turns out somebody in the class was a pilot, and he was like, hey man, I'll take you flying, no problem. And he picked off that sticky. And so it's a good exercise to show you that everybody has the power to help everyone else. You just kind of have to put yourself out there and ask for what you need. And the more specific you are, the better it is, because if you just want to advance in academia, that's a huge ask, right? But if you say, hey man, I want 3 ultrasound publications before the end of the year, that's tangible. And if somebody put that sticky on, Dr. Smith, it can happen, right? I can pick that off the wall and I can be like, all right, let's talk. And so that was the game I was going to do during lunch. I'm just telling you about it since we kind of can't do it virtually. Or maybe if I'd been smarter, I could have come up with a virtual way to do it. Do we maybe want to take a 7-minute break until Dr. Adams starts? I know we've all been on this thing for a while.
Stretch break. I love it.
Stretch break? Okay, yeah, let's do that. All right, I'm going to take myself off camera till 2 p.m. Central.
Great. Well, thanks everybody for joining today. We're here to spend a bit of time to talk about becoming a leader that others want to follow. And I'd like to reflect on that just a bit. And then we have panelists here that I would like to actively have participate. There's a number, but people who's are leaders that I'd like to follow and do follow. So I'd ask their active participation to jump in along the way as I pose some thoughts and questions. But I wanted to frame this conversation about becoming the leader that others want to follow first by pointing out the obvious. You are a leader. It is about becoming a leader, but today you're a leader. Every time you show up in the emergency department, you're a leader. And my question is, are others following, and why? Okay, so the first is that. The second question, so you are a leader, and are they following? The second is, I have people that come, I'm the chief medical officer for our 11 hospital health system. Doctors of all specialties come and say, I want to be a leader. And then my question is, well, who is following you now? And why are they following you? Because you are a leader. And so this self-reflective exercise is very important, because it's not about becoming a leader. You are a leader. And if people aren't following, then you have to stop and reflect why. So first, as an area of self-reflection, we depend on your leadership. The thing I'd like to ask the panelists is about their personal experiences with leadership, to talk about leaders that they've had that they like to follow. So the first message is, you are a leader, and becoming a leader is about becoming a better leader, perhaps, but you are a leader, and we depend on that. The second thing, I was talking to a CEO and asked this question of how you identify leaders, and he said they're the ones with followers. And I said, well, what do you mean? He said, it doesn't matter the title, the position. I have people in leadership positions who are not leaders, people don't follow them, but people who have no leadership position at all, but everybody turns to them. Everybody comes to them, looks for their advice, looks for their guidance. And I said, why do you think that is? He said, I don't know why it is. He said, but there's something about the personality, about the openness, and about the willingness and a generosity to listen. And he said, they're real leaders. It's not just technical competence. And so first, you are a leader. It's about becoming a better leader. The second one is, if you don't have followers, it means you're not that good of a leader. And we in medicine think that leadership is a technical enterprise. And in fact, it's a very human enterprise. So the second lesson is, everything that we learn as a doctor is to become a great technician. And as a technical doctor with fountains of knowledge and wisdom and skills, we have that knowledge. But then when we engage the patient and quiz them in order for us to gain information and interpret it, that's really not putting us in a position of leadership. And when we put orders in the computer and have the nurse take them off, that's command and control. It's not really mature leadership. So in the nature of medical practice, we don't inherently train leadership. And the ones that have followers, interestingly, paradoxically, have skills that we talk about in medicine, but don't authentically train to, which is the ability to step back, not be the smartest person in the room, but to be the one who listens the most, and the most insightful, the most thoughtful, the most attentive, and then have perceptions that others can draw upon. And so what I'd like to do today is expand some of the skills that we don't draw on in medicine, not the knowledge, command, and control, not the technical and analytical, but a very human listening skill. And to jump to the conclusion, to become the leader that others want to follow, I want you to be a better listener. And what happens is, if you show up today in the emergency department, and you walk up to the nurse, say, here's what I'm perceiving about the patient. What are you seeing? What are you thinking? That act, the nurses will look at you a little bit mysteriously, because doctors never ask that. But all of a sudden, you've put yourself in a stronger position of leadership by authentically asking from the nurse's position. Do that to the secretaries. And if you authentically open yourself to that insight, you become a better doctor. Same with the patient and family. Listen to the family members, ask authentically what they're seeing and perceiving, not as a distraction. You're putting yourself as a better leader. The more that you can authentically listen, the more you're equipped with knowledge, perception, skills, experiences, observations of others. You're equipping yourself. But all of a sudden, now they're drawn to you as a leader. Don't do this in a manipulative way, of course. But this ability to authentically listen without judgment, without skill, without perception, you'll find actually dramatically empowers you. What happens when we go through the emergency department, we have massive stresses, strains, frustrations raining down on your shoulders, and that tension pushes people away. That decision you make pushes people away. And before you walk in the room, you read a triage note and you're already going to have emotional reactions to this. You walk in, people start to sense it. Don't make decisions. Walk in with an open mind, authentic listening, that ability to just authentically hear what they're saying, all of a sudden positions you as a stronger leader. So we train you as the best technician in the world, most knowledgeable physician. Paradoxically, to the best leader, remove the judgment, decision, emotional reaction. Hear what's going on. You're going to be more skilled. Nurses, technicians, others. Throughout your life, it's going to empower you as the leader. And if you think about the people that you want to follow, people who allowed you to express your opinion and actually heard it, even if you didn't get your way, you followed them as a leader. We have 5,000 doctors in the health system. We come up to a system way of doing it. Doctors know they'll win some, they lose some, but they want to be heard. And we in a health system, if we hear them authentically, we make better decisions. They win some, they lose some, but we all can move in the same direction. Health system level, emergency department, becoming the better leader, in my estimation, is the best listener. So I want to jump to a conclusion that you can take away today, but it's very hard to listen because we're completely wired to react. We're completely wired to respond. We train you to decide. We train you to move with partial amounts of information. It's who you are as an emergency physician. In many ways, that enables great leadership skills. In some ways, it disables it because we stop and necessarily stop listening. I'm going to pause there, and I'd like to turn to some of the people here who I know, like, respect, and admire. Ali Raja, Mike, others, to see if you have thoughts or observations in this regard on this first point. You could say yes, no, or I'll just keep moving on. Open it up to others. Does this make sense? Does it not make sense? Hard to get interactions over Zoom, but I want to make sure that you fully get this because I would like you to take this out of here as a lifelong exercise to improve your ability to suspend your emotional reactions, to suspend your decisions, to suspend your judgments, and really authentically listen. Make sense to you? Okay. I want to go to the next exercise. And the next exercise, if you're committed to becoming a listener, I want you to go to the next exercise. And I want to convince you that none of us are really, really there yet. Okay. Person comes in with drug and alcohol intoxication, and they're spitting and nasty and violent. We kind of have this experience all the time. You walk in, you make sure that medically they're not destabilized. So yeah, okay, great. Maybe you have to give some medicines to calm them, maybe not, but they sleep it off. At the end of that encounter, what's our objective with that person? Our objective is to kind of get them out with the least peace, or the least hassle, the most peace possible. We would like to get them to a better position, but really, do emergency physicians do motivational interviewing for these patients? Oh, please, it's just, would I like, yeah, I should. We just can't. It's just not easy to sustain unless the patient gives us an opening. And what if you actually authentically listened to what was going on in that person with that severe addiction and bad behavior? Now at the point they're sobering up a little bit, getting to a point of discharge. Authentic listening would have us not ask just what that experience was, the cursing, but really why it's going. And, addiction is a miserable, awful disease, right? Awful disease. And I don't know why that person's addicted, but I know that they are. I know that it could be a fatal illness in them. And instead of feeling all the negativity, if I felt, and sometimes I have to talk myself through this, that this is a terrible disease. And I've, in that listening, authentically hearing what's going on in them, what do you hear? All of a sudden, pain and suffering. I mean, it's an enormous amount of suffering that they're experiencing. And the reason that I was suffering through the 6 hours observing them yelling at me was because they were suffering. So I'm suffering because they're suffering. And now I don't like to suffer, so I give them Haldol and Versed. I mean, so I'd suffer less, but maybe they suffer less and we're a little bit better. But at the end of this, I've taken to, in the authentic listening for people with addiction, walking up and giving them their discharge paper and saying, you know, I'm sorry that you're suffering so much. You know, I'm sorry for the pain that you're experiencing. And, you know, I wish I could relieve this pain. I can't. But I know that drugs and alcohol are causing pain. I know trying to get sober is painful. I know that there's no path forward in life without pain. I'm just sorry for that. And if there's anything we can do, we'll do it. Here are some addiction centers. I know it's not easy. And I only wish you the best, right? So in listening and suspending my voice, I could hear them. And I've had people break down in tears. More than a few say, are you a friend of Bill? Do you know what a friend of Bill is? Yeah, there's some shaking heads. Thank you for those who are on video. The friend of Bill, because that's the founder of Alcoholics Anonymous. His name William, and that's the code. Are you alcoholic? And it's the greatest compliment when people think I'm an alcoholic, because I can understand, and I can't offer them anything more. I can't maybe help, but it helps my day. It helps my peace of mind. It doesn't make it any more easy when they come in spitting and cursing the next time, but they can depart in some level of peace. Maybe in that moment, I'm, you know, not a leader that they're gonna follow, but maybe I'm a slightly better leader. And it's not, here's the paperwork and scoot them out the door. So in that truly authentic listening, we can see not only what's going on and hear what they're saying, but why they're saying it. And in that why they're saying it, then positions us as a better leader. And the second point is try to, in the listening, but the second point is in the listening, it's helpful to me. And in the listening, it's helpful to them. So being the leader that others want to follow isn't about domination, command, control. It's about forming a relationship. And even with that alcoholic, it might be a split-second relationship, but it helps me feel better that at least they know there's some with sympathy, right? So first is becoming the leader others want to follow is the listening, but then it's the not just what's going on, but why it's going on. And in the why that's going on, it starts to transform both me and them. It starts to transform both of us. I had in the emergency department not long ago, a woman, the paramedics arrive in precipitous delivery. She's 9 months pregnant. She's delivering, and they're on the way. Right. We're getting the room set up, and one of the other nurses walked in and said, "Oh, here's a nurse who's just orienting with us, and she just came from labor and delivery." I'm like, "Oh, that's great. That's wonderful." Right. So we set up, and woman comes in, and you know, we're doing initial maneuvers. You know, I turned to her somewhere along the way. We have a big team there, of course, in residence. I said to her, "Is there anything else you're thinking that we should do or observing?" She said, "No." She said, "You really have it all very well under control." And we moved on. Later, it was very interesting to me because I was asking her, honestly, I was asking her because I wanted to ask her. It's just because I thought I could use some good advice. But later on, it made her day. It made her day. She's telling all the other nurses because how unusual that was that the doctor would actually ask for advice. But it really endeared her to the emergency department, and she became this fabulous emergency nurse simply because there was a moment of openness. But I thought it was just, I was doing it to equip me with some good ideas in case I was missing something. So listening in ways small and large helps not only the other person, it equips you as a leader, but it also helps the person being listened to. This is not our concept of leadership. The concept of leadership is know-it-all, is command and control. But you're not gonna really dominate your way to happiness. You're not gonna command your way to greatness. You're just not gonna, it's just not the way society is built anymore. You're just never gonna have that armamentarium of power, the biggest money, the biggest armaments. You're just not gonna have that. So it's gonna be an exercise in listening. I want to continue to build on this, that you will have a time where your hospital administrators come to you with some idea and your blood will boil. Or something will happen in the emergency department and you'll get completely frustrated. And you'll want to express your opinion to the administrators. And it's not unusual that doctors in our health system send me their bright ideas and send me their stuff. And it is what it is. And they're not wrong. And they are not wrong. And I'm happy to receive it and listen to it to hear what's going on in their mind. However, what happens if you would go and be a person who listens to the administrator? You will find their stresses and strains, and you'll find out much better ways to align and much better ways to be more productive. A president of one of our suburban hospitals called me, and she said, would be willing to run our emergency department? And now I don't get anything for running one of our community emergency departments. I said, what's going on? She said, it's a single democratic group. They've been here for 30 years. I'm like, you have a problem? She said, well, the quality of care is good. Like, how's patient satisfaction? Patient satisfaction's good. How are they with the nurses? They're good with the nurses. How are they with the medical staff? They're good with the medical staff. I said, so you have a single democratic group that's good with quality of patient care, good with patient satisfaction, good with nurses, good with doctors, and you want to have them lose their contract? She said, yeah, it's coming up for renewal, and I want to change your contract. I'm like, why do you want to have to change a contract? She said, they don't listen to me. They don't listen to me. She said, I want to be listened to. When I need them to participate in the hospital sepsis efforts, they don't show up to meetings. When I need them to be more of an institutional leader than they are. And I see that the other emergency departments have that. And so I drove an hour and a half to this emergency department, sat down with the two leaders of the group and said, you're going to lose your contract unless you listen to her better. Here's what you need to do. Show up to the meetings and now they've kept their contract through 2 cycles. I can't say they'll never lose their contract, but this is the way democratic groups lose their contracts, is they don't listen to the hospital administration. That doesn't mean the hospital administration is always right, but authentically listening, authentically hearing the needs, we can have productive conversations and relationships. So becoming the leader that others want to follow is often very contrary to where we are as a doctor, because as a doctor, we're the ones who other people want to listen to, who want their advice. And when physicians come and they diagnose and then propose a treatment plan for the institution, nobody really wants to hear that. Positioning yourself as the leader is going to be born by really the listening, taking it in, and then even getting advice. So I'm going to pause here to see if there's comments, anything in the chat, anything that's resonating good or bad with this conversation, because this will be an exercise that we need to go through, and it will be counterintuitive because it's different than the way you were trained, but it will be, with many of you, very aligned with the personality to be listening and taking this in. It is not disempowering as a leader. It's incredibly empowering as you go through your days. I'm not saying lack confidence. I'm not saying lack decisiveness, not saying move when things need to move. However, this is an exercised skill that I want you to actively show up today. To your chairman, listen a little better. To your colleagues, listen better. To your nurses, listen better. And all of a sudden, if you're listening better, you're going to be put in charge of stuff. It's very weird. It's very weird because you're highly technically competent. People already know that. They already know that you're technically competent. And then, even when you thought you've listened, ask more questions till you truly, truly, truly get it. Then when you get it, you'll see the paths that you'll need to execute. All right. Going to pause there. Does this make sense? Even if you have to type it in the chat, tell me this does or does not make sense. Tell me that you will or will not exercise this. And then also what doesn't feel right to you about it. Thank you. What does not feel right to you about it, I'd like to talk through.
Dr. Adams, going back to your comment about the alcoholic drug addict, I mean, obviously we all want to, listen and give our best for each patient and the patient encounter. I mean, I think I can speak for a lot of us with emotional reserve and having a really draining shift and just wanting to hand that paper and walk out the door without really taking that moment to listen. Do you have any tips or tricks on how to overcome that, that exhaustion or that bias when you really should take that moment to step down and listen, and maybe you're that person that can break through for this individual?
Yeah, the two things I would say is number one, when you're getting emotionally taxed and tired and stuff, and it happens literally walking in and shift taking sign up, it's just like this emotionally draining experience. The first thing is just be aware of it. Just be aware of it. And the second thing is, and this is that you have to find a safe space to do this with colleagues. Like mention it, like all of my milk of human kindness is just like drained onto the floor. Like, just like say it, just be even internally, because that'll then, it helps, right? So it's okay, it helps. The second thing is when you're feeling really hateful to the patients, pause, because if you're feeling, you walked into shift feeling fine, if you're feeling hateful to the patient, what you're feeling is what they're feeling. There's this norm of human reciprocity where you're mapping them onto your unconscious part of your brain and you're feeling this. And then, so when I'm feeling it, by observing it and being aware of it, I can realize like the degree of self-hatred that they have for themselves. It's this self-hatred. And you will start to see, you may not care anymore, but you'll start to see that this person had incredibly deep traumas in their life. You'll start to see the people who've had massive childhood traumas or lifelong traumas, and it doesn't necessarily give you more energy, but it helps you create a healthy distance, so it's less draining. It really is less draining when you can start to see the map, but then to be around a whole emergency department of people who've experienced massive trauma, and now they're inflicting trauma on you, and massive self-hatred and massive trying to numb their lives with drugs and alcohol. Holy cow, that's just this draining experience. But when you know that's the game, you can start to see the game, and now you're a participant rather than getting sucked into their pathology. And it really is a learned exercise if you're going to do this game for the long run. So I would say that that's actually an exercise to be able to, when you feel it, identify it, name it, exteriorize it, and then you can kind of reset. Now, you can't do that all the time, but when you're starting to get drugged down by it, instead of getting angry and abrupt and pissed off and all those kind of things, that's just gonna like, now your leadership position is spiraling downward. The other thing too is when you see nurses who are burnt out and over the edge, when you do have a good moment, walk up to them and just sincerely, honestly, when you're in a sincere space, like, how are you doing? How are you doing? Like, are you okay? Like, you're a great technical nurse. I love your skills and you're so good. Are you okay? Are you doing okay? Sometimes it's a couple days off. If you get a week off and you're re-energized, that's this temporary burnout, right? Now, when you come back, if you're drained instantly, there's a problem there. But if you have a week off, or the nurse has a week off, and you're not rejuvenated, at least when you're still off, that's depression and you have to get help. So take a week if you're good. That's burnout, and then you've got to figure out what has to change in your work life so you don't get burned out immediately. But if you're not reset, then that's depression. So I've seen a lot of emergency docs have depression, but they're so smart, so good, so strong, they power through it. It doesn't get better on its own. So first, and then I'm going to say another thing while I have this topic of wellness health there. If anybody's going through major life stuff, especially like any doctor, nurse, anybody administrator that I know that's going through a divorce, I tell them they have to get counseling. They're like, no. I'm like, no, you don't understand. This isn't a suggestion. You must, I insist, I insist, you have to get a therapist and counselor. And so inevitably 100% of the time they're happy. So if you go through a major life stress or strain, get a therapist or counselor. Or if you're a week off and still not reset, get a therapist or counselor. There's just too much in life. That's not a weakness. So hope those are some tricks, like in the moment, to identify what's going on in you. If it's exteriorize it, name it, and then you can cope. If it's added up that it's just too much, are you getting some burnout, or is it clinical depression? Okay. So it's a good point. I go there because to be the leader that others want to follow, you got to be kind of healthy. Your job, other people depend on you. Stay healthy. Then you can be a point of listening. Then you can be a point of like authentic understanding of what's going on in the other people. And then with that, once they're listened to, once you kind of have this stuff, now you can start to whatever issue you need to lead people through, whether it's a clinical encounter with the patient, here's the goal and destination and plan with the patient, others will actively implement, and your life will get dramatically easier as a doctor, dramatically easier as a doctor. And so you'll have then a position of influence. Okay, so thanks for bringing that out. Moment of wellness there. The listening, then the in-depth of understanding. And then from that in-depth of understanding, it's going to be like pivot into kind of unusual territory, like with the addicted, the alcoholic, the difficult patient. I can't cure him. I wish I could. I don't have a medicine for that. But at least I could exhibit that understanding that kind of occasionally will freak people out. And more than a few times in this emergency department, there have been people that came back, thanked us, and apologized. And I'm like, thanked and apologized, but they hadn't been here for a year, 2 years, because one of the steps in Alcoholics Anonymous is to make amends for the people you hurt. And they came back and apologized for being such an asshole in the emergency department. I'm like, that was fabulous. Now it only takes like once a decade for somebody to do that, to like really touch me and be really, really happy, but it's happened a couple of times. And it really sticks with me because that has been important for them. So that is leading for people who are terrible followers. So my point of view is like, I'm probably not going to have people who are much worse followers than that. And but those same skills work no matter where and what encounter that I have, whether it's department faculty, when they're angry, listening at some depth, understanding, are they well? Is there some burnout going on? It is too much pressure at times. Sometimes all we can do is understand. Sometimes we can get some plan to fix, but at least we can get on that journey of leadership and we can align on a plan. So once you've understood, once we listen, once we understand, then become the leader that others want to follow. It's identify the problem we want to fix. And in that problem, staying with it for a very long time to truly understand the problem starts to help us understand at depth what we want to fix. Some things are ED overcrowding, too big to fix, too multifaceted. We can chip away at it, and we have a lot of initiatives to chip away. But then identify the problem you want to fix, get a plan, get everybody in the plan, and pretty soon now you're leading and have the cycle going. The emphasis that I wanted to place today was in that very first stage, because getting the plan and implementing the plan, continue to take the listening, ask for advice, other people will ante in. Talk to a CEO, and he said, no, my job is deliberately not to be the smartest person in the room. He said, I, in fact, go out of my way to pretend like I know nothing, because I want to bring out the best in everybody else. My job is just to ask the right questions. It's fascinating. This is a guy who's leading a multi-billion-dollar corporation. He's like, my job is just to ask the right questions. Like, oh, that's actually pretty cool. So he just sits there and asks questions, but then his executives, by answering the questions, feel listened to. By asking insightful questions, they certainly feel understood, but it's very motivating, somewhat challenging. But it never disempowers his executives, who through his questions and through the answering is able to get a clear plan. So what's interesting to me is the leader is not the person who has to know it all, but know what to ask when around which problems. So I'm going to pause here, see if I've provoked anything in any of you, or questions that you want to ask. And I'd still like to turn back. I see Mike and Ali's nice photos on there. Please, if you have any things or to share.
Feel free to chime in. And if you'd rather put the question in the chat, I'm monitoring the chat. So please feel free to ask Dr. Adams anything. It's really a privilege to have him here on Junior Faculty Development Forum, so don't be shy.
There, Dr. Raja, how are you?
I'm well, sir. How are you?
I'm great. There's a leader that I want to follow.
Well, I have to ask, only because I've obviously watched your career develop from your role here at the Brigham, and then obviously on to chair at Northwestern, and now your CMO role. Has your perspective on leadership changed as the group of people you're leading has grown larger and larger, or do you feel like the same underlying themes have continued throughout?
So that's why what I'm saying here, the same themes have absolutely continued throughout. Absolutely. And like Ron is the system COO at MGH Brigham, and he has to create a system. Well, in 2013, when we systematized, the CEO and the board's like, okay, systematize everything. Like every clinical policy across 11 hospitals is exactly the same. Big deal. And so I have 9 chief medical officers covering 11 hospitals with 354 medical directors underneath. We got and over 5,000 physicians, and we've got to systematize all the clinical policy, all the clinical procedure, all the stuff. And we've been able to do it through exactly this kind of conversation. And unfortunately, president of the hospital one of the hospitals calls me because one of the chief medical officers is pushing too hard and not listening quite as much. But we've had really, really good success with exactly this methodology. And I'm glad that Dr. Collins called out where I could amplify the wellness side of it, because we really have put a lot of wellness stuff in place for the physicians. It's actually a really big deal. One of our medical staffs started just confidential psychiatry services in the middle of the night. We have medical staff who call psychiatrists, like respond to the home because they are in crisis, but we put that in place. Second thing, we have meeting convene, we have conversations, we have collaboratives that are in place, and everybody's in, as long as we're not dominating it. Had colorectal surgeons call together about surgical procedures for colorectal surgery to decrease complications. Called the medical directors of colorectal surgery across the geography together. He said, here's the data. I said, I'm not telling you what to do. Tell me how I should think about this. right? Tell me, and they started sharing, came up with this great policy. The one guy in the community hospital had the lowest rate. What do you do? Here's my thing. That's a good idea. We're all going to do that. They all did it. Hip and knee replacement, same thing. I had episiotomy rates at 22% in one hospital, 3% in another hospital. I'm like, what's the answer? I don't do episiotomies. They got together. All of a sudden, the rates come down, like everybody's average is 6%. Over and over and over, we get results. The doctors are results oriented, but they feel empowered through these conversations. It's not that we're not having the conversations. We certainly are, but I'm trying to listen and understand and be educated so we could get results. The only problem we have is the doctors who don't want to show up or the doctors who are not with the culture. Our culture is to be an excellent organization. And if they're not there, then we're like, this is not adding up, and we exit them from the organization. Now we have, out of those 5,000, half are employed, half are independent. But the doctors that are in this game are much happier because they know that we respect them, admire them, support them, do all the stuff that we need to do, even though standardization is really aggressively occurring. So same methodology. Sorry for the health system call, but it's the same methodology over and over. Other conversations.
Do you find it's hard to get that buy-in across groups, like when it's not just physicians, but it's physicians and then all of the other staff who are involved?
Yeah, well, so yes, our APPs tend to be excluded. I don't like, it's a big group and they're different. It's a different culture. And they want to be engaged. They're positive people, but we haven't fixed the leadership there. The nurses are very different. The nurses are so much more command and control than the docs are. And so, I convene the chief nurse execs and kind of meet, and we do a lot together. But most of that activity is really in the medical groups or in the hospital side to side. Less nurses an outpatient than we'd have an inpatient, and that's the medical directors, and we have kind of nurse doc dyads. So we have very different cultures across different specialty domains. What I would say, out of the doc nurse APP, the big three, after that, everybody so wants to be in. If any conversation that we have aligning, they really, really want to be in, with the exception of the troublesome personalities, right? There's some personalities that are not, but broadly, man, they're with the program, they're helpful, and they will carry the water with us, of course. The nurses will too. It's a different culture. But we've been very, 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 very successful there through the same methodology and the same techniques. It's just, they don't directly report to me. They report up to the president. But you will find that they will be drawn over to you really strongly with this approach. What else do you want to talk about in our last 15, 20 minutes?
So I had a different kind of question, still related to leadership, but it's more any tips on how to manage up. So I'm a younger faculty member, and I had the situation of training at my residency program, so all my people know me.
Yeah.
And I've luckily been given some positions of leadership in a younger age, but sometimes some of my trouble is, how do I get who used to be my bosses, my colleagues, my superiors, and now they're my colleagues, how do I manage up and help with that?
Yep. Give me an example of something that you're have to get from here to there. Well, like, what thing are you leading forward? Are you like quality? Are you education? What's your thing?
Yeah, so right now I am education, and from that standpoint, I'm working mostly with the med school, and that's been great.
Yeah.
One of the new positions that I've been given is leading our diversity, equity, inclusion movements for the for the hospital. So a little bit more quality improvement and administrative work, which I hadn't been in before. So my struggle has been trying to get, like I said, some of my ideas across and listening to all of my seniors and listening to what they're saying and then coming up with things. And then kind of hitting a wall or having a hard time getting buy-in from that perspective?
Yeah, so I totally understand. One of the things that I would say, and this is my position as the chair and as the chief medical officer, we're big in diversity, equity, inclusion, of course, as well. But the opportunities there are so expansive, and so one of the things that I caution myself about is drawing any idea or even collecting the best practices, although I collect them and set them there, and then do an assessment, do the same thing, talk to your boss, the chair, the CEO, and say, here's some opportunities in other organizations, but what do you think this organization is ready for? And what do you think our goal should be? And what's the culture and the readiness and where should we begin? And then and get them talking, and they're going to give you very good advice of what they're ready for and not ready for. And then you move it forward, and then their readiness will expand or propose, and you'd say, here's some ideas from other organizations. What do you think? And so rather than being the person who brings the ideas, draw the ideas, educate and draw from them, and pretty soon that plan is going to move forward. But their capability, and they have a lot more on their plate, so the readiness may not be for wrong reasons. You're just going to need to know that, and so they will point out and tell you where the barriers are and where they will or will not be ready. So that conversation will be very comfortable for you, and they'll be very comfortable because they know you're going to have a program that goes at pace on topics that they're aligned with, and you're just going to keep going really fast. You'll accelerate.
Thank you.
That makes sense?
Yes.
It's a weird way of leadership. It doesn't feel like leadership, but it totally is. You will totally move faster than everybody else.
Thanks.
Yeah. Other conversation. All right. So Ali, do you have any other reactions or thoughts to this? This is a little bit of a weird conversation of leadership because I'm trying to, your decisiveness skills are going to be strong as emergency docs. And it's this skill to truly, truly hear and listen. And then you can formulate plans and assess readiness and keep it moving, whether it's a nurse, a technician, an APP, or CEO. It's all going to be the same conversation. Does this seem right to you, Ali? Am I getting it across?
It does. I forget the name of the author who wrote How to Win Friends and Influence People, but that you quoted him earlier with the seek first to understand and then to be understood. Mm-hmm. And I think you've nailed that if we come into this with the answer, one of two things is going to be happen. Either we're right and we have to convince a lot of other people, or we're wrong and we actually lead them astray. But if we work with them to actually do what you're saying here, which is to find the right answer by pulling it from them, not only are we all going to be much more likely to be right, but we're already going to have all these champions who are willing to push hard for something that they believe in instead of something that they're being told to do.
Yeah. And bringing people together around that, where they're voicing it and moving it it's a very it's a gentler approach, but it's no less powerful. In fact, in the end, it's far more powerful and effective. It's if you're feeling you have to muscle it, it's not leadership. And in this business and industry, it's just not gonna be happy or workable.
Dr. Adams, I have a question.
Yeah.
So this forum is mostly junior faculty development, right? So most of our audience are young. And what do you think about, for you, like you have a title and you're the leader and you're older and you're white and you're male. And so does this advice apply? For example, if like our previous person who is on right now, a young female faculty member, petite, if she asks to say, hey, is there anything I'm forgetting about here? I think the reaction may not always be positive. I think sometimes the reaction can be, she doesn't even know what she's doing. Like she has to ask me, like, oh my God, you know, and I only bring this up because I've been doing this 20 years and I have seen that.
Yep.
So I think that before you get to the point where you can ask people and you can do that, like I totally understand what you're saying. I get a lot of credit right now because they say, oh, she's always asking us our opinion. But I know that me, the same person, when I was very early in my career, and I remember I had asked for epinephrine for an asthma patient, some male nurse like wrote me up saying that that was inappropriate care, and it went all the way to my department chair.
So what I would say, and this is every level, but especially young, especially diverse, especially when you're not sure of how you're going to be evaluated, find your sponsors and advocates, right? And so when I was first or early in my career, and I think that a lot of what you're saying does apply to everybody who's junior in your career, and some more or less depending on your program, right? But I was up against a lot of big challenges. And the chair of internal medicine, I was in some meeting and a lot of stuff was going on with all these services. And the chair of medicine afterwards, an old guy, he kind of came out of this meeting and he put his arm on my shoulder. He said, you know, you're never gonna topple the wall by punching it. He said, line up all your strong backs and slowly, steadily push. And then he walked away. And I'm like, this is like totally like, you know, Jedi stuff, right? So it was very cool though, and I remember that forever. So everybody, find out who the strong backs are that would align with you, have your back, be a sponsor, be an advocate, think you're good, think you're a leader, think you're powerful, right? And align with them and listen to them. The people that are gonna disparage you, don't listen to at all. Do not reward them with your ears or the good behavior. But when you're trying to advance a cause in diversity and inclusion, find the strong backs, start to talk to them, listen to their opinions. Because when you're in the political morass and nastiness, do not reward your enemies with your good behavior, right? So then you find your allies in this stuff. And then if you're in a public forum, they'll speak up favorably for you. And all of a sudden now you're in a stronger position of leadership. So when you show up every day, especially if there's conflict or politics or people you're not sure of, focus your attention on people whose strong backs you can depend on. Up, down, side to side, doesn't matter. Housekeeper, CEO, there are plenty of people who will support you. Nurture those relationships. And I'm not saying that you don't have power, but you get so much more power and much better days going through your day when there are those allies. Is that helpful?
Thank you. Yeah, that's great.
Okay.
I just wanted to bring it up because I think that maybe that was a point that people didn't bring up.
Find your strong back, slowly, steadily push. You don't have to be the strongest person. You'll never do it alone. Don't topple the wall by punching. Okay, I think that our time is about up. It has been an absolute pleasure to share this time with you. I always get a lot out of it. Thank you for the conversations. It's great to see you.
Thank you very, very much.
Yeah.
Thank you. That was a great talk. And I think one of the things that struck me when I was listening to it is sometimes we listen to things by leaders who are maybe many steps ahead of us. And we feel that, oh, well, that's all well and good, but like, I'm so far away from that. Like it's not really relevant to me right now, but you'll be surprised. Many years down the road, you'll remember some of the things that you heard here today and they'll come back to you. So, all right. I think the next talk is me, time management. So if everyone is good, I will continue so that we can stay on schedule. And Bernice, if you could please monitor the chat for me, that would be great because I can't see it while I'm presenting.
No problem.
Thank you so much. All right. So I have a talk. It's on time management. Our original speaker couldn't make it, so I hope that you'll still be able to find something useful from it. All right. So successfully managing one of your most precious assets, time, right? So as Dr. Jasandi said, his definition of success is having control over his time, because time is the most precious thing. It's the most precious commodity, right? And every single task takes time. So the way you optimize time is by doing the things that have the most bang for the buck, if you will. And these will be those tasks that align with your goals and priorities. So every single time somebody wants you to do something, think of it as, oh my God, they're taking away my treasure, my time, right? If somebody said to you, like, hey man, can I have like $100? You'd be like, why? And you would think about it, right? Is that going to help me? Is that going to align with my priorities? All that. Same thing with time. So always ask, what's in it for me? Why would I want to do that task? And Benjamin Franklin, as far back as 1748, said time is money. So time must be explicitly managed, just like you manage your money. I'm sure like more than half this group is on WCI, Facebook and such. And so think about time in that same way, the same way you think about your money. If you do not manage your time well, you are going to be stressed, right? And so there's already tons of stress in the world, so don't add to it. There is a time famine. I like to call this the new emergency. And what are some signs of wasting time? My favorite one is messy desk, cluttered, because I have 4 teenage kids. And so, of course, the place is always a disaster. This is why I have a virtual background on. But when you can't find things, when you miss appointments, when you have to reschedule things, or you're unprepared for meetings, you volunteer to do things that other people should be doing, or you're always tired, you're always unable to concentrate. These are all signs that time is being wasted. There are some important corollaries here. So, and you've heard many of these before, but they are worth repeating. So being successful doesn't mean that you manage your time well. But managing your time well does make you successful. Does that make sense? With regard to planning, failing to plan is planning to fail. Again, cliche, but worth mentioning. So you have to plan each day, each week, each semester. And it's okay to change your plan, but you can't change your plan if you didn't have a plan in the first place. So I actually spend every Sunday, I would say I spend at least 2 hours or so looking forward to the week that's coming up and making sure I am aware of every single appointment, due date, task, whatever. I mean, sure, I'll be behind on certain things, but at least I'm aware of what's going on. I'm never caught off guard with, oh my God, how did this meeting just pop up on my calendar? I usually review everything ahead of time. If I need to make any shift trades or anything like that, I look at that. It's really important because it's not just you, right? You work in many, many circles. So you have your clinical circle, you have your administrative circle, maybe you have a research or an education circle, you have your family circle, maybe your kids circle. There's a lot of different places that you are required to participate in and make sure that everything works together. So like everything is on my Google Calendar, and I share my Google Calendar with everyone in my family so that they know exactly what's going on at what time. And I think there's this fallacy out here where you just kind of find time for important things. You don't just find time, right? Because all the time is already sucked up. You have to make time for it. So everything you do is, you should think about it as an opportunity cost. And I can't remember who asked me, but someone asked me earlier, like, how do you learn to say no? You learn to say no by thinking, again, going back to what's in it for me. Is it going to do something for me or not? Does it align with my priorities or not? You know, and I think the question to me was, how early did I start doing that? I actually started doing this pretty early. I had already had my first child in residency. And so by the time I was junior faculty, I already had my second one. And I learned very early to say no to things. Everyone has like a prime time, right? And you have to figure out when is your good time. So I, for example, my best time is writing early in the morning. So I think I said this in my earlier talk, but I like to get up really early and then write and then get on with my day. Because if I don't find a time to write, and someone made a good point earlier, how you should always find time to write every day a little something. And that way all your projects move forward. So for me, that's my time. And make sure like it is a good time and it's protected. It's very difficult actually to protect your time when everyone else is awake, because it's hard to say no to your boss. It's hard to say no to your kids. It's hard to say no to your students. So I just pick a time when most people are sleeping anyway, and that actually works very well. My dead time is after night shift.
I can't sleep well after a night shift, but I also don't function well after a night shift. So I do all the mundane things that I have to do after a night shift. And for me, that's laundry, cleaning my house, making sure everything's like picked up and ready to go, because it has to get done sometime. So everybody has their time that they need to pick. Um, we're all ER docs. And I think for us, interruptions, we don't even think about it. But some of the time management literature has shown that 6 to 9 minutes, which is not much, it sounds like it's not much, interruption needs 4 to 5 minutes of recovery. So if you add this up, if you have just 5 interruptions, you've killed an entire hour of productivity. So interruptions completely kill productivity. So you really have to do everything you can to reduce the frequency and length of interruptions. I'm not necessarily talking about a clinical shift. Like when I go to a clinical shift, I go into my shift thinking all I'm going to do is my clinical shift. I'm not going to accomplish anything. I'm not writing any papers. I'm not going to get anything done during my clinical shift, because that's just kind of how it is. If I can get through my shifts, do a good job, write some decent notes, I'm happy. But when you are home, and so for example, this morning is a perfect example. I was going through all my talks really early in the morning to make sure they were ready to go. And my email, it just kept dinging and dinging and dinging. And I was so tempted to just look at it because I wanted to know what was happening. And it was really, really hard. I said, oh my God, I'm giving a time management talk already. The one day I'm giving it, I can't ignore my email. It was so difficult, but turn it off. So the art of multitasking, or the art of anti-multitasking, actually runs counter to our EM personality. They always say like the people who gravitate towards emergency medicine are either ADHD to start, and if you weren't that way to start, you definitely become that way after being in it for a long time. And I've been doing this 20 years, so I definitely feel that. It actually takes a tremendous amount of discipline to focus on one task. And I didn't really start appreciating this probably till just a few years ago, because I always felt like, oh, I can do everything. Look at me. I could do like so many things all at the same time. I never believed that when you do so many things all at the same time, that actually nothing is getting the attention that it deserves. There are some exceptions that I'm going to cover. But for the most part, if you are trying to work on a paper, you can't work on your paper and also answer emails and monitor homework on the side. So how do you become an effective time manager? I have kind of 4 points. 1 is to take stock of your time. 2 is don't waste it. 3 is organize it. And then 4, do things to save your time. So I'm going to just give you a couple of my own personal tips about how you can do each one of these things. So first of all is taking stock of your time. Do you know there's 168 hours in a week? This comes from Laura Vanderkam. And this is one of her worksheets that she puts on her time management websites. There are 168 hours in a week. How do you use that time? It might seem a little like, oh, come on. But I can tell you, like, as a parent of teenage kids, one of the things I harp on all the time is I always tell the boys, like, oh my God, you guys play too many hours of video games. What do they say? No, we don't. So I made them do this exercise, and I made them write down exactly what do they do with their 168 hours a week. And do you know how many hours of video games there were in there? So there you go. You show them the data and you're like, these 18 hours over here, how about we study 2 of those and like study for SAT, so you might have a future, And it's very powerful because then they can't argue with that. You can do the same thing with your anybody that you work with yourself. If you are managing other people, you can do it with your employees. You may have people who report to you that say, well, there's no way I can get all this stuff done because I'm super busy. And you say, okay, let's talk about that. You have 2 clinical shifts a week, and then you got to sleep some and you got to do this some. Maybe there's time over here. So once you have a worksheet, you can actually see where you're spending your time. And that's where you can actually reclaim some of that time as well. Social media, another really good example. So what am I doing that doesn't really need to be done? Like, am I on Facebook 2 hours a day? I mean, yeah, maybe I am. But if I'm looking for time, maybe I could shave that down to 1 hour a day. I'm on Netflix all the time. Maybe I could shave that down. You don't have to give up activities, but you could cut back and maybe reclaim time. Am I doing stuff that could be done by somebody else? So for example, my kids' school is 25 minutes from where I live. And I now have somebody who drives them. I pay them, but I pay them a lot less than what my hourly rate is. And it's huge. It gives me an hour a day back every day. What am I doing that could be done more efficiently? So right now I'm giving this talk, I'm sitting down, but usually when I'm on a conference conference call and I'm just participating, I will walk on the treadmill while I'm doing that. What do I do that wastes other people's time? Do I show up to meetings unprepared? Do I call a meeting, my lab meeting, my research meeting, and then I'm not ready and I say, oh my God, you guys, I'm so sorry. I had a really rough week and I'm not really sure what we're going today. I just want to have a meeting because I don't want to cancel the meeting. I'm wasting their time. Like I can ramble on and everything out of respect to me, since I'm the lab PI, they're going to listen to me. They have no choice, but I am wasting their time. And then are there pockets of time I can reclaim? One of my colleagues, Dr. Leibowitz, for my birthday got me Rush Review, and I love it because it's on my phone. And whenever I'm somewhere waiting in line, I do a quick Rush Review question, not because I'm a resident, but of course we train residents. So I want to make sure I'm up to speed as well. All right, so now you've taken stock of your time. You don't want to waste it, right? So what are some activities, in my opinion, that have no intrinsic value? Well, back when I was early junior faculty, they asked me if I wanted to chair the committee on choosing instruments for the suture tray. And I was smart enough back then to say, no, I'm good, thank you. Why? Because I don't care which instruments are in the suture tray. I will use whatever instrument somebody chooses. If there's a laceration, I will pull the tray. I will use what's in the tray. I do not care which instruments are present, what company they came from, what brand they were, how much the kit costs. I don't have time for that. It does not align with my priorities, and it's not going to promote me. It's not going to make me a better doctor. It's not going to make me, the department chair. The other committee they asked me to chair was the committee on scrub color selection. I'm not even kidding. If there's anybody from Mayo on this call, they know exactly what I'm talking about. It's dress and decorum committee. I said, no, that's okay. I mean, first of all, I was pregnant all the time. I felt like I looked fat and ugly no matter which color I wore. So did it really matter? No, it didn't. They ended up choosing a putrid green, which I did kind of dislike. But again, I didn't really care. It was not worth my time. I did not engage. The other one that I've been very careful to steer clear from, and this one is a little bit less black and white, is there are some committees that will necessarily end up being contentious. One particular one for me was the EM-IM task force. And that task force looks at emergency department admissions because, IM always complains we admit too many people, that we don't work them up, blah, blah, blah. And, early on, I just kind of figured out that I don't want to be on that committee because no matter what, I would probably make enemies and it wasn't worth it for me. So I just let somebody else do all that and I will do as I am told. So, if they decide this is the admission process or they decide every admission needs a UA, I would rather just do that than waste my time on this committee. God forbid I say something that's going to get me into trouble. It's not worth it. And you can think of a lot of examples like that. There are many, many other things that waste time. For example, guilt, a completely useless emotion and a complete waste of time. I think this shirt says, don't feel guilty for doing what's best for you. Another waste of time example, and I'm only sitting down right now because I'm lecturing, but never sit when you can walk as long as you're not lecturing, I guess. If you're chatting on the phone, you're doing laundry, you're doing something that does not require a lot of brain power, then try to do something else with it. Like when I'm chatting on the phone, I'm always walking around the house because I might as well get my steps in. Why then dedicate an hour to doing my steps when I can just get them when I'm at work, when I'm on the phone, when I'm doing conference calls? And it's also a good way to not fall asleep during your conference calls. Parkinson's law. So Parkinson's law is just a phrase coined by Cyril Parkinson back in the 50s that says work expands so as to fill the time available for its completion. So it's kind of like, air or gases that just expand, expand, expand. So if you have 9 weeks to write a paper, you're not going to start today and pace it out over 9 weeks. We know this. Who are you kidding, right? The week before it's due, you're like, oh my God, I agreed to do that paper. I've got to write that paper or write the book chapter or whatever committee task you agreed to. So taking into account your preferences in terms of time will also help here. What about procrastination? So back in 1700s, procrastination is a thief of time. How do you avoid procrastination? So doing things the last minute is actually much more expensive than just before the last minute, right? I know it sounds kind of silly, but think about it. In the last minute, you may have to do a lot of things and waste time. If I can maybe put it in a monetary example, it might make more sense. If
I don't wait till the last minute to order something, then maybe I get free shipping. But if I do wait till the last minute, I've got to do it anyway. You know, like if you need to get your spouse flowers for Valentine's Day, otherwise you're not sleeping at home, then it's going to cost you to do it late. So maybe that's a good way to think about it. But just knowing that you manage your time just like you manage money are important. Deadlines are really important. So give yourself your own deadlines. If you need a deadline that's earlier than an actual deadline, because that's how you function, then give yourself that deadline. I have lots of friends who set their clock 5 minutes early because it helps them stay on time. I kind of don't get that because you already know it's 5 minutes early, but it works for them. It's important also, though, to be present in real time. So whatever you're doing in the moment, like if you are spending time with your family, if you are spending time with a student going over their project, you are listening to an amazing Grand Rounds lecture, give it your full attention. Life is not a dress rehearsal, right? So be there in the moment, and especially give the important people in your life your undivided attention, right? So if they are talking, then to listen and really give them your attention. So that kind of goes back to what Dr. Adams was talking about in terms of listening to other people. So we talked about taking stock of your time, talked about don't waste your time, and now organizing your time. How can you organize your time? Well, one is, I think, don't be a slave to email, right? We all get hundreds of emails a day, and you can spend your entire day, as I did yesterday, only looking through email. And at the end of a 12-hour day, you've done nothing except maybe answer a couple of emails, or worse, which is what I did yesterday. I read all my emails. I only answered maybe 1/10 of them, and the other ones I flagged, as if that's going to like save me any kind of time. I mean, I flagged them because I'm like, oh, I'm going to come back to them. And I know very well, because I put this time management talk together, that you're supposed to like look at your email, deal with it, or delete it, right? But no, I didn't do that. So you really, yesterday was a wash. Set aside discrete times to check, answer, and delete email. And actually the best time for this is when it is not your most productive time. So don't use your best awake morning, clear thinking time to answer email. Save that for later in the day when you're tired, or save it for after night shift. Some of the most successful people in the world, actually, like some of the major executives of large companies and such, they actually don't look at email for the first hour to 2 hours that they are awake. And the reason for that is when they do their strategizing about where the company is going and all the heavy sort of intellectual brain power tasks during those early mornings, rather than just, you know, mundanely checking and answering emails. If you have important messages, of course, use the functionality of folders, and don't, as I do, keep on letting the ding of the email run your life. Mike Vardy is another time management guru, and he says the brain should be a factory, not a warehouse. And it's funny, this made a huge impression on me, because actually the picture you have right here is the picture I'm physically looking at, because I'm actually sitting at my desk with the exact setup that you have. I wish this was a phone. I could just flip it and you could see exactly what I'm looking at, but that's what I'm looking at. And I don't know how many of these little Post-its you can read, but here's the thing. Whenever I'm writing, I'll be into my paper, I'm writing my paper, something will come up in my brain like, oh, I have to like make sure I approve my kids' courses. So it's an interruption, right? But I often will stop what I'm doing and go and find the email from the guidance counselor that told me I have to approve his courses. That's like a 15-minute interruption because I can never find anything in my email. Instead of that, what I started doing is every time an interruption comes to my brain, I write it on a sticky note and I post it. So I can let go of this fear of, oh my God, if I don't deal with it right now, I'm going to forget about it, because my brain should be a factory and not a warehouse. So I've really, really taken this to heart, and I have a wall in front of my desk here, which is my warehouse. It's got a whole bunch of to-do lists. It's got everything. I mean, it's got even things like when my last child, who is 6, graduates from college, make sure I apply to this, one writer's workshop that I've been eyeing for the last 20 years. Lest I forget that it's in the factory, so it's okay. And you will have, everybody has their own personal system, but this is a system that works for me. Finally, try to save time. How can you do that? Delegate. And remember, delegation is not dumping. So you want to grant authority as well as responsibility to people. So for example, if you're asking somebody to finish off this paper and submit it to XYZ journal, then trust them that they're going to submit it to that. Don't have them check back with you every 2 minutes to see if they did something right, because at that point you might as well do it yourself. Set a concrete goal, a deadline, and consequences of not meeting the deadline for the people you are delegating. Treat your people well, because after all, our students, residents, and staff are faculty members' lifeline. There are other small ideas from me about saving time. And initially I did this talk for women medical students, so some of the things might be a little bit related to that. But if you have a favorite shirt or suit or dress or shoes or whatever, something that works for you really well, buy another identical pair. And the reason I say that is, lots of people might think you look fine in whatever you're wearing, but we all have those outfits where we feel we look best, right? And if we feel we look best, then we're going to perform better, we're going to speak better, we're going to be more confident. So if you have something like your lucky dress or your lucky outfit, buy another identical pair so it's always ready to go. I know nobody uses stamps anymore, but if you still use stamps as I do for cards, buy your stamps, your birthday cards, thank you cards, buy them in bulk. I always have with me a whole bunch of these, because with 5 kids, there's always a birthday party every weekend, I feel like. And it's also really nice to have these. So I have like $10 gift cards, Amazon gift cards. And I frequently use them with my thank you cards. I can bunch up 5 of them or 3 of them to make like a birthday gift card. And it just saves me so much time. I mean, because otherwise it's like, oh, before I drop you at the birthday party, we have to stop at Publix to go pick this up. It's just, everything is time. And there's no pleasure in going again to the grocery store to buy the same gift cards again, right? And I don't care what the birthday card says. So I definitely buy this in bulk, and I feel like it saves me a lot of time. I also have a standard baby shower, birthday / wedding present for the people who don't have registries. By the way, if any of you are having a baby shower or are getting married, please can you just have a registry, because it's so much easier on your guests. Otherwise, you're going to end up with my standard stock gift, okay? So just saying. And then be ready to go now. And the reason I say this is when I had my first child, I was thinking I might take him for a walk in Central Park, because I was living in New York City at the time. And I got ready, and then you have to do everything, right? You have to put like the diapers, and then you got to put the change of outfit, and then he might be too cold, so then you got to put a jacket, then it might be too hot, so I'm gonna take this out. This went on the whole day, right? By the time I was ready to go to Central Park, it was dark. So then I started crying, because my one day off as a resident, I didn't get to go on my walk. My baby didn't get his outdoor time. I mean, I was just like basically falling apart. And this was my epiphany. And I thought, oh my God, maybe all I need to do is actually like have these things ready. So, all those great medical bags we get from all these meetings, I have one. Thank God I no longer have a diaper bag, because they're all out of diapers. I am so happy. So I just crossed that off for me, but I know what it's like. So that's why I left it on there. I have a bag with gym clothes in it, so that there is never an excuse to not go to the gym, because I have plenty already, so I don't need another one. And this just has a pair of sneakers, workout clothes, whatever, because if it's always there, oh my God, I might actually get out of work one day early, and hey, I might actually go use that gym membership that I never use, right? So it's always ready to go. And I also have a bag that's ready to go for a spontaneous trip. And my life is not all that exciting, but I always fancy that, maybe one day I might just have to like go on a trip all of a sudden, and then I would be ready to go. So I find that very fascinating. So I do have these bags ready in my car. Oh, the other one I didn't mention is sometimes, you want to go out after work. Again, my life's not that exciting, but I like to think that it could be. So I always have an outfit ready, a going out outfit ready in the car, so that I'm not going to show up somewhere in scrubs, which I think is not so distasteful. And then if you are going to travel, and I know this is a Zoom meeting, but a lot of times we are going out of town, right? So when we're going out of town, you're already leaving your family behind. So don't spend that time feeling guilty that you left them behind. Spend that time enjoying your time out. Whenever I travel to any meeting, SAEM, ASAP, any of the meetings that we always go to, I always see, oh, which meeting is it, and which town is it in? So like, for example, ASAP is in Boston. So any of my friends in and around Boston, I'm like, oh, I'm going to be there in October, so let's meet up. And because otherwise, as a parent, I never have time to like go do anything. So have fun and enjoy that time. And that is how you can save time, because you don't have to make separate time for it. And then these are my final words. Start the day right. I always like to say, just get up before anybody so you can have 15 minutes of unhurried time to have your coffee in peace. For me, that is really the key. I like to just have my coffee without somebody constantly needing something from me from the minute I wake up. And then give your family 15 minutes of unhurried time. What will you be doing today? You know, and even if you have teenagers and they say, what? I don't know. It's okay. They will be happy that you asked them, that you put them first and you just took a few minutes to ask them, what are they going to do? And then once I leave the house and I'm getting into my car, I think to myself, all right, I know it's a super busy day and I know I wrote everything down, but if I do nothing else, I've got to pay my IRS bill. Just remember that. And then right? So those are my final tips for time management. I hope that at least some of the points were helpful. My sources are from Randy Posh, who actually gave an amazing lecture called The Last Lecture. If you haven't heard it, it's totally worth listening to. Laura Vanderkam, who is the author of that 168 Hours, and then Mike Vardy, who talked about the brain being not for a warehouse, but rather to process and be a factory. I actually love this topic. I'm always looking for ways to improve this talk, and I'm also always looking for ways to improve my own time management skills. So if you have any tips, I would be super grateful if you don't mind sharing them. We may actually be a little bit ahead of schedule, so if you want to share now, that would be amazing. And if you don't want to share now, then please put it in the chat. And thank you very much.
So one of the things that I do, because I have the same sort of guilt of not getting things done and the long forever to-do list, is I started about a year ago, maybe a little longer than that, doing a done list. So like if I'm in the middle of something and I get interrupted by a task and that task is completed, I put it in my done list. So even though I may not get to all of the 10 things on my to-do list, at least I feel good about the things I did get done that may have not been on my to-do list for that day. So it's just a psychological game I play with myself, but it might help some other people too.
That's a great suggestion. I think we never give ourselves credit for all the things we do accomplish. We're always so hard on ourselves saying, oh my God, I didn't do these 15 things.
I've done something fairly similar with particularly stressful times where I just pull out a piece of paper, I take my calendar and I just start writing all the things down that I did get done. And I've actually been experimenting some with a bubble journal and having, no, it's a dot journal, which seems to be a new fad kind of thing, but it makes it fairly easy to indicate that some things need to be done today, and I just give them one little checkbox, and then things that need to get carried out for later get a different checkbox. So I don't worry if I don't get them done, and then when I carry them forward, then I just draw a line through them.
There's a question in the chat box about the book Deep Work and how there are people who believe that social media is a waste of time and how do we balance? Yeah, and then Ali Raja responded that it depends what you're using it for. Don't watch kitten videos on Facebook. Wait a minute. Those are fun. I would agree. I would say, as far as social media, so I am on Twitter, but I don't use it to the same degree that a lot of people do, where I'm tweeting something every day about my life and kind of, amplifying what I do. And then there's Facebook, which is purely social for me for the most part, and I'm less and less on it. But I feel like I don't use social media for work all the time, which I know some people really dive into it and that's all they do. I have an Instagram account and the only thing I do on it is look at kitchen and bathroom remodels because that's where my life is right now. And then I think you do have to sort of check yourself and make sure you don't fall into the rabbit hole of like tweeting and going into, the drama that frequently visits Twitter. And as far as emails go, one thing I did recently was I completely emptied out my inbox on all of my emails. I archived absolutely everything and started with 0. And then I make it a point to delete or archive every answered email. And that's really helped me kind of feel less like I'm always behind.
That's admirable. I have not achieved that email conquering. I have so many emails in my inboxes that I frequently have to create new emails so that the old one is too full. So I have to get a new one. I mean, it's terrible. And basically what I tell my students is, if you actually expect a response from me, then please just text me or call me and keep at it until I answer you, which, they do, good for them. But I would definitely like to have a better system to conquer it. So I'm always a student of time management. Any other tips or comments? I'm sure all of you have really good ways that you manage time.
It's been said earlier several times, but I'll return to this working in the morning before the kids get up, writing time. And maybe I could just add tips to that, right? So you're not supposed to, if you've read Deep Work by Cal Newport, which we're talking about right now in the chat box, you're not supposed to check anything before you write. And it gets you into a pattern of daily writing that you can create like endurance for. So it sounds horrible to get up at, I've been up at 4:30 basically every day the last 10 days because I'm trying to knock a paper out. And I enjoy going to bed early and getting up early and writing the notes around. But it takes a while to learn how to do that. If you get up at 7, right till 7:30, you get up at 7:45 a couple weeks later, it's okay. And then I'll say junior faculty, as you age, your body just changes. And the nights are different and the mornings are different, and you can use mornings to your advantage in ways that you maybe couldn't when your physiology is different when you have kids, at home and that need bottles in the middle of the night and things. So, so it gets easier in that respect.
Anybody else have any good time management tips or any time management resources you'd like to talk about? Okay, well, I think the next thing on the agenda is actually our breakout sessions, and we are going to have a number of breakout sessions. We're going to have one on research, education, operations. Let me pull up the list here. I think Bernice, help me out if you have it in front of you.
Community corporate and
Community
information
corporate.
technology.
Okay, so Dr. Chris Carpenter is going to be doing our research one. Andrew Barbera is going to be doing our education one. Dr. Shai and Dr. Weiler are going to be doing operations. Dr. Raja is going to be doing leadership. Dr. Sethuraman is going to be doing corporate community, and Dr. Gus is going to be doing information technology. So I think Bernice is going to set up the breakout rooms, and then how do you want them to do it? You want them to put in the chat which room they would like to go to, or?
No, what I'll do is I'll go ahead and just open them up, and then they can just join whichever one they'd like to join.
Perfect.
That's okay.
Are people able to jump from one room to another?
Yes, they can come back to the main room, and then I can put them into a different one if they'd like.
Excellent. All right. Well, thank you very much to everyone, and thank you for listening to all our presentations so far. Please choose the group that you want to go to. It starts in 15 minutes. So there is a 15-minute break if you need to tend to some other things. And we will see everybody on the session. After that, after we finish the breakouts, we're coming back to one general session, which is personal pathways in academia. So Dr. Barbera, Dr. Goldstein, and Dr. Jasandi are going to talk about their personal journeys, how they got to where they are. All right, so quick 15-minute break, and then we'll see you in the breakouts. To invite all of our panelists to talk about their stories. Dr. Josh Goldstein is up first, and Dr. Goldstein and I have been friends for, gosh, so many years now. So it is a real pleasure for me to invite you to be here. Thank you so much for accepting our invitation. And after Dr. Goldstein, Dr. Barbera and Dr. Jasandi will talk. And I know these are going to be great. So there's no specific format. It's just whatever you want to talk about. We've got about 45 minutes, so maybe 15 or so minutes each, and then we'll just kind of open it up for questions.
Fantastic. I'll aim to take somewhere between 5 and 10 minutes, to leave time for questions. Thank you for having me. This was a great session today and super interesting. And maybe I'll just talk to people. I'll start with sort of my own journey, just because there were a couple really interesting pieces in there, I think. So I'll begin with when I finished medical school. I wanted to, my wife was in pediatrics residency, and we really wanted to match in the city where her sister lived, so that we were close to family, because we wanted to have our own family. And so I only listed a few places to match in Boston, and didn't match. I was one of the few people, and then there was this scramble, and the scramble didn't yield anything that I wanted that was in the city. And so I actually made the decision it's better not to match than not end up where we wanted to live. And so my academic journey actually started with what's the right place for my family to be, and what do I want to do with that. So we moved to Boston anyway, and I then was working in a research lab while looking for residency, still applying to emergency medicine, but this time I added on some PGY intern programs and figured, well, maybe I'll go into internal medicine or family medicine. Like I would actually change my career just to live in the right to live close enough to my sister-in-law, and actually, so my wife and I, we had both of my daughters while we were both in residency, so we really needed that help. And then what actually happened was, and actually I'm going to show, let's see if I share my screen. For those of you who don't know, I don't know if any of you know Dr. Sherry Fink, who's a journalist at the New York Times. She was an intern in the emergency medicine program, and she really wanted to, she had some experience as a journalist and wanted to be a journalist. And it was really tough to write books while you're in your first year of residency, it turns out. And so she actually left residency in the middle of the year to go be a journalist. And let me just highlight, and she was freaking fantastic. So she wrote Deadly Choices at Memorial, which won a Pulitzer Prize. She wrote about the West Africa Ebola crisis, which won a Pulitzer Prize, and wrote a New York Times best-selling book about the hospital in New Orleans that got flooded. So so what happened was she went on to have. This is somebody who said, I know what I want to do for a career, and I'm going to really commit to that, and did great, leaving a hole, and they needed somebody to fill it, and I was doing residency. So our program director knew that I was available and asked if I could sort of slide in. So that's how I ended up in the emergency medicine residency that I did. So I would say the beginning of so her journey was one of, I know what I want to do, and I'm going to just focus on doing that. And I knew where I wanted to be, and started with that. So then I was doing my residency, and I had originally wanted to do basic science. I did an MD PhD program in molecular biology. And really during residency, I ended up deciding that wasn't right for me. And I wanted to do clinical research, and I didn't know what I wanted to do. So I took an elective month during our 4-year residency. There's an elective month, and I actually spent that elective literally just reading. and thinking and saying, what do I want to do? And I do think that a lot of times we undervalue thinking, right? And sitting. And a lot of you junior faculty, you have so much to do. With people like me, right? All I do is tell our faculty, write more papers, get more grants. And so that's my job, is to do that, right? Ollie's laughing, but my job is to look at your CV and say, hey, why aren't you writing more? But there was a protected space and time. And I think I took advantage of that by thinking of what I wanted to do. And I decided I actually wanted to do stroke research, not because I wanted to be a neurologist. I never wanted to be a neurologist. But what I wanted to do was say, what's an area of medicine that is super time critical, that there's not a lot of great treatments for, but there's a lot of funding for and a lot of need for, and whatever's going to come along in the future, probably those first hours are going to be the time to do that thing, because that'll be a great niche, right? And my model, and I learned this from my PhD, was that if you want to take on great questions, if you're brilliant and work really hard, you can take super great questions. But if you're not that smart and don't want to work that hard, like me, you want to pick a niche, right? What's a thing that you can be sort of give a unique way to attack? And so that was my approach, and so I decided I wanted to do stroke. So then the question is, how do I do research in this? And I went to a bunch of stroke neurologists in our area, and I said, hey, I want to do work on this. So a lot of them said, that sounds great, good luck with it. But a couple have said, oh yeah, let's do it. And again, it became clear. So I did like a resident project. We all know how long that takes, and it becomes clear it takes time, right? It takes years to do. And I was like, I should do a fellowship in this. And the fellowship, again, the magic is not the word fellowship, right? The magic is dedicated time and cognitive space where you're going to do a thing and you're going to think about it and you're going to spend time on it. And people aren't going to bug you about other things because they all know you're doing that thing. And so, so I wanted to do that. And there were some great fellowships for emergency physicians who want to do neurology stuff, but not in Boston. And now I got 2 kids and a wife who's a private practice pediatrician building her practice. And so going around some other place wasn't going to be a good option for me. So I talked to these neurologists, and actually we said, let's just create a fellowship for me to do. I went to my chairs at both Brigham and MGH. They were super supportive. And so we basically designed a fellowship for me to do. And I did that. And I did a 2-year fellowship with the in neurology, but in neurology research, right? In other words, it wasn't let me go spend 12 months in the neuro ICU. It was like, I think I did a month in neuro ICU and a month in neuroradiology and some other stuff, but most of it was really research. And that was the launch pad of my career. And so since that, I've sort of built up a career in, honestly, mostly intracerebral hemorrhage. I thought I was going to do ischemic stroke. But if you're wondering why intracerebral hemorrhage, I'll tell you why. There's not a lot of ER doctors who do stroke, but even fewer who do the emergency management of intracerebral hemorrhage, right? That's a really small niche, but it's an important one. It's actually a really important time in intracerebral hemorrhage. And there's very few people who do that. And so what happened is, even super early in my career, when people were looking for, hey, I need an expert in that, there's only so many people, and I was on that short list, even junior in my career, just because I picked that narrow niche. So that really worked out well for me. I got people inviting me to do things and to join clinical trials, and then the last piece I would say is I wrote a K grant, and that was part of that. Was I was kind of motivated to do it, but not super motivated to do it. But my neurology mentors, like, that was just the thing you do. Right? It's like going to your mom and your mom says, oh, you're gonna have breakfast. And you're like, oh no, yeah, I don't really need breakfast this morning. And your mom's like, you're gonna have breakfast this morning. That's what you do, right? You get up and you have breakfast. And you just can't pass your mom every morning and not have breakfast. And it was the same with my neurology mentors. It was like, this is how it works. Why aren't you writing your K? This is what you do, right? Go write your K grant. So being in an environment where they sort of constructed, like, you're on the train and this is how the train works. It's actually more cognitive effort to not write the grant than to write it, because that was the mentality. So anyway, that was my career. And so now I wrote some grants and I did some papers, and so I've built up a career sort of in neurologic emergencies, mostly intracerebral hemorrhage, but branched into other stuff. And there we go. That's how it sort of played out. I don't know, am I within my 10 or 15 minutes? 10 minutes?
Yep, you're definitely within your time. Does anyone have any questions for Dr. Goldstein? Now, if I was savvy, and you know, I should have had our book up here, but Josh and I actually wrote a book on neurologic emergencies. And so I guess if I'm going to learn anything from Dr. Kisandi's talk, or Tisandi, sorry, I keep mispronouncing it, I should probably tweet some image about that. So I'll see if I can, like, you know, put what I learned on this talk today to good use.
That's a great idea. We should be tweeting out that book. Thank you. I'll do it too. No, you'll do it.
And I'll amplify it. We'll all amplify by retweeting, right, everyone?
Yes.
That's right. You can't just like a tweet, you have to retweet it.
That's
Do you know,
right.
I learned that today. I wrote down so many things from your talk. Actually, they're all here. And I
Wow,
even
thank
wrote
you.
down
That's
the
really
tweet
kind.
that I'm going to make. So
That's really kind.
yes.
And wait,
I'll retweet it, and then tomorrow I'll quote tweet it so that it comes out again, and then I'll comment on how. Look at that! I got Thor cracking up there, and
this is great.
his office.
So is it enough to retweet it, or do we have to comment on the retweet?
Well, I mean, I don't want to take your time, but I think it is important for us to put things in context and to offer our opinions. You know, we are experts. We're building platform, and if Dr. Ganti put something online that she learned from my talk, I may have an opinion about that. I may be able to advance the conversation. If you were at my talk, there's that wonderful quote by Dr. McMahon from the ACC, that talks about the need for knowledge translation in a problem-solving way, not just tweeting about our latest paper, though I certainly do that too. So yeah, I'm going to enter a conversation with the quote tweet. That was my talk 201, everybody.
Thank you.
Dr. Goldstein, let me ask you, you make it sound really easy to find, and I don't think that you mean to, but to find mentors outside of our specialty, like you did with neurology, and then build this ongoing and continuous relationship with them that has resulted in hundreds of publications and lots of grants and everything, but it's not easy. So what advice do you have for all these junior faculty who are looking for mentors in other departments, so that they can make it, so that they can more easily connect with them, but also foster a real long-term relationship?
Great. So I would say that the first thing is I probably met with 10 stroke neurologists, of whom 2 both were interested and were willing and able to spend the time and energy mentoring me, right? So which I wouldn't have known beforehand. So being willing to cast a wide net. And then the second thing was not just, hey, I'd love to help you, but I've got like 3 other residents and junior faculty that are doing the same thing, and you could be number 4. That was great. I would say that was probably more important to me than having a mentor, was to have a mentor who had other mentees that I would then sort of build a relationship with, that we were sort of a team. So it's like residency, right? You sort of become this team in residency. We don't always appreciate this in emergency medicine, because sometimes each of us goes off and does our own individual thing. But it's not necessarily true in other fields, right? EP might have a bunch of EP people doing EP stuff. And so in neurology, it's the same thing, right? There were a bunch of, within neurology, there's the movement. Anyway, so my advice would just be that I think that was the key piece. People who had a track record, had other people who were doing the same thing. So it's me and a few other mentees, all like having some like multi-year commitment to building up in that system.
Thanks so much for asking that question. I just keep cold calling people, and they're so nice. But it's great to hear that. Other than, so you mentioned kind of people having a track record and then having this cohort of people. As you look back, were there specific other things that clicked that you think, oh, that's what told me this person was going to be a great mentor? Or was it more that they looked at you and they said, yes, we can do something together, and let's, here's my targeted, focused setup to just work?
Yeah, it was that, not just, hey, that would be cool, let me know how. It was like, what are we going to do? write that down. When are we going to meet next? Right. And then while I'm sitting there, we pick the next time to meet. As opposed to just get back to, that was a real early learning lesson for me, because people would be super enthusiastic and then we just sort of never hear from each other again. The great mentors were the ones who were the ones who forced the issue of, when are we going to meet again, and what are you going to do between now and then? And they would write that down. And then when we meet again, they'd say, did you do that? So I think that was how, at least that was how it, for me, how it selected out to be the mentorship. I'll add also, Josh Gutierrez is asking, did you experience pushback? So you know what, this was super fascinating. I would say yes, but a small amount. Partly because the neurologists generally are pretty nice people. You know, I don't know if it would have been different in neurosurgery or something like that. But second, I went in with, there's a specific thing that I'm going to do, which is, and actually, I'll just tell you that the first thing I did was anticoagulation reversal, almost all of which was initiated in the ED at the time. And so everybody there was like, oh my God, we love to have somebody working in that black box down there where none of us knows what the hell happens. And so it was sort of a thank you so much for coming and being involved, because you're doing a thing that we aren't doing, right? So it wasn't that I was trying to like be the same as them, and whether cerebral amyloid angiopathy is due to this gene or that gene. It was that, how are we going to get, at the time it was FFP, how are we going to get FFP to our patients faster? And they were like, I have no idea. Like, why does it take you so damn long? And I was like, I don't know why it takes us so damn long. So there we go.
I definitely think that's true. And again, it might just be neurology, but I did a clinical stroke fellowship and I didn't get any pushback at all from people. In fact, they were more than happy, because they said, oh, right, you're the ED person, right? So how do we get this, this, and this done? And it would be so easy, because I'm like, well, we do that all the time. It's no big deal. And then on the floor, when, like we would see patients, you know how it is in ED, right? It's all like, you want to get them out soon. You want to get them admitted. You want to get them disposed. And I remember on the stroke floor, people would take days to get discharged. And I couldn't understand why it would take so long. As soon as I came onto the fellowship, our length of stay went down by 1.5 days. And then the attending finally said, okay, every year we got to have an ED stroke fellow, because clearly there's something here that we're not catching on to. So I think our emphasis on time and our ability to be jack of all trades, and our sort of emergent attitude is actually really appreciated by other specialties. So I don't think they view us as we're stepping on their toes or trying to be them, or, not neurologists. I never say I'm a neurologist. But I think they really do like the fact that you're in that chaos, uncontrolled, undesirable area, and you're going to take care of things down there for them. They love that. There's a question in the chat about interdisciplinary areas of research. So sometimes when you have a clinical area focus, it might seem a little easier, because it might be, quote, easier to become an expert in one clinical problem versus, something like informatics, as is said in the chat. But what I would say to that is, in order to become an expert in anything, you basically just have to publish in that area a few things, and then use your platform, use your social media skills to get out there and become and solidify yourself as an expert. I remember when I was at Mayo and I just wanted to get a standardized set of labs done so that we would have stroke labs that we could order. I had to go through 1 million committees. And at the end of 1.5 years, they told me, yes, sorry, we decided we're going to go away from standardized bundled orders. I'm like, really? So I just spent 18 months doing this. So then what I did is I wrote it all out on a card, because I wanted our off-service rotators to order a certain set of labs. I wrote it on a card. Turns out this card got photocopied by a bunch of different people and passed around like it was the thing. And because now it was in writing, everybody did that. And so I effectively got my bundle, even though it was never an approved bundle.
Cool. Yeah, no, I'll also say I've definitely seen where people, it's harder for biostatisticians to become the expert in X. But I guess I might advocate that even if you're in informatics, and it could be all diseases, is there something that you can make your thing? Like you're the informatics guy of the chest pain pathway and get the right chest pain workup. If there's some way that it'll be just easier for other people to get their heads around what your thing is.
Yeah, and I think with informatics, there's definitely, you can bring, help others in other specialties as well. Like, there's, for example, working with neurology, they want to be able to take a picture of the fundus, in the ED for patients coming with headache. I think, there's a lot of other specialties that would love to be able to do certain things in the emergency department. And with informatics, that also gives you tools that you can actually build into clinical workflows to really help, advance, either patient safety initiative or quality initiatives. And informatics also, it depends on, where you can deep dive if you want to. Some informaticists are in the bioinformatics field where they literally are looking at precision medicine genomics. One of our colleagues does precision medicine with drugs of abuse in ED and is collecting specimens from patients that come in who've been exposed to potentially novel drugs of abuse. You can do deep dive, but you can also work on more of an administrative or patient safety or quality level too.
Thank you very much for that. I would like to make sure we also hear from our other speakers on personal pathways in academia. Dr. Jasandi, would you like to do the next one?
Yeah, I'm happy to. I was just DMing in the chat, Dr. Raja, saying that I think you all heard my Amazon delivery and my family coming home. So, I apologize. It was Grand Central here for a second. So yeah, I'm really excited to talk about this. And, it's hard to separate my personal and my professional path. I'll share, and I thought I would talk a little bit about professional identity formation along with what it means for my personal identity to have formed over the years. So we're gonna do this really quick. I'm an only child. Anyone can put the emojis up. By the way, if you're an only child, feel free to put your hand up or the little high five. So I'm an only child. I like dogs, not cats. My mom was an ER nurse. My dad was a fireman. When they get together, they make ER doctors. I was born and grew up in upstate New York in this sort of rural area. I went to college in DC because I needed to go to a big city because I was a young gay man who really didn't know that I was gay. And I needed a city to figure that out. And I worked in a gay and lesbian health center in the early 90s with the Walker Clinic in DC. And, this was a time where the protease inhibitors were just starting to come out. So really the only way to prevent HIV infections was through community education. So I worked in a media office and the guy who hired me died of AIDS while I was there. So I thought that I was going to do infectious disease. And I went to Loyola in Chicago. I started working at Howard Brown Health Center at the STI clinic on Thursday nights. And I had an ID preceptor and I loved it. And then I got to third-year med school and I realized that all of a sudden heart works and it's going to be, AIDS is going to be like diabetes and hypertension. And I didn't like my internal medicine rotation. So there I had my crisis of conscience and went to EM. And I ended up going to the West Coast to interview for I've never been to west of the Mississippi. I did my interviews out west. I fell in love with everything around me here. It was a brand new program. Everyone thought I was crazy back at Loyola to go to the new program. And it was wonderful for me. And during that time, I entered thinking there's no way I'm going to do research. I told the program director in my interview day, I hated research. I worked in this virology lab at Catholic U. It was horrible. And I said, I'll just be your best clinical resident ever, but I'm never going to do a day of research. And the program being what it was, I ended up doing a fellowship in faculty development, and you sort of know my career from the bio that you have available. So I left Stanford because I was now no longer a gay man as my professional identity, the gay medical student that you knew down the hall, but I was a doctor and I was an educator. And I kind of forgot the gay man stuff because I got married in the middle of residency. And, there was just my identity switched. And now it was saying doctor and thinking about all the things you're thinking about as a junior faculty member. But those intersections had a lot of critical importance for me because it taught me to be really siloed at a young age and to always sort of feel like I wasn't like everybody else. I have a lot of imposter syndrome being here a lot. I love it. I bleed cardinal, but it's a hard place to be when the Nobel laureates walk down the hallway. It just is, especially as an emergency physician. So, and one that doesn't do, our funded work, that generally gets small foundation grants to to do very good, well thought out, sound, keeps an education lab open kind of research, but not the same as everybody else. So still siloed a little bit. And I'll say to the junior faculty also, the entire time I've been a faculty member, I've had an administrative title. So I came out of fellowship, which had a chief resident title attached to it back then, as an extra year of residency. I came out as an assistant program director for 7 years. Then I was a residency director for 7 years. Now I've been a vice chair for 4 years. And, being in an administrative role young really helped, springboard my career. I got to do a lot. It was more than just the title that Dr. Raja talked about earlier, but it really was the title in waiting, like he talked about. And I got a great opportunity from Dr. Adams to be able to stay as program director, and I grew significantly. And if I had just stayed at Stanford, they offered me a job after fellowship, and I left purposefully. If I had just stayed there, I don't know that I would have grown as much. So that's something to think about too, is, how many moves do you have left in you? And I think of it as 0, 1, or 2. My friend Tammy Queston Emery says this. You either have 0, 1, or 2 moves left in you. How many do you have left? And this matters for all of you on this call. How many do you have left? 0, 1, or 2. So when I was at Northwestern and I got offered some jobs, she asked, do you have 0, 1, or 2? I was like, well, I have 1. I don't know that I have 2. She's like, then you move right now, because at the point you hit 0, you'll never move again. So we moved from Chicago, moved out here. My daughter was 8. I didn't really want to raise her in downtown Chicago. So now she's, at a fancy Palo Alto grade school, learning how to build computers or whatever it is that they do. So now I'm back, and I have an administrative role that is different than babysitting residents in some ways, and doing lots and lots of paperwork. It's a role where I get to be like the assistant program director again. When I was the APD, the residents loved me. I had to teach all the time. It was the greatest job ever made. Then I became PD, and I was an administrator, and I was the boss, and I just had a different relationship with them. So now I'm a vice chair. I get to be the PD of the faculty and help them advance their careers. And I did faculty development as my fellowship. I'm in the most joyous job now. And I've done the SAEM chair development program. I don't think I want to be a chair. I think it would be like going back to PD. So I really love the job I have. I talked earlier about time and autonomy and agency. I have all of those things. I got so lucky. My job is amazing. I'm incredibly blessed. I feel like I worked really, really hard to get it. And it's really, really hard to keep it. It's not a simple place to be. It's a wonderful place to be, but I had to change lines. I'm not a CE anymore. I'm an investigator track in a world where, as I said earlier today, there's all our funded folks, and I'm alone. And there's maybe one of me in anesthesia, in peds, in medicine, and we all kind of get together and do our thing together. But I opened my own lab, which I could talk about if anyone's interested, a medical education lab, because there were none in emergency medicine, and everybody has a lab out here. It's been a course of identity changes along the way, and I think it certainly impacts the way I think about the next. I don't know. I mean, Dr. Raj, how much more do we have left in us? Another 10 years, maybe? I don't know.
40.
So 20?
40.
40? No. This protoplasm doesn't live 40 more years. 20 years probably left in my career. What do I do with those 20 years if I don't want to be a chair? So I think my identity will move to the dean's office, I hope, and I hope it lands there and stays there. I love medical students. Frankly, I love undergrads. I love teaching freshman undergrad classes. It's amazing. And maybe I should have been a university professor all along, but I found my happy place. So I don't know if there's any part of that, from the only child to the likes dogs, not cats, that resonates with you. But hopefully something did there. And I'm happy to answer any questions about milestones or touch points or decision points along the way, because there was a lot of important decisions made. How long was that? Did that go over 15 minutes? It sounds like it did. I feel really old, so it probably went way over 15 minutes.
You're good. I mean, everybody's still on the line, so.
Okay, that's good. That's good. That's a key factor.
Any questions or any comments that people would like to bring up? Okay, so maybe we will let Dr. Barbera talk about his personal journey, and then at the end of it, if you have questions for any of our speakers, we can just leave the forum open.
Thanks. I don't know how I'm supposed to follow that, both of them. My journey is a little shorter. I'm a little younger, I think, and a little bit closer to everybody here who's junior faculty. So I probably relate a lot with everybody's struggles and thought processes pretty well, as I'm sure everybody else did too. So a little bit about me. So my name is Andrew Barbera. I basically, I'll start from the beginning. I went to medical school at University of Baltimore. Didn't really know what I wanted to do. Thought I wanted to be an orthopedic surgeon. Realized pretty quickly that's not what I wanted to be. My father was actually an emergency medicine doc, and that was the last thing I wanted to be because I didn't want to fall that close to the tree. Funny thing is, I felt pretty close to the tree. Decided after my third year that really there's nothing else in the world I'd rather do than be an emergency medicine doc in medicine, and then started looking at different programs. I was very fortunate to be able to do an away rotation in New York at Jacobi Montefiore, and really found my home there. You know, I related very well with the other residents, with the attendings. I got along very well. They seemed to like me too, which was important. And I was lucky enough to match there. So I went there thinking I was going to graduate, move off somewhere else because New York wasn't going to be my home, and then become a community EM doc somewhere. So, you know, pretty quickly I realized that I liked being part of a team and being part of an educational team and being part of a resident team. Really having that opportunity to discuss cases and learn from, you know, my co-residents, my junior residents, my senior residents, and my attendings was very, very important to me. And then the next thing I realized was how hard residency was. You know, you were working 12 hours. Well, when I first started, we were working 12 hours a day. You know, we had 2 days off in a 14-day block. Oftentimes, one of those days you were switching from nights to days. I was in a long-distance relationship with my now wife, who was in Baltimore. So I was driving back on overnights and trying to stay awake. So, you know, I realized, you know, there's a lot of different things that contribute to your medical education and who you are as a resident and who you grow into as a physician. So moving forward, you know, I was, again, very fortunate, as I am oftentimes, to meet a lot of really good people who mentored me through residency. Both my attendings, my APDs, my program director, and core faculty really, you know, they took me under their wing. They showed me how to, you know, become a good doctor. And then as I was getting towards third year, and it was a 4-year program, they started asking if, you know, maybe I wanted to do medical education, or I wanted to be a chief resident, and what my long-term goals were, things that I had never really necessarily thought about in my own career before. And very quickly I realized that I really loved the educational part and the mentoring part of everything. I started mentoring my junior residents pretty quickly. I ran for and became one of the chief residents my 4th year, and really took on a role in the education side of things, trying to take on case presentations, patient quality, and fill gaps where we found that we needed additional core faculty members. There was a lot of chaos my 3rd and 4th year within our department. We had a chair that had been there for many, many years. We had a turnover in the chair, which led to a turnover of faculty, which led to a turnover in the core faculty, which led to a little bit of holes in the educational aspects during conference, and, you know, our morning report. So really, I took that 4th year chief resident role and turned it into my academic fellowship, and tried to plug whatever holes I could, which was difficult because, again, I was just a resident, but really nice because I worked very closely with my PD, my APDs, and was able to step into that role, although time consuming, very rewarding. When I was starting to look for jobs after residency, one of the things I did was I tried to interview at many places in New York that I could, because now my wife had moved to New York, so I wasn't about to move from New York now that I pulled her all the way up there. She had just passed the bar, so I really wasn't going to move anywhere. So I started interviewing around, which gave me a networking opportunity within the greater EM area of New York City. And then I kind of focused in on either St. Barnabas or Jacobi. And then I ended up staying at Jacobi, really because I felt that there was a little bit of a void that I didn't want to leave if I left for the residents, and realized that that was kind of my home at that moment. And then I had already started building an educational curriculum and a pathway for myself to try to become a real medical educator in a relatively quickly time frame. So after graduation, I became a core faculty member pretty quickly. was able to continue doing a lot of what I started as a resident, and expanded it to have interdepartmental rounds with surgery, internal medicine, critical care, radiology, and basically every single subspecialty or specialty that would respond to an email and show up at our conference with their department to discuss cases and how we could improve patient care among certain cases. I also worked and started M&M that had fallen off over the last year because of, again, faculty turnover and nobody was leading it, and then started taking on a lot of the medical educational roles within quality improvement and quality control for patient care that I could. After doing that, I kind of sat down and became a mentor to as many people as I could. I then went back to my mentors and asked them what I should do next and kind of discussed the cases and everything that I had started. They led me down the path of going for APD site director and eventually program director. So, I was very, very lucky to have extraordinary mentors and still have them to bounce ideas off of and collaborate and network with. So, I moved over after becoming site director at Jacobi. I was recruited back to St. Barnabas, where I'd interviewed before by one of my mentors that moved over there to help her as an APD with their program going from AOA to ACGME, and then getting to that next stage in what they wanted out of education. Then COVID hit, and again, very lucky that I had really good mentors because they helped mentor me, one, through my own aspects of COVID in the Bronx, and then two, showed me how to do the same thing for the residents we had there. After getting through some of that, I started looking around for jobs in different areas. One of the places that I'd always wanted to be was anywhere south, because let's be honest, after a couple of New York winters, you're kind of over it. And I also wanted to start a family, so I didn't want to stay in the city in a one-bedroom apartment with a newborn or multiple newborns, because to me that just doesn't sound fun. So I was able to, again, through my own network of mentors and their mentors and the people they met with, get a job down here in Lakeland to start a new EM program here. And I'm very fortunate to be surrounded by a large amount of people that I had met along the way. So we're currently going through the ACGME accreditation process. So we expect to have our first class hopefully in July of 2023 after we finish laying the foundation and everything else. So I'm happy to take any questions or answer any aspects of my own pathway that I can.
All right, floor is open. Anybody can ask any questions about anything that they want.
I want to ask a question. This ends at 2:15. Is that right? Because I have another.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, I'll stay on and
We'll
as
stay
long as
on
we
for.
can stay
Okay.
on, but
Sounds
yes.
good. All right. I'm going to
5:15
apologize.
for
I'll
us.
hop off then.
So speaking of networking, when this is done, I'm going to be going to a ribbon cutting for a GI doctor that is opening his GI clinic across the street from where I live.
Oh, cool.
Mhm.
That's awesome.
Nice.
Free colonoscopies?
Absolutely.
Oh, I don't know about that. It's free cocktails, so that's good after being on Zoom all day.
Yes.
It's a good start.
I think some of the rubrics of success internally at schools is how well you play with others in the sandbox across departments. One of the items that my chair values the most is grand rounds given in other departments. And that's, I had never thought about that before, but it is a really nice metric. And, the ways you do that are by going to ribbon cuttings and making friends, even outside of when they just hand off patients for admissions. So it's really important. I'll also say that I'm at a school that has, a university that's many schools, and the university very much values faculty who can cross schools. So if you can come up with a project that works with your engineering school or your arts and humanities school, often that really helps with promotion, because ultimately it goes to the university president, it goes beyond your dean. And when the university president sees you play well in the sandbox with everyone, then you're a university faculty. You're not just, not just an ER doc.
Yeah, that's a great point. I think when I was doing my fellowship in Boston, I think that was just I think an amazing experience for me, like being able to work with colleagues at Beth Israel Deaconess, work in a lab at Brigham as well. And then also at Tufts, being able to study clinical decision making. So but I think that, our specialty, we're used to working across, different, with other people every day. And I think, we are perhaps better trained in that than other specialties because the nature of our work in the ED. So definitely, I think very important to do.
Do they think that of us though? Right, I've heard that many, many times, that we're flexible, we collaborate, we do all these things. They know us only from our admissions to the hospital. They don't know us from our bio sketches and our ability to meet deadlines and attend meetings that occur in the middle of the day when we're post-call. And those things are really hard to do, junior faculty. They're super hard to do, to get up, because I know you're working the lion's share of the nights. And to get up and go to those meetings is the way, they think about you differently. They think about you as a scholar, right? Then I know we always pat ourselves on the back for that thing. And I don't know, it took a long time before I felt like someone invited me to lunch to talk about, a research project, as opposed to saying hi at the coffee shop about the patient who needed to be admitted and now they agreed. It's a different for me, different relationship.
Two more minutes. So does anybody have any burning questions or any wisdom they want to get from our awesome speakers this afternoon?
All right, just one quick one. Jasandi had mentioned something about us giving out too many titles early in our careers. Can you elaborate on that a little bit? What's better than
Yeah,
that?
so we're the only specialty that hands titles out to brand new faculty members, right? If you go to GI and cardiology and pulmonary, their junior faculty are seeing lots of patients and they're writing grants and they're writing papers because that's what they need to do to get promoted, right? But in our specialty, I think here's my theory. You guys tell me if this hypothesis is correct. I think because it was a young specialty, a bunch of young faculty had to do a lot of things that in other specialties older faculty do, administratively in particular. And then they pass the torch to other young faculty. It's never really changed, right? Like, why is the program director, an advanced assistant director, assistant professor, or, very, very junior associate professor? Shouldn't that be this title that one gets like later in life and, after many years under your belt when your CV looks great? I don't know, and APDs take more time sometimes than program director, depending upon how you have it set up. And you're also doing more shifts. And when are you going to write your papers? When are you going to go to your meetings and get developed? So I think, I would hesitate to take an administrative job right now just because you want the title, just because you feel like, oh, if I don't get the title, all my residency classmates went out and they got APD jobs. I need to have an APD job. Like, I think that's okay. Like, take a beat, get trained, do the thing. If you're not going to do fellowship, you need some sort of training in academics to do your niche. So professional development of some sort. And then, as I put in the other book after deep work by Cal Newport is Be So Good They Can't Ignore You. Right. And I think that's really important, right? Are you the obvious internal choice for a job that would otherwise have a search? And that's a question you have to ask yourself all the time. Could I be the search candidate and stay here if that's what I wanted? So how good do you have to be able to be that person? Pretty darn good sometimes. So anyway, that's sort of what that was about.
All right, well, we're at time. Thank you so much, everybody, to all of the participants, all of the speakers. Thank you, Bernice. Thank you to our medical student ambassadors. We could not have had this session without all of you here, so I am super grateful. Thank you so much. We will make sure we go through the chat and look for any of your comments. We really would like feedback on the session. You can give feedback on the session overall. You can give feedback on individual speakers. We want this to be an annual event and we want this to be useful. And if you would like to come and be on this forum next year because you feel like you have something that you would like to share with other junior faculty, we are completely open to suggestions. I really want this session to be useful for everybody. So please feel free to give us feedback and comments, and I really value everybody's time. So with that, I'll close the session. I'll stay on till the end in case anybody has any last minute things they want to tell me or talk to me about. But otherwise, we are adjourned. Thank you.